What you are about to see is real. When possible, the actual people involved have participated in recreating events. Viewer discretion is advised.
It could be happening right now. A cargo plane loaded with the deranged and the desperate. Men and women selected to participate in a brutal survival game. All but one of them will die. They call it the battlegrounds. For decades, I've searched for proof of its existence. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to see is real. Welcome to Mysteries Unknown. I'm Jonathan Frakes. Some of you may know me as Commander William Riker from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Others from my work on shows like Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, and Alien Autopsy. What you may not know is that for almost 30 years, I've been a bloodhound tracking a scent. It was a scent I first picked up while hosting the original docuseries, Mysteries Unknown. Oh, we tackled it all on MU. Government mind control experiments, the Fountain of Youth, cults, conspiracies. After the show was canceled, I would go on acting and directing, and yet I kept coming back to one story. Amongst the spectacle and sensationalism, we had stumbled upon something very real and very dangerous.
My name is Dr. Ursula Bauer, former head of Applied Sciences, Tithonic Industries. The rules seem to be fairly straightforward. There's between 30 to 100 combatants. Their deaths have all been faked beforehand. They are flown to an island, usually an island, and they fight to the death until only one remains. They call it Vir Solidarius, the lone survivor.
You said they. Who is they?
Well, for years, we had no idea. We never expected anyone would talk.
My name is Alexei Sychov, and I'm a former associate of Sergei Kalimnik.
How many deaths do you think you're responsible for?
Maybe 400, 500 people.
500 people are dead because of you?
No, because of me. Because of him. Because of the man they called the Russian.
To understand how this started, we have to go back to 1965, to an island named Erangel. Conflict had broken out between Soviet forces and the civilian population. It was a massacre, with only one survivor, an 11-year-old boy, who somehow escaped the purge. His name was Sergei Kalimnik, the lone survivor of Erangel. As Kalimnik grew older, he found a place for himself in Russia's criminal underworld, working as a smuggler, selling guns, whiskey, and blue jeans.
He never talked about what happened at Erangel, but the violence was inside him. He was drawn to it. And he believed there were others like him who needed it, needed the violence. That's how he knew he could sell that tape.
That tape was a CCTV recording smuggled out of a South Korean prison. A recording of an attempted hit that erupted into a full-on riot. It was brutality, raw and unfiltered, and Kalimnik would use this tape to build an empire.
Selling the tapes was his idea. I didn't understand people killing each other who'd watch that. Sergei explained. They don't want to watch people die. They want to watch people survive.
The tape became a hot item in the underworld. Every gangster, pimp, and wannabe kingpin desperate for a copy. And they all had the same question.
What else do you have? We didn't have anything, not yet. But Sergei wasn't going back to smuggling blue jeans. He said we need to produce more material.
They were called gulag tapes. They were prison riot videos, poorly produced, incredibly violent, shot in prisons in countries you couldn't pronounce.
This one was shot in '88. And we sold the master for 430,000 US. It wasn't hard at all. Just pay off prison guards and roll tape.
To understand this trend, you need to realize this coincided with the birth of the internet itself. What previously could only take place in back rooms was now flourishing in the new freedom of the World Wide Web.
You've got mail.
Oh, in '91, we shot 2 videos. Sergei was worried about after the wall came down. But it actually opened things up for us.
Oh, they were horrible, no question. But to a certain kind of collector, these tapes were highly sought after.
My name is Yusuf Sadeh. I'm a former Interpol agent. I led the task force trying to track down Mr. Kalimnik. The way we worked, typically, you do not look for the splash. You look for the ripples in the water. The ripples are easier to find. You find ripples, you can track back and maybe you get yourself a rock. With Kalimnik, there was a lot of ripples.
We were making more money than you can imagine from the US, Russia, all over Asia. But Sergei, he wanted to go bigger.
We had the tapes, the gulag tapes, which were being paid for in cash. We had reports from prison guards, all of them saying the same name, Kalimnik.
He had investors, people who believed in him, who said that he was meant for bigger things.
When you say bigger, you mean the battlegrounds?
Yes. The battlegrounds.
Our records indicate that the first official battleground was hosted in the summer of 1994. Combatants were pulled from prisons all across Eastern Europe. They would fight until one lone survivor remained. And where did they host this game? Kalimnik had the perfect place. The very same island where he had lost everything.
We got the people from anywhere. It was the '90s. So easy to make someone disappear. My uncle, he had an old C-130. We used that. We got the weapons through our smuggling contacts. We didn't know what we were doing, but we did it. I will never forget. It lasted 9 days. It was a nightmare. We had people trying to swim. They were hiding in trees. They were shooting at the cameras. And we didn't have no chip in those days. We had to fly a helicopter over with a sniper.
Every account we found paints this first battleground as a logistical disaster. Well, there's no question. It was a success. And there would be more.
It's one thing paying off the guards, but this. After that, I told Sergei I was out.
Then all of a sudden, this man vanishes. Poof! Disparu. In organized crime, when someone like Kalimnik disappears 10 out of 10 times, they have been taken out. But here's the thing. This man did not just disappear. This man was wiped clean. Financial records, checking accounts, all of it, gone. And right around this same time, we started hearing about these battlegrounds. We started getting reports of a game run in Mexico, in cartel territory. We were getting reports of people disappearing in Thailand, in Finland, in North Africa. The details were different, but the stories were all the same. And they all link back to one man. They do not call him Kalimnik. Now they call him the Russian.
A secret cabal of sociopaths running survival games all over the world. For years, I searched for proof and came up with nothing but rumors and speculation. Then in July 2020, the dam broke.
There had been leaks before, satellite photographs mostly, a witness account. But even the most optimistic of battleground truthers never thought we'd see actual footage from a battleground.
A hard drive was recovered containing what appeared to be video of a battleground on the island of Soniqs. It seemed to depict 4 combatants escaping. Warning, what you are about to see is extremely graphic.
Oh my God.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any.
Yeah, okay.
What you guys do upstairs.
Most people were disturbed by the content of the video. But for me and my colleagues, we found them disturbing for an entirely different reason. This was technology we had been developing at Tithonic Industries. They even mentioned it by name, the blue chip. Technology that could transmit data directly to the nervous system. Technology we were developing ourselves, that wasn't even on the market yet. You understand?
Tithonic Industries, a company formed in the 1970s under the auspices of extending human life. A company with seemingly unlimited resources and known ties to mercenary groups around the world.
I cannot tell you how many times I was laughed at in a staff meeting for even implying this might be real. The last time I tried to get some traction, my boss pulls me aside after the meeting. Agent Seder, he says, let's say this is real. Let's say there is a man who can do the things you are saying he can do. Buy these islands, make a cartel disappear, and no one says anything. Why in the hell would you want to find this man?
What did you say to that?
I said I needed to know why he's doing it.
I spoke up about it. Of course I did. I said I was concerned about what I saw. They eliminated my position the next day. When I went to the news media, they said it was a hoax and that the footage had been tampered with. Well, of course, because someone tried to hide their own digital fingerprints. No one would listen. No one cared.
The official position from Interpol is that, yes, the Soniqs tape is a deep fake.
Do you believe that?
All I can say is that the official position from Interpol is that the Soniqs tape is fake.
Live longer, live brighter, live better. But what if only 1 in 100 get to live at all? Could Tithonic be the secret investors behind Kalimnik's deadly games? I asked the CFO myself.
That was proven to be a hoax. Proven by who? By your company? By investigators that you hired with money that you made, selling chips and putting them in the back of people's heads? The breadcrumbs are out there, man, and I'm the big bad wolf scooping them up. Mr. Freaks, you're welcome to try.
The evidence is there. A trail that leads from one scared boy to a global crime syndicate. But there remains one key question. Why? Why would a highly profitable technology company invest in such an unspeakable enterprise?
Look, I have covered organized crime for 2 decades. Believe me, there's a lot of ways you can make money. Money laundering, arms dealing, but you do not do something like this for money.
Then why?
Why do people do anything? Because of love, because of greed, and because of faith. I think these people truly believe in what they are doing. That scares me more than anything.
After the first one, I was out. But Sergei, he had me come with him to deliver the footage to his investors. I'd done this all my life. But no luck. And they're waiting. I've got headlights in my eyes. I could barely see. And then I do. And they were all wearing masks. I thought I saw death cast in solid gold. I don't know who they are. I don't know why they're doing this. But I know that this is not the end game. All of this. This is just the beginning of something.
In the time since recording his interview, we've been unable to reach Alexei. Our thoughts are with you, sir, and we hope you're safe. Who were those masked figures? And what do they want? We don't know. Not yet. But I'm not giving up. Not as long as the answers are out there, and not as long as there still remain mysteries unknown.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. My name's Tavis. I am joined by Matchroom, and we are kicking off ESL PUBG Masters North America. Matt, Glad to be here. Let's talk briefly, I guess, about the format, what to expect, and then we'll get into the teams themselves. So first and foremost, qualifiers, that was the point system. We're on Most Chicken now.
Well, whenever we're moving forward, you guys should be used to this. Whenever we're looking through the group stages, we're going to have 3 different groups. 2 of them are going to play every single day, and that's going to rotate through. So we've got groups A and B today that are going to be playing it out. Then I believe tomorrow it's B and C, and then A and C after that. Whenever we're looking at it, you can see that the layout of the groups. So if you've been keeping an eye on what's going on in North America, a couple of these should stand out quite loud to you. Most notably, we've been seeing a lot coming out from Soniqs, and Dodge had themselves a good run. TSM, a lot of people have eyes on them, but Toffees, there's also a whole bunch of new teams showing up in this.
New teams, and they had to earn their way here. The top 10 teams came out of the sort of early group stages to get to this spot, and some of them had to fight tooth and nail. What, for instance, if they hadn't gotten second place with 14 kills in the last game of the day during qualifiers, they wouldn't even be here. So there's definitely going to be some teams to watch, some teams to shake it up. But we got teams, Matt, like 300. 300 came through the opens, but came through the opens versus absolutely obliterated and destroyed everything in front of them. I don't know how to sort of compare those two, but that's what they did. 300 was unstoppable. So, I'm excited to see them swinging with the big dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're going to be playing, I believe, tomorrow. So I'm going to be tuned in, keeping an eye on what's going on with them. I do have some of these teams, though, that I'm trying to get a feel for what's going through. And keep in mind, guys, some of these teams are pretty new. Prime example, Toffees and I were trying to figure out how to say Black Sheep Office earlier, which is going to have Mafi, KKG.
Their names, not the team.
Yeah, we've got, was it Koak and Kolpane Bay. That one's going to get me a few times as we go through there, but that's kind of the fun. I always love the open qualifier system because we always have new teams, new names, showing the fact that we've got new blood that's trying to rise up and make it into these later stages so that way they can show what they've got at ESL and then maybe in the next PCS.
I mean, it's about new blood as well as old blood getting a chance to shine. Now, for those of you guys, we've already sort of mentioned it. Let's go through that format. 6 games every day. The top 8 teams, after 3 days of play, they go to finals where they're going to meet the top 8 teams from Latin America to throw down for the best of the best. The top 16 go to the group stages of PCS 5. So that is to say, Matt, that even if you aren't sort of in the hunt for top 8 as we go into day 2 and 3, there's still an awful lot to play for when it comes down to getting that group stage direct for PCS 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're looking at this, regardless if you're new blood, old blood, like you're talking about, there's a lot of opportunities to come through here. You just have to make sure that you're keeping an eye on what your specific goal is at the time. And with the amount of opportunities that you have to move not only to the next stage of this, but also through PCS, there's a lot that's on the stake whenever we're looking at how we're moving through. And whenever we look at the fact that there's only 3 days and each one of these groups only plays twice, that's just going to add in a little bit more mounting pressure that these teams are going to have to compete for. In addition to all those placements, there's also money on the table, though, too, Toffees.
Let's take a look at the prizes that will be there as we get to sort of the grand final prize pool. You got to get through this stage to get there. But when you do, we've got 2 weeks of play. Obviously, the same system, different money payouts per week. And the overall highest money earner does get that bonus. They get crowned champion and they make a little bit of extra cash. Throw that up for me right now, CD, just to show what the reward is for the team that takes first place. They get to walk away with a nice little deposit in the bank account of a bonus, $5,000. But the real thing to focus on, Matt, I think right now is the PGC points. There's a lot of those on the board. We're going to show you what the valuation is, and it is higher than last time we got together for the ESL PUBG Masters because time is starting to run out. If you want to get to the big show, if you want to go to the World Championships, you got to get these little guys and you got to rack them up fast.
Exactly. Whenever we're looking at how everything's going to be playing out, every single new event is going to be an escalation in these PGC points. And the reason why is you want the teams that are hot, the teams that are doing really well right before the big world-style events in PGC. You want to make sure that they have an opportunity to go into that. Like if a new team forms and they're just absolutely dominating everything, you want to make sure that they have a chance. So as we see this, that means that more and more PGC points are going to be able on the table for people to be able to grab. But the big thing about it is we also have a lot of these teams, most notably Soniqs, that is sitting on a ton already. So if they can continue to claim these first place positions, it's just going to open up more and more opportunities as these points continue to rise for other teams trying to make their way to see.
I mean, the reality for them is that Soniqs, and they're playing, so we're going to watch them. You can take a look at all the teams that are going to be playing, but Soniqs are like the Scrooge McDuck North American PUBG. They're sitting pile of cash and PGC points, which is, I think, good news for everybody else to a certain extent, Matt, because if they're hoarding them, right, we still get the same amount of slots. So I guess that kind of means it leaves the door open for everyone else to sort of compile a little bit slower, maybe?
I mean, how many times do we talk about massive point eaters whenever we're talking about Sonics? Usually it's in-game whenever we're looking at the overall leaderboard, but the same rules apply to PGC points. Whenever they're gobbling up all the big points at number one, that means the fact that whenever we look a little bit further down into these other placements where teams are going to be trying to vie to get into PGC, it's going to get more and more tight, and therefore each event is just going to stagger up and be that much more pivotal for each one of these teams that's trying to make sure they make it to PGC.
All right, that's the overarching. Just so you guys, reminder, starting today, it's about the most chicken format. You got to get the chicken dinners if you want to advance. However, kills have been insanely impactful in events, Matchroom. They have not only been the tiebreaker, but the determiner on many, many instances. So obviously, we'll be tracking those on the scoreboard as well. But let's get into it. Let's talk about the 16 teams that take the field today. Not only the favorites, but also maybe the underdogs. So looking at those teams, we'll pull them back up in just a second. We talked about the Soniqs. Who else in this 16 has your interest? I won't say you expect great things necessarily, but who's interesting you?
There are so many different things that we could talk about at this stage. TSM, you know that there are a ton of people that have their eyes on TSM FTX. They're X shoot to kill, continued shoot to kill, however you want to say that with them. We know that this is a team that can succeed, specifically in North America, and with the dominance that we're seeing coming out from Soniqs, I know a lot of their fans are really rooting for them to step up and try to finally snap down Soniqs and maybe take that first place position. But also, Toffees, I gotta say, Dodge was really impressive at the last PCS.
Dodge looking great. I want to talk about some of these underdogs. A big one for me to keep an eye on, Matt, is what? You can see them down there. They came in as basically, I think it was second to last seed, if I'm remembering correctly. They had a hard time. Top 10 advanced. They were in 9th place. Going into yesterday, or the last day of play, I should say, they were in 7th with 37 points. They ended up finishing in 9th with 66, but a huge portion of that is because their final game of the day was 2nd place and 14 kills. So this is a team that literally made it to this level off of the back of that one do or die game. So here's my question for you, Matt. When you hear that, is that a positive or a negative? Because to me, it kind of says they've got the gumption, right? They've got the grit to throw the chips down when their back's against the wall? Or is it, man, you can't live on sort of the last game mentality. You got to get those points earlier.
I mean, that is the mixed bag, right? It says something about a team that on the last game that they can accomplish it, because it shows the fact that they have the wherewithal to be able to handle the stress of knowing the fact that they need to have their big game then. Also, it tends to invigorate teams and allow them to kind of move into the next stage with a little bit more confidence and allow them to have more capabilities so that they'll go for that win a little bit earlier, instead of what you often see happen inside of battle royals is somebody will play a little bit, I guess, more careful at the start, trying to aim for that. So it's really just a matter of, on the first time you go, okay, that's just showing the fact that you can get there. Then after that, it's got to be, can you continue to get there? Can you keep that momentum rolling? Other teams, though, I do have to say I've got my eyes at Evil Pandas.
Yes.
Guys, Evil Pandas, yes, the name for the team, a little bit new, but let's be real. We got Show, we got Oldless, we got Icy Flex, we got Corsac on there. A lot of people you guys know on it, so I'm going to have my eyes drawn on how they're going through. They're also, I guess, the newish gas cans, depending on how you want to talk about them. I find them to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think the gas cans are going to be great. You brought up the Evil Pandas. They came in 4th in the qualifiers round 3. They've got a great name pedigree, as you brought up, but I'm also really interested in Train to Go. Train to Go finished in 3rd place during those same rounds, and the names are a little less recognizable. We got Cater, Karam, Ronnie Cray, and Leaks. Like, these are not necessarily names that we've seen around the pro scene excessively that people are going to be super familiar with. And so to see a team, as you kind of brought up at the start of the show, Matt, that's got sort of that upward potential, that maybe this is the future of PUBG, that excites me to see them qualifying ahead of a team like Evil Pandas that, let's be honest. I mean, show Oldless, Icy Flex. I mean, these these guys are legit. So for them to come in ahead of them, I'm pretty excited to see what they bring now that the lobby, I mean, it's got gas cans, it's got Soniqs. Like it's got TSM FTX. Like, this is going to be wild.
Yeah, we're about to get into game right now, guys. Looks like the plane is up in the air, and that sucks because there's like 3 more teams I wanted to talk about, Toffee, so we might have to do that while we're moving into game.
Games, Matt. We got 6 games to talk about them.
But look, look, Space Station Gaming, you won my heart at PCS. You didn't get your chicken dinners, but come on, man. I got faith. You guys can do it this time around.
The dream is real. I gotta love those guys. We'll see what they can do, but like you said, the plane is in the air. Game number 1, day 1, match 1. This is groups A and B. My name's Toffees. Matchroom's next to me, and it's time to get into the action. Matt, I could not ask for a better plane to start this thing off.
Just directly through the middle, going in from the north down to the south. Pretty much everything is available for anybody that wants to go for it. See that what's making their push back over around Stolber. Keep in mind that there is Wildcard that is right next to them. They have almost the exact same color, if not the exact same color. Then you add just a little bit to the west. That's going to be Eternity. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult. So got a lot of red in this lobby, Toffees, and see how this is all going to stack up. Surprise, surprise. Soniqs going for directly in the middle of the map. Who would have guessed?
Sure, right? With great power comes great rewards. And if you watch any region anywhere in the world and you want to know instantaneously as a viewer, who is the team that everyone's worried about? Who is the team that they're scared of? It's the team that's dropping in Pachinki. It's the team that's dropping in Picado. What's that?
Georgia Pool. Looks like we might have a little bit of vision that's going on back and forth between the two. TSM known to go into South George, so a little bit of a look back and forth. And I think there we go. We're finally going to see the breakaway as everybody's going to go north, but the circle says, screw that. I'm going all the way to the south, and we're getting a military base game to kick off.
So, and that's, again, if you guys maybe you're new to PUBG, welcome, glad to have you here. You sometimes see that. The temptation is, it's a hot drop. But the reality is, when we talk about competitive PUBG, there are hard spawns, competitive esports car spawns, and a lot of them happen in that sort of triangle or the motor pool up there by Georgia Pool. Teams grabbed them and rotated. The problem, like you brought up there, Matt, ATC was like, we got some cars, let's go north. And then, well, that happened. And this is absolutely worst case scenario for ATC. I love the ATC guys, but I don't particularly find myself smitten with how they handle these log rotations to military.
Look, Space Station Gaming, I love you guys. I was just trying to give you some gas. But that color, boy, I cannot read anything that's going on with that like greenish and the white on top of each other. TTG, though, they've got themselves control over Novo, and that's going to be trained to go. One of our newer teams with a whole bunch of names you kind of new, all things considered. It's going to be Karam, Runny, Lex, and Cater.
Yeah, keep an eye on these guys. Like I said, we watched them over the last stages. They put up some big numbers. They had some good plays. And honestly, Novo's not a bad place to loot, Matt. I mean, the fact that you're coming in to the big leagues and you're getting yourself Novo as yes, rotations can be tricky out of here. That said, access to bridge, good access to cars, and let's be honest, the loot can be very strong once you've sort of mastered sort of the looting functionality. I don't know how to say it. The efficacy of looting quickly in Novo can be challenging, but once you've mastered it and your team knows where they're going, you can get in and out very quickly. So I like what they started with. I like how they're joining sort of the big leagues, and I honestly expect to see some big things out of these guys today.
Yeah, especially whenever the circle drops, that opens up a lot more opportunity for Novo, like you're talking about with the looting and everything along those lines. The complexity of how to maneuver through that area is one thing that you do have to get down. So I'm glad that you hit on that, Toffees. But let's take a quick look at Nightly as they're getting a little bit of vision on what's going on the other side of the bridge. I think that there's a little bit of a position hold up. A one member for Space Station Gaming looks like they're playing along the bridge front. That's not going to be enough to potentially stop multiple members of Nightly. They're starting to make their roll through. Through from around the side. Looks like they're going to get vision onto it. And now the question is going to come into play. How are Space Station Gaming going to play this? There's not even vision. They're down below the bridge right now. So if anything, there might be a little bit of a containment trap as the members for Space Station Gaming are kind of separated out. Roth is going to make it up to the top of this to get a little bit of vision on it. Is he going to take the shot? Looks like he is. Going to go ahead and connect for it. 74. Now the rest of the line is going to be set up right back here for Space Station Gaming to see if they can continue to follow through. But only one person shooting from this means the fact that it looks like Nightly knows how they're going to play it and instead make a run for the hillside.
Yeah, it was a shot in a prairie by Roth, a bit of porcupining or quilling, if you will. One of them hit and hit well. So kudos to him. That's going to make them very happy to sort of push away the other team. But, you know, again, no one wants to fight early. In fact, I was watching some of the replays from the last stages, and it was not uncommon to see 14 to 16 teams, Matt, going into the 4th, 5th, 6th circle. Like, teams understand that right now it is about managing loss, getting yourself into the late game so that you can go after that chicken with 4 up, because that's the name of the game. Number one, most important thing in PUBG is communication. Now, with the format and the power that the chicken holds, number 2 most important thing, getting 4 to the back end of the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of weakened teams come into the late game, or if you just really, it's all about the decision-making process, as we can see, and a lot of it is being risk-averse to the beginning of it. Even Soniqs, you can see, stopping, scouting a little bit before they make their forward move with everything that's going on. Looks like they already realized the fact that the bridge is going to be fairly open. Space Station Gaming still holding down the point, but it looks like they're full up defended in the compounds to the south of the bridge itself, so it's going to allow a little bit of an opportunity for Soniqs to come through. We did see that Dodge went ahead and made the mermaid crossing, jumping from the main island all the way across, swimming through that, but they're going to go ahead and get themselves a little bit of a beachfront positioning. We do see TTG is getting control over the antenna tower to the east. BSO looks like they're trying to scout out the bridge just a little bit, but the rest of the team, specifically up in the north, no rush at all. They realize the fact that the teams in the south have priority and are perfectly fine letting them go ahead and get their foot in the door first.
I respect it. Dodge paying homage to the start of the Summer Olympics by Michael Phelpsing it across the bay. That's what you do. Have a little swim race to celebrate the start. Excited about that. I hope you are too. Love me some Olympics. Said though, this is a much bigger deal. This is the ESL PUBG Matters. And these are the teams that are making a statement that not only are the best of the best in North America, but the world. All eyes have been on NA lately, due in large part, Matt, to Soniqs, and they're outside of maybe Virtus Pro, they seem to be one of the most consistent and strong and just intimidating teams in the world right now.
Jumping back to your Olympics thing, I can't help but wonder how many PUBG fans watch the Olympics as well, because the way that they're always like, oh my god, there's so much talking, please start game, casters press start game button. There's so much downtime in the Olympics. I'm willing to bet like maybe 2 people that are watching right now have ever watched the Olympics.
That's not true. There's nothing we love more than cheering for our countrymen.
It's true. Nations Cup does do well for us too.
I'm just saying, if they let the US Eurovision, the amount of viewership that it would just be wild. If you don't know what Eurovision is, y'all missing out. It is like a song contest that Europe came up with that is just wild. So maybe one day we get to play too. Now, speaking of playing too, Orion, we got Simply Matt, Dirty Zin, Skazka, and Hedonix here trying to make a play. Now, in the past, Matt, Orion has been a bit of a mixed bag, and so far, I don't think we've really seen the constellation align for them. They haven't really gotten their stars in a row. Does this seem like the lineup that can do it? Can they finally belt out some wins?
I don't know. Like, Orion is always that team that feels like they're almost there, but is missing something. They're lacking the X factor that really gets them together to really stabilize and let the wins or the team fight be in their favor. Like, whenever we look back over, it's just kind of the pre-prep. Like, whenever we look at how Soniqs is lined up right now, they are prepped. They already know that somebody's going to be coming across the bridge. They've got down low, taking a couple of shots. Nothing scary, all things considered. But the way it's going on, you can see every single team right now is being forced over to the west, around the head, and is having to wrap around. That's slowing down a lot of the rotations, and it's really forcing a lot of potential congestion and teams to start stacking along this. So while you can get around this hillside for now, if you try to go any further west, you're in a ton of trouble, as there's already a line of teams just set up, defended, and waiting to catch teams that are trying to rotate.
Now, as we watch this island get more and more, I'm going to give you an eye in the sky update. Eternity, who looted all the way up at Zarki, yet they are still starting to rotate by Jumbi, so we'll see if they can make it in. They'll do it with a lot of damage. TMFTX only just recently left Georgia and are racing the edge of the blue to get themselves to a very contested bridge. Soniqs look like they may be locking up, so keep an eye out. Will TSM take a boat or go ahead and push across a very dirty bridge? We updated on some of those late rotation from the helicopter. Traffic helicopter up here. There you go. Matt, this is just obviously from the traffic helicopter. ATC just got out of the blue.
Can we do the
I was trying.
Does that work for you? Does that work for you? Al, that sounds weird when I talk now.
All right, TSM FTX, we just about them. Fast rotation. They have made it down to the beach. Luke 12 doing a bit of scouting, making sure they're not getting pushed from behind, as well as looking at what's ahead. They seem to be looking for boats, potentially, as I see it down towards that ferry pier area, seeing if they have options besides taking the bridge, which we kind of have to, because I know that the Soniqs, it looks like this, have left 2 players back there to sort of keep an eye on things. But they're also, they've got on top of the mountain. We just saw them. That is a very bold 2-2 split, Matt.
Yeah, but with the way that Circle is shifting and Wildcard and TSM running in on each other, that could make for a little bit of a problem. And meanwhile, to the east, you can see we already have a little bit of a dust up that's starting to go on. It's going to be ATC getting vision on what's going on with what as they make their approach. 2 small skirmishes that could be breaking out at any given moment, while the rest of the teams are just trying to condense a little bit closer into the center area, which I believe is going to be the airfield itself. Is going to be the due center of the circle, pretty close to where the bunkers are at. So, see any trolls in chat, just going to go ahead and let what come through on the first part of it, take a couple of shots, a little bit of a swerve going around, and there we go. Marslick lines it up, and there is our first blood.
That's what you call the blue don't steal this kill, where you just go crazy and fire as many bullets as you can once they're down. That said, ATC did get a member of what? They've slowed down the secondary, the 4th member, I should say, in town. But now what gets to cross and control the bridge? So ATC, maybe a bit of a poison pill on that move.
While this is going on, I do want to point out that we do have Space Station Gaming that's making an abrupt reposition through here, and it looks like they could be bumping into Orion depending on how far they move forward. Looks like Civ might have an idea on what's going on here. Dirty is in, looking back through, a couple of shots going to connect, swerve through this one. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and embrace right into it, go for a couple of shots. It's going to be Seat Swash, 2 members already down. Space Station Gaming comes in with gusto and authority, taking 2 down, no losses. Well played.
Yo, maybe named after Star Space Station, right? These guys came in, they brought the heat, they have 4 up. As Orion lost 2 in that is absolutely wild, and that's SSG, Matt. They took some shots, and you could see the moment that them basically yelled "F this," and they just turned and ran right at them.
By the rules of science, are space stations or stars? I think that stars are stronger, right? But it's a space station's job to watch a star and decide when to go, right? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how that one plays through. While everything is going on, Wildcard did manage to get around TSM, but did stall TSM, who is now outside in the blue. Remember Eternity? They bumped into TSM a little while ago, and is also going to be making their way through and choose to cross the bridge around the same time. We've had a couple of small dust-ups, but nothing big just quite yet, as whenever we look to the southern area of military base, it does have a lot of opportunities for teams to post up around.
Yeah, and it's back and forth. We got some Tactical 8 versus the Evil Pandas. A bit of a 1-for-1. Both teams getting a knock, and all that's really going to do is kind of slow down the other team's ability to progress. They're in the circles. Neither need to commit to this fight, so I assume we'll sort of see them shoot and roll back a little bit. ATC has crossed the bridge. Worth noting, there was no camp. The guys from decided not to hold the bridge. They just moved through.
Oldless moves up. We got this knock onto T8 just a second ago, trying to make sure that they can get a little bit more out of it. Throwing the grenades down to reconnect. Richie's going to go down. Destinator's in a lot of trouble as well. Oldless looks like he's going to be maybe repositioning around, trying to use the ridge to flank around to this position. Destinator has to go for this res quite quickly. Richie B taking a lot of damage, bleeding out quite quickly. We am repositioning around onto this, trying to make sure he denies Oldless in any approach. That's going to be a kind of a Hail Mary grenade. I don't think that was going to have the range for it, but we do have EP slowly and steadily creeping forward. And I just realized their name is EP, man. Oh my God. They're going to rack up all the esports points, aren't they?
Oh, that's what EP stands for. Yeah, they will rack up all the esport points as they push across the road. I didn't think that they'd make the push, but the Pandas, they brook no talk back from Tactical 8, and they do bring the heat. You got to respect that Oldless coming over with those grenades, but it hasn't quite cleared up the problem. And now ATC is going to be coming in behind them, and EP could end up getting stuck here.
Yeah, this is going to get problematic. If EB wants to take this fight, they need to take it quickly. While there's been a lot going on. Oh, Steezy goes down. Oldless is just putting on a show from this position and absolutely harassing anything that T8's trying to accomplish from this position right now. So now, just 2 members up. How do TAC8 want to play this? They do have the capabilities to retreat, but they've got a 2-point position that they can play around. It's all going to be on ATC and how ATC opts into playing this. everything that's going to be going on. The blue should be closing here in just a few seconds. So it's going to be about how much more pressure this is going to apply and how ATC wants to play this.
All right, and we got a lot going on there. ETR, by the way, has finally made it in out of the blue as they've crossed the bridge. That's Eternity, not Eat the Rich. Easily mixed up, as they're going to come in here and find themselves a little bit of space. Wildcard, though, has taken the hill that Soniqs was on earlier, so they'll be holding some defense. Meanwhile, Tactical 8 and the Pandas still play a little bit of shuffle and dance, trying to find out who has a better position. But both teams, it feels like they're kind of just hurting each other to a point where neither's going to come out ahead.
Right along the edge of the zone, you can see the fact that we're going to have Wildcard posted up. ETR trying to make a little bit of a play. Looks like they're going to opt into going to the north, which is actually entirely open. Smart play coming up from them. A lot of knowledge on how that they want to make the move through this one. Evil Pandas, though. God, what are you doing to this lobby right now? They've got a lot of control based off of the position, the way that they're firing, but they still need to move. ATC is going to try to flank around through this, but EP looks like the fact that they've just decided they're going to go for as many kills as possible. What's just rolling down the hillside? Lissy's going to get a little bit of a position out of that one, but Corsic is just absolutely lighting him up. One more tap should be able to get it, but no, barely manages to make it back behind that building.
I'll tell you what, the Vikings used to sack villages. Evil Pandas core sack vehicle convoys. That's what they do. They take them out, they blow them up, they get the kills. I'm happy with what I've seen from the Pandas. I think they were unhappy with their performance, despite being pretty good. A bit of a slower start. They weren't happy with 300 running away with it in the last stage and want to make a statement here. And so far, Matt, for me, they're doing it.
They have to be careful, though, because T8 is repositioning all around. ATC, though, having to recover, try to get their meds back up as they took that damage just a moment ago. Looks like they're going to opt into going north, which should put them away from what and clear sight lines due to the buildings and the way that they're set up at the time. A little bit more of a fight as Richie B is going to spot out Oldest, finally take him down. Let's see if maybe we can get a res back into that. But EP was trying to move a little bit further to the north, and with this, now you can see ATC going to go ahead and find that easy path through there. A couple of damage going to be coming out, and it's going to be what that gets the side on it. TTG on the other side. Circle's going to shift back down to the south, and that is a lot of open space in the south office.
It's open space, but it's not the kind of open space you want, right? Like, it's open, and no one's in it because there's nowhere to go. So I'm curious to see how this goes. I think we'll see some teams sort of grab that new, I don't know, it's been a while now at this point, but sort of the new sandbags area. Just that's how long we've been casting this, Matt.
Look at SSG's positioning. They've got Keenan that's all the way over there in that front-facing position to BSO. Then they've got two to the east, and then one all the way to the south. They've got a lot of control over the circle at the time. TAC-8s, though, still just trying to make sure that they get a little bit more vengeance back on EP and see how EP plays this one out.
Be interesting to watch. I do love watching SSG sort of collapse and expansion. Soniqs set up on the other side of the mountain. They've been slowly making their way down towards the circle. I will say this, Soniqs been playing circle chase since they crossed the bridge. Curious to see how that pans out for them. So obviously all eyes on them at all times. As we check back in with Tactical 8, who had been in a running war for what feels like about 15 minutes now, Matt.
I mean, they haven't lost any more members since that initial skirmish, whenever they had the two that were trying to go for the res. So TAC-8 still has a lot of control, but they have to make a large move. Keep in mind, to the south of this, we still have Dodge and TTG that are all posted up right along the edge of the zone. I feel like EP has a read on this and realizing that they need to go pretty quickly, and they're all just going to hop inside the car, try to send it away, and that's going to leave TA all by their lonesome, but they're going to go ahead and get a little bit of parting damage into it. Oldless goes down, and that was a big problem with it. No! EP, that is the wrong time to hit that tree right there. They've got a ton of trouble.
Man.
They're taking a lot of damage out of this. Trying to get back into the car. Everything is going sideways, Rao. Literally the car taking down Corsack's going to be able to get ahead, but he is the number up, and in the end, TA managed to get their vengeance as Pandas is the first team eliminated.
And we'll jump over to Wildcard Gaming, try to fight against SSG, but SSG can use just SSG do. Zray and Esoc, the last ones up, as they do try to see if maybe they can get it back up and running, but I want to give a shout. T8 was being hunted by Evil Pandas, but ultimately weren't able to feed, and they got so the Pandas out in 16. But a team that was a question mark for me, 15th place. Oh, we gotta come back next. Station Gaming. Roth is here to play car, jumps out M Mini, and the guys from no SSG with us right now. Will they?
TS, very thick, close-range fight right now. Got control, but this is the way TSM likes it. Whenever TSM has control over the territory, their communication is so good. This is going to be so hard for ETR to try to figure out any way to make this work. Just look at all the different controlled firing lines right now that TSM has under. They've even got like throwables. You know TSM throwables, man. This is going to be very hard for ETR to do anything. Richie's just going to haul it right back behind this. It looks like Purdy and the rest of the crew are going to be able to get some control as T8 does go down. Circle is going to shift back over to the east, and yet again, favor SSG.
Yeah, well, and I want to see what TSM does. You brought it up. They're the kings of throw. Whether it's throwables or games, they're good at it. I want to see them as they come into this, coming through. I mean, we saw them in day one at PGC, man. It was frustrating. I need more. And now the fact that they're annihilating Eternity, that they're in a good spot, that they're rotating clean, this is the TSM FTX I want to see on day one, game one.
I like the control position that we can see coming up from Soniqs. They're running a little bit separated out and just trying to use a little bit of a ridge line right now. They do manage to take down Marsalek, and the way that that's set up with those gatehouses on opposite sides is going to make it a little bit more difficult. I think that there's only 2 members of ATC. Make that 1 up now as Marsalek does get flushed out. Now, BSO. Here's the question. You got yourself a bunker. It's in the center of the circle, pretty close, pretty controlled area. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to come after it. Specifically, military base proper is an absolute mess right now as everybody's trying to hightail it out of there. Thing is, can BSO defend this? Or are other teams going to try to assist them as they go? TSM, the first team to try to make the run through, no cap, trying to get a little bit of damage onto it, but it looks like TSM knows where they want to go, and it's going to be those oil there.
All right, so BSO does manage to take some damage there. Finna gets knocked by Winlow, and that will let everyone know, okay, BSO's in the bunker. Let them have what is there. They're smartly spread out around that area, so they've got some good spots, some good vision. I like where Cap is right now, but you know what? That circle's closing, and they have a big open area to cross. So while that was a cool spot once upon a time, now it's hustle and go. Gas trying to make the rotations. The Soniqs have triumphed against adversity, Matchroom. They had a very hard rotation getting here that involved driving through the playing field, getting through the last-ditch wall, and making it here while teams like Cap and Gas shot at them.
They still got to go again, though. They have just a stopover point, so they're going to have to get their way forward. Knightley is making a little bit of a press back into the position where we saw a wild card who's right along the edge of the zone as well. Knightley is going to have vision on the way the reposition is going to come from Soniqs. Trying to harass right now, but it's going to be Penta coming up yet again. This boy sitting on 4 kills right now. Purdy gets knocked down. Greg Shot's doing a little bit of a dance around the outside of this one. Looks like Luke has a read on half through. Kind of bouncing through, and he looks a little bit of damage.
What?
There we go. Hands go down, and TSM should be able to recover.
Jump shot. Yeah, these guys are. I think it was actually Alo that finished that. However, it looked super cool. Cool cans. Gas cans knew they had to push. They tried a little split shimmy work. It didn't. It is what it is. Killing TM is a lot harder than it sounds. No cap. Retaliative. Sigsy trying to hold the line, but he can't. The smoke. Any service as the boom goes to the car. And now we'll jump over to add it. Fight off. Sneak attack, guys, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, wild card, here's what's going on. Are they going to try to end this one? Moving forward, T-Sock absolutely destroy them. Throwable range, definitely an option right now. Thrown into one smoke, toss it into the other one, and here comes the grenade rain down on top of him. Gray Show taking a lot of damage. Tops coming out as well. Knightley, man, weather the storm. 1 member up. Looks like they do manage on the other side of it, but now pincered between 2 points. You can see Wildcard trying to get the distance away from Space Stage Gaming. Navigating the smoke, trying to use it to their advantage. Bouncing around. Looks like Zealot is going to be able to get into a little bit of a position, but patiently waiting for Knightley. Gonna spot it out. Watch the team get wiped, and now realizes No Cap is the threat on the other side.
Yeah, but you know what? Thank goodness for No Cap in that situation, right? Because he was definitely sandwiched. He was in a tough spot, had no information, and No Cap wiping Knightley, let him know where they were. That was a big deal. What? H-Win?
I'm going to say that's Mime's fault. I think that he stepped in front of that shot. That's always what ends up happening.
And then
see, everybody always wants to blame. Oh, no, but then H-Win goes down from TSM. Oh, Soniqs. That one's going to hurt a little bit. TSM, though, still holding down control of that oil derrick, but BSO in the thick of a fight back into the... Well, I say that. Never mind. they're stacked on top of each other.
Yeah,
I just looked on the mini map and saw it's bunker stuff. Don't worry, they're not fighting.
Topsies, bottomsies. It is what it is. Cap and WC though, the face-off is coming because WC's got to get in. SSG though holds that sort of for each shred of wheat northeast side where they are, so they might get caught in a bit of a sandwich. Guess them. They got to 7, rotate hard, but I'll tell you what, TSMX is going to put a little feather in their cap. The team that eliminates Soniqs gets a little bit of bragging right, a docio, if you will, and team's a team. And I think maybe things take a little more love.
Let's see how this is going to play out. TSM in a strong position right now, but Wildcard realizing they've got to move forward. Minox, though, gets the first drop, and a follow-up's going to be coming out from Addit. Dre looking back, last one up for his squad, going up against No Cap, going to get spotted out. And No Cap managing to walk away with 6 kills and now have a bit of control over this area. But it's the strongest of areas to have.
One stepped in, and No Cap at it. Start tally as they take yet another one. Cap feeling pretty good about their situation. Down to 2, but you know what? Kills. They're the tiebreaker. They've been a determiner match from. This is going to be a very big deal as we talk about who advances to the finals, who's it to the group stages of the next CS, and who just goes home. Their wounds getting ready for the next open. The kill No Cap is putting on the board. Great for them, gonna be impact, and honestly, it feels good to see Addict and Menox kicking in that 1-2. These guys, when they're off firing on all cylinders, are a very duo.
So right now, we've kind of a line, that ridge that's to the south of TSM's positioning. You're going to be where Space Station's lined up. Everybody to the north of that area is going to be TSM, SO, and I believe it's going to be TT that are all going to be stacked up around each other. Yes, indeed it is. So with the way that this is all lined up at the time, that means that Space Station Gaming is going to have a little bit easier movement unless No Cap actually harasses them terribly. With the way that we see the circle shift, though, that means the fact that the North Toe fight is going to be where everything's going to be going on. So No Cap, SSG are the 2 teams that have to move. And with the split positioning coming out from TSM, 2 of their members are already safe. It's just the other 2 members and how they're going to try to cross over.
Man, oh man, that circle is going to be absolutely brutal. TSM has a tall order, but I kind of like it, Matt. They've got the lockup and they've got the sort of external watch, right? You can make sure anybody rotating in or crashing is caught off guard by you. Maybe even leave them out there. Maybe they just lay in the grass, but we'll find out. Whoa. Space Station Gaming getting involved.
Space Station Roth coming in, just deciding to make the play off of that one. Doesn't go down, takes a lot of, does manage to get a positional off of it. But do note that TSM could have a little bit of vision off to the side of it. And there we go, it's going to be TTG. He's going to go ahead and get the shot into him. Now Space Station Gaming has to reconsider yet again as it's going to be No Cap doing a little bit of harassment back behind it. But it looks like Sharpshot's going to have the read on what's going on as it's going to be Alo and Purdy that double up to take down Addit. Now just one member of No Cap to the south as Space Station Gaming says, all right, what are we going to try to do? It looks like they might be trying to rescue. And yeah, Civ is trying to defend the teammate, but he goes down. And now it is just Sharpshot who's got to try to figure out. Going to go for the res, but this is going to be hazardous. He goes down too. TSM, they have themselves a strong control point. And man, we know whenever TSM gets a strong control point late game, that's bad for a lot of other teams.
He went for the res, then he saw the bullet bounce off the pan. And before he could turn and get away, down he goes. SSG done. Let's take a look at who's left. We've got 1 member of Cap, TTG, BSO, and TSM. And I'm curious to see how BSO does coming out of this pit. Because TSM FTX, 11 kills, 6 on Penta, and now an elimination of No Cap. These guys are starting out with pure fire.
Here, and look at this. The only other 2 teams are stacked up on top of each other and are going to potentially have to contest. There is a world where somehow they manage to separate away from each other and don't fight. Highest likelihood, though, these 2 teams are going to have to clash up against each other, and that's going to allow more opportunity for TSM. TSM is doing the math. They've kind of realized this. They're going ahead and regrouping a little bit more, but you can see BSO, while they have managed to make it into the later stages, they don't have a lot of control nor vision in what's going on. TTG on the top has a little bit of a better idea, but BSO is only really looking at the blue zone right now and has no idea what's going on to the west.
I find it interesting that BSO's got everyone inside. I assume that they were pushed down there by train to go on a crash of some. BSO does have the advantage of, like, they wait a little while longer, but the reality, like you said, Matt, TSM has the entire south. They've got the road berm. They've got the wall. They've got guard towers to slowly work out of. They even have an Alo crawling through the last ditch and going into he's literally going to be closest to circle, closest to dot. This is wild, and I don't know how anybody else wins. This seems already like it's TSM's game. in the bag.
Well, it
I'm going
comes
to call
down
it
sometimes.
TSM in the bag.
I mean, it's a pretty high likelihood right now. There is some weird world where both of these teams instead decide to focus on TSM. That doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Instead, there are a couple of vehicles. BSO looks like they might try to make the run out, but really it's that game of chicken. Which team is going to try to move first? I like that Train to Go is trying to use some geometry here, bounce it off the crates, bounce it off the boxes. But they've got the vision up on top. That is a ton of damage.
Nice.
One member already down. KKG, nowhere to go. Oh, spinning out a little bit while trying to get through. The smoke's going to provide a little bit more cover. Reloads as well. So TTG now really caught up looking at TSM, but BSO is just going to gun it across. TSM is just looking straight into this and harassing every step of the way. Into gets a vision onto another one. TTG takes down yet again, and so now it is just one member driving around BSO trying to find somewhere to go, and there are no options, and then there are two teams left. Woo! TSM fortified up, and TTG, how you going to sneak your way through this one?
Good on you, BSO, for trying, but I'll tell you what, those cars started, the first knock happened, and TSM heard dinner bells ringing because dinner rolled up in front of them. They got a few extra points, and now Train to Go. I hope they trained for this because it's time to go across that street, but Alo is way low, and he is waiting for him.
Luke goes down to the zone right now due to lack of positioning coming through at the time. TTG is doing a good job of trying to control the territories as they move forward. With the smokes coming out, there is an opportunity to reposition around this. Karen was trying to do that, but TTG, realizing the fact that they don't have too many more options, they at least have managed to neutralize it a little bit. But 15 freaking kills for TSM right now. Yeah. Halfway decent chance that it's going to be at least 7. Gator repositioning around, trying to use the smoke. Lost a teammate over here just a second ago, but looks like he manages to kind of creep his way through this one. And it's going to be a wall-to-wall battle right now, Toffees.
Absolutely. The Iron Man of PUBG putting in some serious work as they pop it off. Alo gets some nice little shots here. TTG is just counting on smoke and dreams as Purdy gets those throwables lined up. They know where the blue is. That means they know where TTG is. The first one down, and now it's just one left.
There we go. It's just like pool right now. They're just rolling him down into the pocket. Gator's trying to live, but it's going to be just a matter of time. And there we go. 17 kills for TSM to take the first round.
Absolutely wild. 2,400 damage, 10 assists. Most of the kills just going down that pipeline. TSM FX came to play. Guys looked like future kings, and they did not have an easy matchup. They came all the way from Georgia Pole. They showed up late. They pushed out of the blue, and then they just nuked everyone.
And there you go, guys. Whenever everybody's like, why does TSM wait until like the later circles to rotate whenever they have to make a military base move? That's why. They can plan out, realize how they're going to make their approach. And let's go back to whenever they were having to fight around, I guess, the oil cans and stuff like that, the oil barrels that were around inside a military base, and how just beautiful handled that whole fight was. Whenever TSM is just moving and just vibing, they are a beauty to watch. And I gotta say, 17 kill victory off the get-go, that's going to be scary for a couple of these other teams, as now TSM is going to have some momentum moving into the next round.
They're going to have momentum, but if I know the Soniqs, they're not cool with it. So let's see what happens. Yep. We got game number 2 just a few minutes away. My name's Toffees. That's Matchroom. This is the ESL PUBG Masters. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to ESL PUBG Masters North America. My name is Tom, joined by Matchroom. Put the Matchroom over there. And while you may not have heard us, we heard you. Everyone's been running around. Audio should be up and running where it needs to be for the next 5 games. So we listen. We're into it. Matchroom, let's get into the leaderboard.
Yep, everything will be fine moving forward, guys. Hopefully we are out we were before. Yes, I essentially did that. I don't know how well that played, but I think it was pretty solid.
Well, I think
TSM, number 1. Who would have thought? Getting the victory, walking away with the chicken dinner, and 17 freaking kills. Trying to go in second place with, well, I should say, tied up with No Cap and Space Station Gaming. Placements being the deciders between.
Yo, you know what? So I grew up in Hawaii, and we get like cockroaches everywhere. And like, so you'll go out at night, and you'll start walking. You'll just hear like crunch. You absolutely just destroy these like colonies of just bugs scattered on the ground. That's what it must have been like to be TM in this match. I feel like every step took, they were just absolutely crushing everybody else under nonstop. 17 kills to start this thing is absolutely wild. And the king of Penta, 8 kills. This is this guy, Matt, starting all the way back at PGC. He came up under so much pressure, has been turned into a freaking diamond.
At this point, Penta's got to change his name because he never walks away with just 5 kills. It's always more than that. Back behind him, Roth, Space Station Gaming, a good performance coming out from them. Gascan's Greg Shot getting in the thick of it, as well as Nightly Esports, Sneak Attack, and Minox and No Cap. We saw the hold coming out from Minox, but Greg Shot and Sneak Attack, we might need to keep an eye on what's going on with those guys in the future rounds as we move forward. But is it finally hanging? Is TSM going to rise to the top 5, take down Soniqs? Because that feels like that's a rivalry for the ages in North America right now.
Absolutely. TSM FTX, big brand, big sponsor, big numbers, but let's give love to SSG. They came out and they played their game match, and we saw them take to fight the other teams. They did not play passive. They made it into sort of that final sort of end game scenario, and unfortunately just got caught trying to come over the top of a hill, couldn't get their reses, and had a tough shift to deal with, you know. That said, though, this is the SSG I wanted to see come out in game 1. A SSG not afraid to play.
Just 2 teams in our top 5 damage. It's Roth, Alo, Penta, Luke 12, and Sharpshot. That should show the amount of control these 2 teams, specifically in the late game and the way that they played it. Whenever we saw a TSM make that reposition to really just harass everybody that was holding down those dual guard towers, or I guess gatekeep positions, depending on how you want to call it. Gatekeeping is always a weird point because sometimes people gatekeepers, I don't know. But in addition to that, Space Station Gaming holding down the top, and I want to see more of this from both of these teams. The dominance that we saw coming out from TSM, we know this team can play that way. Whenever we look at SSG, we know this is a strong team. But just with everything that's been going on, we just haven't seen them be able to walk away with the chicken dinners. And if anything, I feel like we're off to a great start.
Also, imagine the damage Luke 12 would have had if he hadn't sacrificed himself to the blue in order to make the end game more fair, which I respect him doing. He was like, okay, I'll stay back here. I'll go down. Let's make it a 3-3. Let's see how it goes. TSM came out on top. You see the leaderboards there. That's a story that I expect to continue, but I want to point out the number 2 team, Matchroom, a team that I said at the start of this thing, I'm excited to watch, train to go, comes out throwing, not afraid of fisticuffs, only 6 kills, but hey, that's the second highest in the lobby, and they make second place. That was a great play by them.
Does the TTG logo remind you of the Team Gates logo? Because whenever I look at it, that's what I just keep thinking. For whatever reason, while we're looking at the logos, whenever a fight's going on, it's going to take me a second to reposition away from that and not go, Team Gates? And my eyebrow keeps raising up there. But Evil Pandas had themselves a strong set of plays. And again, I like the confidence and firepower that they were bringing in the earlier stages of this round.
It's true, but I will also say this, and this is not to take anything away from them, but the reality is we watched Evil Pandas for a very long time in constant fights throughout a large portion of that match, and they still only came away with 4 kills and then died in what I could only describe as a Laurel and Hardy or Three Stooges routine with that car.
Yeah, the car hitting the tree or whatever it was that it hit, and then sliding down and knocking a member.
And then someone jumping out, and then trying to jump back in, and then knocking their own man. Like,
that's
that
a
was
panic.
wild.
That's a panic moment, and those are the small things that will cost you. But I do believe that Evil Pandas, if they're going to be a strong team, and I don't think that we're going to face the same issues with that. But it sounds like, Toffees, we are ready to move into game number 2. So let's go ahead and take a quick look how the map and everything is shaking up.
Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's game number 2 in the ESL PUBG Masters North America Day 1 Groups A versus B. Throwing down, if you're just joining us, FTX TSM gave a master's class on how to rotate halfway across the map and still raffle stomp the entire field. With this plane, most drops are still on the board. Let's see, can they do it again? Do you think, Matt, that TSM FTX or FTX TSM goes back to back?
It would be beautiful to see, especially with the fact that we know that whenever we talk about the system that TSM has been and the hurdles that they have had, I want to say mentally, but I just guess on social media with the most chicken net. So it would be great to see them figuring out what was going on and taking those chicken dinners in the last round and really being able to take it towards Soniqs, who has been just quite dominant in North America so far. I want it to be at least 2 or 3 dog race instead of just Soniqs for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big day for 2 teams, though, because this is the only day TSM, FTX, and Soniqs will be meeting during these stages, during the group stages. So both of those teams, I think, storied past, well-known within the North American community. I think FTX TSM would prefer to be considered the number 1 team in North America. So here's a chance to really stake a claim in these 6 games. And to be honest, Matt, I genuinely believe not every team thrives on bragging rights, but I think both of these teams care very deeply about how they do compared to the other.
Ooh, Circle's going to go a little bit northwest this time, but it looks like we've got a little bit of contention going on for these vehicles. Minok's going to go and get himself a Bison to take some shots. TSM is to the west of ATC's positioning, so a little bit of a mix-up, but keep in mind, TSM's going to go to the north. That's what they do every single time. ATC is going to go ahead and go around the other side of Everest, so while we did get a couple of shots come out, that's going to be about all she wrote for everything. Gascan's the only team to go down to Military Base Island as well.
It's not a start to a game of PUBG unless ATC gets in a carfuffle. Second game in a row, they have a little bit of another one, but they get away, and now they rejoice. The Angels are singing as they can rotate to North Georgia Pole and beyond and know for a fact that no one is going to be on that north side with them. They can loot and grab themselves a pole position, which could be big news for them. On the other side of the coin, and maybe the same coin because it's good news for them too, TSM FTX is now not only coming off an amazing win, but they've got the circle. They can loot, scoot, and boogie to a great spot, maybe Cube, maybe Crossroads. They can lock up something very powerful early and control the map.
Yeah, this is the thing with TSM. We know the fact that they like to rotate later, so that way they can come in right as the circle's popping, and they don't really have to stop and worry about being contested in these early drop locations. Whenever they have circle control like this, I would love to see how they're going to handle that. Are they going to opt into continuing looting, or are they going to go for a strong point and opt into an early defense? This is one of those things that I love to see whenever the circle drops on teams, like most notably them and Soniqs, because the Soniqs tends to move quite early as well, which is the opposite side of how TSM wants to play with their later rotation. So all these little factors kind of queue up into the decision-making process of PUBG, and to see how these top teams handle it is so beautiful to watch. Speaking of Soniqs rotating early, there we go.
Right, speaking of top teams and top players, let's take a look at Prime Time, Mime Time, as he makes his transition. Looking very, very good. Soniqs getting across.
So with this, now it looks like they're going to get themselves a little bit of a control position to play from on the other side of Everest right now. It looks like they're going to stop through on that. They're going to see ATC still rolling up the hillside there. Norcus is going to be able to cross his way up there, do a little bit of a climb. EP going to go ahead and get the position just to the southeast of where we just saw Soniqs making their stop. But do note the fact that there are 2 Soniqs positionals right now as they're running a 2-2 split, and really EP is right smack dab between the 2 of them.
All right, take a little bit of a pop back over. EP, this will be an interesting team to keep an eye on. They did well in the group stages. Like I said, the last game was a mixed bag, Matt. I'll leave it at that. They had some aggressive play, but they also sort of looked like a little bit lazy bears. Look after sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say Panda. They're not always super energetic. They like to take naps. It's early game, come out swinging, and then rest for a little while.
Sounds
this
like
time
me
they're coming in a little bit lazier, so they're gonna save their energy for the late game, right?
No, I understand that completely. I commit to the first 6 steps. After that, it's all walk. All right, let's take a look at the rotations. Tactical 8 goes ahead and grabs themselves a nice little spot here. They're able to watch the bridge and the rotation. That's a nice grab early on. I'm a little bit curious. TSM FTX is still looting while a lot of the map has chosen to rotate early, because you got to remember, Matt, plane was very south of where this circle is. So a lot of teams had a long way to go, and looks like they've sort of prioritized quick movement and placement over good loot necessarily.
And I think that's the way to play this. Whenever you're talking about control and the factors and the way that this circle is lined up, what should be noted is, if we could see the map real quick, everybody is to the south, kind of playing that ridge that drops into the Badlands, and that's about it. There's only BSO that's to the, I guess, the northwest of this. It's almost just like half the circle most of the teams are trying to cram themselves into just along that ridge line.
I mean, that's, to be honest, that's been the name of the game to a certain extent. How many PUBG players can we cram into a circle 4? And then all hell breaks loose, right? It's like, you ever play Sardines when you were younger? I haven't played it as an adult because I can only hide there by myself. Did you play Sardines?
I actually have no idea what game you're talking about.
Okay, so it's
so my life.
So it's hide and seek, okay? But instead of like finding people and they're out, when one person hides and everyone looks for them, and when you find them, you gotta hide with them. And then the last person to find the group is the loser, right? So, like, let's say you hide in a trash can and there's 6 people playing. Next thing you know, there's 5 of you talking to a trash can, or 4, hoping that you get found by the last guy. A little bit, it feels kind of like what we're seeing in PUBG in those, like, sort of phase 3s. We saw that in the last round with, 2 or 3 teams stuffed into a very area. Everyone's sort of content to force the fight until the storm makes them. And I'm curious, as the games get tougher and the teams get more aggressive, will that continue? Or we start to see less and less games where 15 teams go into phase 5?
BSO manages to find themselves the freest of positions that look like it was going to cost them their... And you can see they're still a little nervous about it. But that is a very strong position to play. But there are a ton of teams trading around this point right now. Most notably, they do have a rush coming in roughly the same time. Keep in mind, looking at this, we're still talking about that line. I don't think that we have any teams right now that look like they're choosing to and play North George, any of the area that's north of the river, kind of cuts through Rozhok, and we don't have anybody playing the Badlands. It's still everybody committing to that southwest, 50% of the circle.
I think that's just because the cross, like the chokehold, is pretty high because of the way the circle laid. Oh, second.
Oh, at it. Is he playing sneaky ninja moves? I hope that nobody will come in. Oh, gotta be careful. Make too much noise. Wait for somebody to show themselves. There's only 2 members here, so I might be able to sneak out and get one. Oh, stepping. Oh, he looked the wrong way. He didn't see them. The opportunity was there, but Lamp had the read on it. And there you go. Good, throwing a grenade.
Left, right, left. Nobody looks right first when you cross the street, right? You look left, right, left. Yeah. Oh, brutal. Dodge gets in, and now Retaliative is alone and surrounded as he doesn't have options, as you can see. It wasn't even his team. Tig just comes in and does the dirty.
No cap, this is rough, to say the least. Now you're kind of trapped in this, and you got Soniqs on one side. The members are kind of in a defendable position right now, so they're just going to be content to let this one go. They are luckily fairly entered up right now, but everything's kind of calming down, and you're starting to strength of these fields coming into play. And here we go, talking about with the way that ridge line's kind of posted up. You can see that TTG and I guess what the only teams that are playing to that northeastern area. Now then, as we're going to see the rest of the position, if it does the circle go back that's going to be a ton of chaos. It's a rough way to rotate through this one. Is the bridges are going to make a little bit of a problem, the Badlands are going to make a problem, and Everest and Georgia. So if the circle does go that way, it's either going to be fun or terrible, depending on your...
Be in a nutshell, Matcham. That's isn't that, I mean, that's just it, right? Like every time, every game I've ever played, it's like, well, guys, if the circle goes, it's gonna stink. But hey,
you don't realize
this way.
Yeah, people don't realize the reason I always like evil circles is I had to condition my for it. Doesn't matter wherever I went, the circle would always opposite side wherever I went. So now I'm just like, oh, look, now we just have a fun circle. See, I mentally conditioned that they're better that way because I get to fight more, right?
TSM,
buildings.
right? Well, TSM would like to sit in building. Going to. They've got a good split. Is a bold split. Very wild card between them. So that'll be interesting to sort of keep an eye on. ATC, a big split. You can see Norcus on the low ground with Super, but the rest of his team is up on top of Everest. So they're doing a bit of an overwatch to control that area. And I think the issue is maybe half of ATC got out before Orion showed up and the other half didn't. So we're going to see how that plays out. BSO, Orion, oh wow, ATC, all of them right on top of each other. And Norcus opens it up with a dirty Zed knock.
Yeah, get ready. This is going to be a mess around Everest right now. We've got BSO, Orion trying to make their rotation, ATC lined up. What's going to have to make some type of move? EP is already going to go ahead and rotate through this. Everybody's going to be playing south of the river because the fact that they know most likely the circle is going to pop away from it whenever we look at the water factors coming into play. The south looks like it could be a little bit more contested as No Cap going to cross a little bit further north into this. Not a lot of options for their rotation, but should be able to squeeze right in between Soniqs and EP's positioning right now. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and send it right into the ruins. And if you only got 2 members up, that could be an option. Orion narrowly dodging out T8 as they're making the rotation as well.
Oh, Orion, Tactical 8 tries to make a nice little play here. Orion just over the hill. Hedonix is hiding behind the car, but the nades are queued. They're coming out. Hedonix, not a lot of options. Nades in every perceivable distance. Down he goes, but the cavalry has arrived. He's coming in on the high seat. Gets the cold knock and the run over. Simply Matt is simply insane.
I love it, Matt. That's what we want to see go down. Come in with some confidence and say, no, you cannot take down my teammates. And just the authority he came into that with is so just beautiful to see. He realized the fact that he had control over that and just had the confidence in himself to go for the play. TAC 8's other 2 members now really forced up into a defendable position right now and cannot move too much. Luckily, in good position depending on how the circles go. ATC making that move you were talking about beforehand, cutting right in between the thick of everything that we were looking at and might be eyeing the same position where we see No Cap playing it.
I can't wait to see it. There is a lot of teams sort of stuffing into ruins. We'll see exactly how this one plays out. We're in phase 2, so do keep in mind that there's no guarantee that we move away from water until not the next one, the one after. That's phase 4. So a lot of teams are throwing their eggs in the south of the river basket, but we know there's only 2 things that are sure in life, right, Matt? Death and taxes. And I've recently learned that I can't even count on people paying their taxes. So I definitely cannot count on the circle being south of the river 100%.
I mean, there is the gamble play. If somebody's feeling real frisky and realize the fact that they don't have an option, maybe they can go for it. And it looks like what might be the team that opts into trying to accomplish that. Nightly Esports, I mean, to be fair, when you're driving in the middle of the fields, sometimes little bumps come out of nowhere, and no, I don't have anything. Luckily, you got a teammate there to protect you. So, should be able to rotate through just fine.
Oh, that's a wall. So they're going to move through. SSG does have the sort of external house over here. They've got some good prio location. I don't know that NE's got a lot of options. They're trying to go for the peak, and literally, in the brief moment that he peaked, Sharp Shot almost completely eradicated him, landing 3 shots. That is how threatening Space Station Gaming is. They do not have a forgiveness factor. If you peek them, you are risking everything.
Okay, I've got to say, when we look at Space Station Gaming, they're not walking away with the chicken dinners. But by God, they are an influencing factor in so many games. Look at the last game. They didn't get the win in it, but they were influencing so many of the rotations, so much of the control of the South. They are constantly involved in pivotal moments of games. And whenever they can walk away the victor, they can make it into the later stages of the game. But I just want to see them be able to make it into the very end of the game and walk away with that chicken dinner fight.
I want to point out the amazing game sense. He parked that UAZ right there in front of the door. Intention being it can blow up because he has a motorcycle pointed at the back door and the rest of his team is north. So by parking it there, he not only gives himself cover, but the guys coming out, NE, is going to have to be worried about him still being there until the blue closes. So it's going to slow them down. Very, very nice play. We'll go back. Oh, go ahead.
Soniqs are trying to defend up right now as EP looks like they're going to go ahead and send it into it. Just 2 members of the Soniqs lined up and trying to defend and doing a beautiful job. The other 2 members trying to make their way through this one, and it looks like they're going to be able to regroup in just a moment. Still playing in the high ground position back behind it. 2 members and now down coming in for EP. They're trying to make the rotation. Circle does pop. Favors Everest's side, so Shrimzy's going to get a little bit of vision as well. Show's going to take some damage, and this is a strong defense from the 2-man squad of Soniqs right now.
EP stacked up as the Soniqs go out on a hard flex left
God.
and right. They want to come aggressive. EP's just trying to decide who's going for the res. Meanwhile, the Soniqs are just trying to decide whom gets to feed on the delicious kills. EP does get a knock on Shrimsy. That's a big deal. Opens the door, but Tiggleton is waiting. Down goes another Panda as Tig decides to push in and try to get the res. Win, tossing out the frags, tossing out the flashes. Soniqs are not slowing down.
They are just standing in the middle of that field with no worries. Finally grouping back in. More grenades gonna roll in. Oldless is trying to get away from this one, the last one up, but he has got a massive numbers disadvantage. And there you go, guys. That's why you're scared of the Soniqs.
Woohoo, man. Oh, meanwhile, we got Gas pushing in on SSG. Civ and Keenan down right out of the gate. Hikerman putting in work, but Penta has returned the flavor. We've got lots of bodies on the ground, but the reality is SSG is suffering. One man left. Hikerman trying to get the pre-fire around the corner. Gets it. SSG is down, and Hikerman is in the secret lair.
I tried to give SSG some gas, and instead, gas cans just roll through and take it all for themselves to fill up their cans. Meanwhile, ATC going to be rolling in right back behind him. Adam takes a face full of damage. Looks like Marcelet can't quite get the knock onto the side angle for this. So now you can see Greg Shot going to go down. Melon's got himself a pretty interesting little position with kind of cover whenever we look through the tubes and the way that they're set up. But Melon has goals. But it's going to be Soniqs again with the side flank right into ATC. Spraying in, getting that little bit more control. The 2-2 coming up big for Soniqs and stopping everything that ATC was trying to pull out there.
I wish I had comms because I feel like I might hear Soniqs giggling as they are just causing trouble for everyone. Gats and ATC thought they had a cool, sort of team versus team thing building, and Soniqs came in, poked him a few times, and then bounced.
What's going on over here? Look at this. We've got Nightly, we've got TTG, we've got No Cap. Everybody stacked up. There's a ton of smoke coming through. This is a ruins mess. It is not inside the safe zone, and these guys know that they need to continue to hoof it. But the high ground advantage where Soniqs has been playing from is going to make it a little bit more difficult. So ETR also going to be joining into this party just a little bit, and there's not a lot of options on how to navigate this. You've got to listen into every single footstep as you go, listen in for any shots, and try to use that to figure out the way that you want to make your play through. But it's going to be Lex trained to go, has a nice position, and it's going to be very far to the north of everything that's going on and can potentially stall, but Lex is not in safe zone and needs to make the way west.
The problem is Nightly Esports is lumped up in here. Cap does manage to come in, but only for a brief moment as Krayshow knocks out both Menox and Sigsy, locking up their little slice of heaven for the moment. TTG still trying to find their way in. As you brought up, we don't know if they're going to pull it off. No leaks just yet. Up on top of Everest, however, we got Wildcard versus BSO. Wildcard trying to make the push up here. They've got 4 men alive. BSO a little less seasoned. We'll see how they handle this situation as Zealot takes the push, goes to the left, gets the burn, goes for the follow-up shot. Man goes prone, takes more fire. There's one, there's two. Zealot putting in work. They've got 2 men down, one more player of BSO to clear out on top of this hill.
This is just clinical coming out from Wildcard right now. They're navigating this so beautifully. They know exactly where the last member is. It's just a bait and switch around. Finally, one of them goes down, but here comes the follow-up.
What a
T-Sox gonna go ahead and
rescue.
support. There we go. Should be able to get the res quite easily. Meanwhile, though, it looks like there's going to be a new contender for the top of this as another team that's making an approach onto Everest. But back into Ruins, you can see it's still messy. Nightly trying to make a little bit more of a play as a sneak attack, the last one up, and living up to his name. Peeking around these angles and finding the sneakiest of approaches.
It's a 1v1 as TTG tries to slide past Nightly Esports. League's trying to see if he can't find Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack about to come around the corner. He's taking fire from somewhere else, so he's going to stop in hell. Leaks actually waits on the blue line, knowing Sneak Attack is going to have to run around this way. The question is, how long will he wait? He decides to turn his back. That might have been the wrong time, Leaks. Sneak Attack still playing it slow. Looks like he may just admit his fate as the blue closes, and Leaks somehow goes from an untenable position to surviving the kerfuffle in the ruin. So he will advance. Wildcard, I want to give them a shout out on top of that Everest. They played that so beautifully, Matt. When that knock came out, they did not hesitate. They supported their own teammates. It was amazing to watch them clear and an ode to their teamwork. But it's not over because they also have to re-clear Everest. Another team is up there with them. So we'll keep you updated on how that fight goes as well.
TTG still also needs to move forward. They have Eternity and T8 that's holding up. What was the team that came up into Everest to hold it down? But everything has stopped for just a second while we're waiting for the new circle to pop and should show itself in a second. Now we've got the positioning over there, so it means the fact that where we can see ATC, Gas Cans, Orion, and 2 members of Soniqs in a strong position. Now, how can the last member of Train to go and navigate this? Moving back over, looks like going to try to creep over into ETR's vision side. Soniqs already making the approach, might be a little bit of a distraction. And at the exact same moment, we're also going to see T8 making their move. Soniqs have the high ground and are looking down into the mess of everything that's going on. But ETR is the strong team, trying to survive their way through this, but they don't have a lot of options. Any way that they try to walk their way up this hillside, there is going to be a Soniqs member waiting.
All right, the push comes through. Nightly does go down. Sneak attack finally eliminated. Soniqs trying to maintain this high ground position. They were very aggressive early on, but maybe that spread has cost them a little too much information give out as the circle has moved away from them. So they're going to have to slide in while still fending off the crowd from the ruins. Win definitely up to the challenge with that SLR. ETR down inside the pit. Leak still trying to find out how he stays alive as he's got Tactical 8 and ETR as well as the Overwatch of Soniqs to deal with.
Oh, looks like Steezy knows what's up. Never mind. Gonna go ahead and go down there as it's gonna be TTG gonna go and take down Steel, but Real's position goes down. Stack 8 still just trying to get a little bit more as they know that they've got a position around the safe zone, but it's gonna be Soniqs also repositioning around, but Vexel finding the angle onto Steezy to take him down, and that's gonna be more and more problematic because it's just gonna be wee him up. And you can see this is a dangerous run. Trying to cross through there, gets spotted out, goes down, and that's gonna be Mime that gets the vision onto it. Now, ETR. You're still alive, but you've got yourself a problem. You're going to have to cross back up that hillside, but with T8 going down, they may have the opportunity to go up this little bit of a lip, but I think that Soniqs already repositioned and has vision on it. Back over to the Everest fight, though. TSM looks like they're assaulting the hillside as well, and now we've got Wildcard as well as What, all trying to fight around this position.
I would ask what's on Everest, but I think Wildcard is very aware as Blissey sees both TSM FTX and the guys from Wildcard between them and Survival. Wildcard no longer an issue as they get caught between the TSM and What sandwich. What falling backwards. Alo does not have brakes on his car. He's the kind of guy that takes the brakes off his bike because forward is how he lives.
The way that they're moving through this one, they have control of the low ground where they've got Purdy playing that position. Penta being the front man right now and trying to scout it out just a little bit more. Very aware the team is on the other side of this one, but it's going to be TSM that's playing right along the edge and trying to find the angle to work with. They know that What's going to be in playing that position, but there we go. Victus trying to creep up around the side, gets a big play out of that one and takes one of the members down. That does reveal his position, though, but here comes a little bit more of aggression coming out from Wet side. Just throwing everything they've got up the hillside, but a little bit too far. Not going to be enough to really harass Penta's position. But this is trying to creep around the side of it. Blissey looks like he has a little bit of information, tries to pop up, but there we go. One member down for What. It's going to be about how Blissey wants to play this one and running up the hillside. Very aware somebody should be taking damage from that grenade. Creeps back around, trying to dance through, but the throwables coming out so strong from TSM. Does manage to get the flush, and it's going to be What that is playing this so well and so controlled.
Patron going to go ahead and try to get his play up here. He's got that Molly. He's going to lock out the left side and try to force TSM to come up over the top of the rocks, but the throwables are there. Alo and the boys unloading to buy themselves some foot forward. I can tell you what, TSM FTX not happy with what they've had to lose to get What off the top of this hill. Can they stop the bleeding? Can they get away with 2 up or any up as they go for What? What dodges the shot, ultimately goes down. Alo with a nice spray down. Patron has dropped. He gets time to heal, but it's hurting him. There it is.
Comes at a cost, but TSM does get the high ground for now. Question comes into play is where they go next. While all of the skirmish was going on in Everest, that means that nobody was looking down from Everest to stop any of these rotations. Orion's managed to get into a good position, but we still have Gas Cans and ATC. Remember that thing that was going on a long time ago? They're still not friends, but it's going to be Gas Cans that has to move forward, and ATC is just holding the line against them.
ATC has finally pushed the fight up against the Gas Cans. The Gas Cans do have to back off. Hikerman will go ahead and get Adam back up and running. So they've got some nades. 3 members left up, or 4, I'm sorry, from ATC. Still trying to put that work in. Though, it is going to be tough. They are fortunate enough to have the circle. So all they have to do is sort of keep poking gas and keep them from coming in. Meanwhile, Eternity goes down to Soniqs, who are still playing bold ridge lines. Hoenn has been just man mode peaking nonstop.
They're just swarming around this low position. Nobody can move. They keep moving between about 5 different points, and every single time they hear a sound, be it a car, a gunshot, they swarm that direction, harass a little bit, retreat. It's a very run-and-gun strategy that's paying off big for them. They've got a controlled territory right now that is most of the east. Really, it's just Orion that's to the north. But with this, they've managed to contain an ATC and gas cans, not allowing them to move at all. Really, it's just the remnants of TSM and Orion that Soniqs have to contend against right now. And it's going to be TSM's Alo that's just hopping in a vehicle and sending it right into the middle of everything. Soniqs, though, very aware that the threat is going to be ATC and gas cans, but side angles coming through, they realize where Orion is, and simply, Matt, you had yourself a big play earlier. This time you're going to go down and should be able to be never mind. It's going to be a couple of assistant shots going in, and he's just going to go ahead and get taken down. So with this, where the gunshots go, so do Soniqs.
Soniqs 100% just holding their section of the map, controlling the circle. TSM, FTX doing a great job of making the most of what they have, but 2 in the late game, not their optimal drive. Any trolls in the chat still has 4 up, the only team besides Soniqs, and they have to hold off the gas cans, but the Soniqs have been flocking like sharks smelling blood in the water. They know that ATC is there and want to get them when they start to move. That said, the circle pops. Soniqs will have to rotate significantly farther and are going to start that early. So that may open the door for ATC to try to get out of there because the Soniqs are leaving. Uh-oh.
Oh, ATC's got to be very careful off of this one. Gas can still coming in. I see what you're trying to do with that pan out there. If you can manage to connect onto it, I would be so proud of you. Nice throw on the Molotov, though. Gas can's getting a little bit more space. Inch by inch, they're creeping forward, trying to get a little bit more out of this. Adam navigating a very dangerous position, and you can see the throwables coming in, but not getting the work in that they so desperately want. I can go for a little bit of a peek around and look at the Molotovs and the control that's coming in to slow down everything. Gas can's just having to creep forward. Finally gets a vision, spraying right through the doorway. Command gets 1. Has to be careful, though. Peeks back around the window, but here comes some side shots off to the side. This one making it a little bit more difficult. Command, how are you going to play it now? Last one up. Been a valiant defense right now. Spots out yet again. Going for the spray, and here it comes. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Soniqs walked up to the north and decided to get control over Orion, and that leaves us with 3 teams up.
So Soniqs smacks Ryan. Gas cans are held off by ATC, but it cost them so much. You could argue the gas cans Maraca them, and they don't have a lot of chances to get back in this because they got to travel to the fight. TSM and Soniqs decide to go head-to-head for the moment. Shrimsy would love nothing more than to hold off TSM and force them to maybe rotate backwards into ATC. Luke 12 and Alo, though, that is a 1-2 punch of serious trouble. That said, ATC looks like they may be, I thought they were headed towards TSM, but they decided to go the other way.
Yeah, this is ATC very much realizing there's no good options to work with right now. They're just kind of rolling through. They have a vehicle that they can maybe use for a shield. Go to the crate, maybe? Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a vehicle fortress right on the edge of the zone. Problem with it is it's TSM and Soniqs. I don't think that they're going to let that vehicle be too mobile after this.
Hey, ATC, would you like to hang out in a pit of venomous steaks or a pit of scorpions? It's your choice. Enjoy. And they got to figure out what they're going to do.
Look at it this way. We're so kind to you.
So they do have the choice. Hopefully they go north because TSM might be a little bit of an easier thing to deal with than 4 strong Soniqs. But we said that would happen. Soniqs was not cool with TSM getting the win in the first game, and they're in a good spot to win this one. But importantly, Matt, TSM, FTX is still here in the top 3. These guys are not taking no for an answer.
And should be noted, Luke 12 is in throwable range. And if there's one thing we know about TSM, they can pump out some throwables from this point. ATC is the X factor in everything that's going on right now. So with the way that the circle is lined up, they have to move again. Melon's already got that forefront position, should be able to play from the safe zone right there. The other members are going to have to move, but Soniqs very aware of the close threat right now. They have an eye on what's going on with ATC, but they're kind of content to let them chill off that area. Yeah. They're more concerned about how TSM might be making an approach across this road.
Yeah, I mean, TSM burnt through most of their throwables with what ever happened up on top of Everest, and that's why they're having to play this very, very slow. Lots of smokes, but they don't have the ordnance they normally go into the late game with. Soniqs, totally comfortable, exactly in their sort of style right now. As you can see, Win with that SLR, just making sure everyone stays back, making distance, keeping heads down so that players like Mime can sort of move to the front, take that tip of the spear position, and look for those knocks.
The way that Soniqs moves, like, guys, go back and just watch the map on this game. They are just constantly fluxing around to different points, tagging in, communicating. That's the whole way that this strategy works, is each one has to be calling out every single motion, any action that they see. Tig spots out Melon, takes a couple of shots, and the instant reposition with the other members to try to focus in and see if they can support. While all this is going on, H1's just kind of that secondary shot placement. They can kind of bounce between the different positions. Two members focused in on TSM's duo to the north, H1 bouncing between it depending on how the threats go, and Tig holding down to the south. Meanwhile, looks like TSM is trying to get a little bit more grouped off of this. They do have a vehicle to work with. Make a quick reposition around that one. They have to be so careful. Vehicle rolls out into the blue. Grenade's going to come through. Luke 12 goes down. Alo's at half life. Not a lot of options to work with. Molotov looks like it's going to get real close to positioning and might be a problem for Alo as this moves forward. So now we are in this last circle positioning, and everything's going to be collapsing down into the center where there's a crate that could provide a little bit of cover as we move forward. But H1 still keeping an eye onto ATC, waiting for them to make some type of move. It's everybody playing against the edge, and Soniqs just bouncing between each fight.
ATC happy to watch this happen, like Rose on the wood plank, just saying, okay, you guys take care of it. We're going to last a little longer. TSM doing what they can to stay alive, but the blue is closing. The bullets are raining, and their end is here. Soniqs 4 alive with control of the north
ATC.
side of the circle and momentum.
ATC, what you got right now, trying to move through the smokes a little bit. It's going to be a forward step into it. Super spots out Tig. That could be big for him. Melon goes down inside of this as well. Creeping back over, trying to use the crate just a touch. H1 trying to move forward. Just 2 members up for the Soniqs right now. Mime coming in very low on life. H1 down to about half. On the other side of this, just 1 member, Norkis, up for any trolls in chat. Just spraying into smoke, seeing if maybe he can connect into anything. Maybe get some more flushes. Try to spot out anything that's moving around. Does get some vision onto it. Tries to continue going forward. And we are now in a 1v1. H1 creeping through the smoke right now. Finally spots it out. There we go. 18 kills. Gonna go ahead and try to outdo TSM. Walking away with yet another round win for Soniqs.
What is this world? We're TSM. FTX gets the first game with, what was it, 17 kills. Soniqs goes, I'll hold my beer. I was going to say that. They say it. They come out. They get 18 kills. And do we live in a world where TSM FTX gets 19 in game number 3 matchup?
I hope so. That would be a beautiful world to live in. So with this, though, there's so many factors in that. And I got to say, again, Soniqs, that whole game was so freaking beautiful to watch.
They continue to show us why they are such a dominant force on the world stage. That said, we brought it up in the last game. This is the only day during this series that TSM FTX and the Soniqs get to butt heads, and both teams seem to be taking it very seriously. This is just day number 1. That was game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 3 in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters in North America. My name is Toffees. I am joined by, did I get it right this time? Matchroom. There he is. Not the llama, the Matchroom. All right.
Did I point it right?
We are getting ready for game number 3. The first 2 games were wild, and 2 teams completely dominated each of them respectively, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we often what was it? Was it the 16K club that we had back in the NPL?
Yep,
Every single time we saw 16 kills, we were like, wow, that was a huge game for this team.
Yeah.
Then we just see, hey, these 2 rounds back to back were huge performances for 2 of the biggest teams in North America. Now the question goes, is this going to continue to be a 2-horse game, or are we going to see another team rise up and be able to rack up the same amount of kills? Because let's be honest, that is really, really hard.
It was massive, but I do want to give the flowers to TSM that they deserve. They not only got a massive game 1, Soniqs answered the call. And Soniqs came back, throwing punches, swinging like Tyson, but ultimately, TSM still got third with a good kill count. So that's what I like out of TSM. This is the TSM that I feel, and you can hate me for saying this, wasn't showing up at PCS when we were in Los Angeles. They weren't doing that thing where when they don't win, they are still putting big points on the board. They're still rotating effectively, moving into the late game with a strong presence. I feel like we weren't getting as much of that, and whatever changes they've made, or maybe just coming in feeling hot and spicy after a bit of a break, it's working. So far, I know it's only James, Matt. I know I shouldn't get that excited right now, but they look hot.
Well, let's be real. You were talking about it several times. This is the day that we get Soniqs and TSM against each other.
Yes.
The other days, they're in 2 different groups, so it's going to be a little bit more separation. So this is a big day because these 2 teams, whichever one can get the lead right now, gives them a little bit more capabilities whenever the other one is in their own lobby, separated away, to try to rack up some more chicken dinners. So every single time you can try to stack one together, it's going to be huge. And do note the fact that that is not fully updated, because we do have 2 chicken dinners. There we go.
That was
TSM still at the top of it with those 25 kills. The Soniqs picked up most of their kills just in that last round.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yes, the kills are a big deal. Chicken dinners are the biggest deal, but it's cluck, cluck, boom, as TSM and Soniqs collectively have got more kills. I haven't done the math, and I'm bad at math, but I'm pretty sure combined they have more than almost the rest of the top 10 or something close to it. Like, that is crazy. Just like it's crazy that it's time for game number 3, Matt.
I've got my eyes on gas cans. They've been able to scrounge up. They've been in some bad positions, but they've managed to make sure to rack up kills whenever they can, because you've been talking about Toffees. Being able to walk away with as many kills as possible has led to the tiebreaker repeatedly.
True.
Whenever we look at the last week of the last PCS, not necessarily the case, because that was more of a chicken dinner race. But most of the time, whenever looking at the most chicken rule, kills become a huge factor for placement in the later stages of the event.
Especially if you see sort of what we saw in the last stage, a team like 300 racking up chicken dinners. If we see TSM and Soniqs continue this lambasting, this basting, if you will, that means kills are even more important when we get to the bottom of this leaderboard, because a lot of those chickens are going to get sucked up at the top.
I don't know if you baste chickens or not. I'm not that much of a cook, but I know you are.
You
baste turkeys, but still, it's a damn good joke, and I give it to you. Okay?
Thank you. I do what I can.
We'll mix up for cars right now, looks like, so a little bit calm.
Oh, is it another carfuffle with the ATC? No, they got away scot-clean on that one. Oh, well. Let's see where...
I love you, giving Zarky some love. Thank you.
Yes, you know what? What does what they have to? Wow. Okay, Gas.
Military base circle. I mean, at this point, do you just call that an ocean circle? Because most of it is ocean.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. It doesn't, to be blunt, Matt, if it was centered on Sosnovka, it's just about the same deal, right? Like, the teams will still pack into the same amount of territory. The only question you have to ask yourself, is there a chance that there's a chaos shift north, and that every team makes that move to Sosnovka, and that it links itself back up towards Gatka? Will it? Yeah, I don't know. Probably not, but you never know.
Well, I was saying the fact that I had my eyes on gas cans. Well, you guys just got yourself a beautiful circle to work your way around. So now, what can they do with it? They haven't been able to pick up the chicken dinner, and let's be real, they have 9 kills right now, putting them in 3rd place. But it is a hefty gap in between them and the 19 that Soniqs have in 2nd place. We saw the fact that Wildcard, not too afraid to make early or any type of rotations, really, they proxy out to a lot of different spots, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and hit the West Coast right now.
Yeah, I like these quick rotations. You asked what can Gas do with their spot. I think that they'll do a lot. If nothing else, they should be able to get themselves into a top 5 or 6 position. Hopefully they move early. One of the things I do see happen sometimes on military circles is the military team stays sort of inside the military loot cycle a little too long, but we're already seeing the gas cans sort of move out and take sort of the crossroads compounds and lock up some better spots. So I like that proactivity we're seeing out of them. TSM looks like they are rotating faster. Last time we saw a military circle 2 games ago, Matt, TSM was barely ahead of the blue and rotating in very, very late. This is a very different rotation for them. Last time they won. So you got to wonder, change up of strategy, will it work?
I think it's good to not be too predictable in PUBG, though, because you see that happen a lot, that you just start to get an idea on how things are going to be moving forward. So with this, an early, hey, style points, man. Write it, you can write it. You can, Ryan, I thought that they could have done it. Man, although, let's be real.
Titanium spine.
Respect. That's the best we can do, but I still wish that we could give style points for different things that happen throughout this. I do want to note, with the way that the circle is set up, whenever you guys look at the map, realize that Novo is not inside the safe zone, so that means that TTG is going to have to move, and the Eastern Bridge is not inside the safe zone either. That leads to a very weird situation where you don't really assume that there is a bridge camp, but if a team does opt to do it, it's a beautiful surprise.
Yeah.
And it means the fact that a lot of teams could opt into going to the Eastern Bridge or just taking the ferry, whichever way you want to do it. But I just got to keep an eye out for a potential mess or brew that could happen over there.
Dodge, by the way, Dodge Phelpsing again, as they went ahead and sent that scout in the form of Vegas off of the ferry. He did the first swim, so he'll take landfall, and then the rest of Dodge will come across from the new harbor area. You brought up TTK coming out of Nova. We'll see what happens. Like, they'll probably go to the south. We'll be pretty comfortable. But now TSM, with that earlier rotation, is actually going to walk into wildcard, Matt.
And Primorsk, of all places, wildcard firmly defended up right now. Looks like Zealot has an idea on how Alo is going to be making the approach here. That is a beautiful peak angle right now and should be able to predict it. Oh, but the flash hits him, lines up. Alo's going to do a little bit of a dance around, does spout out Draven, realizing the fact that it's a 2v1 situation, spots him out, makes it a 1v1 situation, going for the flush, has to be careful, has an approach on the left side, reads it, listens into the footsteps, and yet again, Alo, the close range king, living up to his name, aware that another enemy's coming up back behind him, completely surrounded right now, still navigating it through. Who needs a full squad right now whenever you've got Alo and everybody coming to him?
That is incredible. Alo going to try to go up against Maji next. Can anyone stop him? Luke actually takes out T-Sock, and now it's just down to 1 member left. Alo loses the fight, crawls for a little bit of safety. Immediately Purdy jumps off the stairs and says, "We got to help him, guys." Luke 12 tries to come in. Maji does get the flush. That's going to be a low moment for TSM, but a high in terms of how well they took down this wildcard trap. Wildcard was looking for the same boats that TSM was, and Alo came in and just laid them out.
I mean, it does come with the cost of Alo, but let's be real. Whenever we saw that lineup, it looked bad for TSM, but they had the read on it, and they had the firepower with their backs against the wall to find a beautiful way to play through that one. Maji's still doing a little bit of harassment, so we might see the rest of TSM close in on them. Yep, looks like he's been spotted out. Quick spray going through. Penta lines up. There it goes. Penta takes some damage, but now Primorsk, definitely TSM territory.
Woo! TSM comes in hot. Alo took a 3v1 for lack of a better definition. And you talk about trades, right? Get a trade. That's all I can ask of you. He got far more than that and hurt Maji, locked him into a spot that the rest of TSM could easily sort of figure out how to push. Beautiful play by Alo and the rest of TSM. Let's jump over to their arch rivals. It's the Soniqs. They've crossed the bridge, and they now have the town completely uncontested.
BSO looks like they set up a little bit of a trap to the east, trying to spring it on T8. A couple of members for BSO kind of ahead of the T8 squad, and also Richie B having to hop out of his vehicle, looks like. Gonna go ahead and get spotted. Lots of damage coming to him, but does manage to make it safety, but gets spotted through the double up window. Oh, he thought he denied vision there, but position coming up from Mafi is going to be big. Going to try to go for the flush onto that one. ETR is to the east of this as well. Looks like they have stopped as they heard the firefight, but William is also going to try to make his way back over here to see if he can protect Richie, but I think realizes the fact that BSO is already committing resources to this position, instead going to come in a little bit slower and see if maybe they can get some vengeance on another team member from BSO as they rotate around.
Mothme drove over there just to confirm the flush. He has no concerns, but absolute death to Tactical 8. Now, Tactical 8 trying to make their counter rotation. You can see Steezy trying to get down towards the bridge. We have seen this mix up a couple of times today as too many teams and not enough transitions into the military side of things. So we'll see how this continues. Tactical 8 is circling back around to help Detonator out.
What is happening? What is happening, Toughies?
Well, they're fighting.
This is so weird. This is so weird, though, with the setup of how T8 is kind of bouncing around and BSO and how they're counter moving around these positions. Yeah. I mean, it's very peculiar, especially whenever you count in the fact that this isn't a beneficial point. This is all just for kill points at the time.
Yeah, I mean, T8 wants to take the fight to him. This is battlegrounds, not straddle grounds. You win by getting aggressive. T8 wants some points on the board. That's what they're going to do. They're leaving no Detonator behind as he locks up the stairwell, tries to slow down the top push. Wow, I love Weemu. I'm gonna call him Weemu for the rest of my life. Detonator jumps out while flaming and now has the doorway locked up. They're going to come out and try to get that pre-fire on him, I think. But Detonator, he's got his team backing him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's good counter moves around, kind of. There we go. Weemu finally lines into it. Kolpanabe there coming in, getting a little bit of counter shots going on. Got the AK, good at that range to try to harass a little bit, but Winlow off to the other side. No clear sight lines on exactly what is going on at the time. So this is just very back and forth, stalled out fight whenever these guys one of them needs to move. Because keep in mind, we still have Orion that's going to be coming up and ATC along this path. They're probably just going to drive by and be like, I want nothing about what's happening in this position.
BSO got the res, Matt. They should just fade away. They have the space, they have the rotation, they have the vehicles behind the hill. They can just say sometimes temperance is a better part of valor and walk away from this fight. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
The commitment just to try to take down Detonator is going to be a problem, and Detonator is continuing. Like, Tactical 8 is managing to make this as painful as possible for BSO. They are committed into this as well, but T8 can't leave. They don't want to leave Detonator behind, and even if they were to make it into a vehicle with the height of that building, they're going to have vision. Like, BSO can harass them. So it's all about BSO to be the team that's like, I'm done with this, and finally step away. T8 has no opportunities with it. Now, do note, ATC, here's what's going on, and has stopped to the north, trying to figure out what the hell is happening, and if they want to get involved.
Right? I mean, at this point, you just kind of like, why is this happening? We're so far from the circle. And BSO does come in, gets Detonator down finally, but it's taken so much work. Weemu now trying to hold off that left side. He takes a lot of damage, though, down to 3. The blue tick. Is he going to get it off in time? He does. He manages to stay up, but it ain't by much, and it's just a bandy. He's going to hold that push and hopefully take someone with him as he's in some serious trouble. Steezy does put in some work. Kolpen goes down. And now Steezy gets that left side peek. He heard William go down, and now he's trying to play defense.
Playing right along the wall on both sides. There we go. TAC-8 finally goes down, but guess what, BSO? A new contender approaches as ATC has hopped in the vehicles. They're going to run by. Orion also heard the firefight, I believe, or at least saw ATC and opted into stopping. And this has just become a full-on logjam traffic situation over here as everybody's had to stop and figure out what is going on and trying to make their move through. I think that finally it's starting to open up a little bit as ATC is going to pass through this. What's in the Navy position, and finally we do have the circle that's going to be going towards military base. Orion's going to have to contend with whatever is going on in this position, as I don't even see BSO moving yet.
ATC made the right call. ATC said nope. They just drove on by. That's the way to do it. Get to the circle, man. And they're going to. TSM FTX has taken the ridge line as they're up here on Pride Rock 2.0. They are getting a little bit of some looks from the team who's got the compound down inside Nightly Esports. Purdy trying to rotate around the rocks just a little bit and is going to catch a little bit of vision of, I'll be honest, I cannot read that logo from here as they rotate to the other side of the map. Who is that?
I think it's what? It's that lime green on it. Yeah. It is
what's going on this beach?
What manages to make it around TSM?
Nice.
Who manages to make it around TSM?
No, what's up?
Orion manages to make it around BSO. Kind of?
Kind of?
Winlow goes for the shots. Gotta have to reload. Here is
No,
now
they're
Orion.
stopping.
No, Orion, don't stop. If you stop, it will never end.
What is even this world? Like BSO has been at war in the blue for, I mean, it's almost closed on the next circle. This is wild that they're still continuing to do this, and that Orion felt like they had to stop. I mean, why not just let them drive by, BSO?
I don't know. Maybe once their vehicles, Dirty Zin's looking at several, so there should be some fine back here. Orion has the resources to work with, because keep in mind, that fight's been going on so long. Yeah, it's an early circle. It doesn't hurt bad, but with it going on that long, that is a problem. And I like this. TSM realizes they do not have the circle. Instead of trying to fight their way through everything that's going on, reposition, hop in a boat, and just go to a different spot. And don't have to worry about fighting your way through. Instead, just be worried about whoever might be defending the beachhead. Orion gets a couple of members past, but Dirty's in kind of trapped back there in the BSO wall.
It's, yeah, whatever. It's like watching, I don't know. Sometimes you watch these fights in the blue and you're like, what's the point, you know? It's like whoever wins this is still completely borked. So, is what it is. Let's go over to a winner. TSM FTX, they are making bold rotations. Remember, they were clocked up on that west side ridge line and decided to rotate away, but it's going to take them right past the house the Soniqs built.
And they could have vision on this. I don't know what the way that they're lined up. Use that little bit of the stairwell on the bridge there. Tiggleton's going to have vision. And let's be honest, if you don't want anybody shooting at you from this position, it's going to be Tig. That is a ton of damage going into TSM. They're trying to do a little bit of abrasive maneuver, but there's not a lot of options. Now, Shrimzy's on the other side of it. TSM is trying to hold it together, but that is a lot of damage being just rained on top of them. Finally, they get a little bit of distance and looks like they might be able to stabilize. Gotta make it out to the a little bit further, and gotta jump out. Boat's taking too much, but they could be able to swim away from this. And yep, looks like they're gonna do a little bit of a nosedive around it and should be fine. I don't know. It really depends on how much Soniqs want to harass this at this stage, because Penta is low on life.
What's the over-under on Soniqs getting in their cars and just driving down the coast parallel to them?
Well, with the way that the circle has popped, they need to move, and going east is not the worst idea.
There's the mime. Leave it to prime time to get a little wild. Shrimzy checking out the boat says, all right, guys, it's officially sunk. Now it's time to dig out the swimmers. We'll see if they manage to make it happen. What is going on? They're just sort of surviving right now, taking some fire, I think, from No Cap up on top of the hill, locking them out. Oh, no, they're locked out. So No Cap basically held the hill till the blue closed, kept What locked up down below, and now will fade away as What just takes damage. It's that avoidable damage. It just stinks, right? Keeping a team in the blue, you start to burn your utility. It's just not great.
Before anybody is just like, lol, TSM rotation, all that mess that's going on with No Cap and everybody rotating, that's what TSM got in the boat to avoid. Yeah. They were the ones right along that western wall, you know, the cliff facing that goes down, and they were going to have to mess with all these people. Instead, they only have to mess with one team. Unfortunately, that one team is the Soniqs that is shooting at them every single time they go for air. Almost all the other teams are rotating to the south. It does look like BSO was trying to make it inside of the safe zone. That's what you get, BSO. You finally stepped out of the blue, and Space Station Gaming was waiting for them in a similar trap. And
the sacrifice to the water gods.
Yeah.
Purdy
The idea was good, though.
It was. You know, Soniqs did it, though. They didn't even have to drive down the coast. They're just like, let's just get the scopes out. They're going to we know where they're going. And they end TSM. So Soniqs going to be happy that they were the ones to do the deed, as they can now waltz into a circle that is completely uncontested near them. Not uncontested, though, are the gas cans, as they go head-to-head with Train to Go. And Train to Go drops the ball when it comes to these guys.
Circle's going to pop, and it's going to go right into the military base itself, the proper. It's going to have most of it in play. We're going to have the hills to the north, and we're also going to have a smidgen of the wall to the south there. Gas cans with a lot of vision on what's going on, but keep in mind, they do have Nightly that's pretty close to them, and Soniqs, they're starting to stretch their legs, and looks like they might be opting into playing the hills that are going to be kind of to the northeast of that position. With everything that's going on, it looks like most teams have kind of settled down. Moffany, the last one up for BSO, looks like he's going to run right into the middle of No Cap, and that's going to probably be his life in just 1 second. Yep, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and get spotted out there, and then it looks like we're starting to get a little bit more stabilization, as Orion is one of the teams that's going to have to approach into this as well. Soniqs don't stop in the hillside. Instead, no, they're going to head right into military base proper.
This is there is a lot of boldness in this play by the Soniqs, but that is what the Soniqs do. Look at the amount of players on the south inside of the military base. Very much like half of the circle has almost the entire concentration of players right now, and chaos will eventually ensue. As we see Hikerman try to get a burn down, but No Cap's pathing very nice.
I mean, given how dangerous a position this was to play, trying to make it around and through, they're doing their best, but yeah, this is getting hazardous the longer it goes on. Minox doesn't have a lot of options to really work with. More grenades coming in from the other side, has to be careful, taking a ton of damage. Adam creeping forward, realizing the opportunity is theirs, and there we go. Another nade's going to go ahead and do a ton of work into what's happening. It's just going to be Retaliative that's going to be alive, I guess, off to the side. I think he might have snuck in here. I don't know if the other teams are aware. Maybe EP might know where he's at.
He snuck in quietly, and I think on the comms, like, I told you guys not to go over there. As they get knocked out, Corsac from Evil Pandas, 2 of their team left alive, does see the gas cans, but the gas cans have been absolutely on fire in this game so far. So Corsac maybe not over-aggressing the push as he keeps eyes on the chaos. We've got Nightly Esports just over there as well, as these guys are trying to prep up their push. Nade comes out. What the? Michael Bay! Here comes more nades as Nightly Esports rains down fire and brimstone on Nikos, who never stood a chance. And they just keep grenading. They don't know who's there. They don't care. They've got nades and they're going to use them.
He knocked one of them. I don't think the rest of gas cans can really get to any point to provide any more back onto this. Dodge does have control over the barracks, which whenever you look at the height advantage from that is giving them a lot of vision on these little small fights that are happening around. So if you see any side shots coming in, most likely that's going to be Dodge based off of the position that they're playing. They are looking directly into what's going on with this EP, No Cap, Gas Cans, Nightly Esports situation, as well as Soniqs, who has a little bit of a side angle. Eternity as well gets a little bit of vision in what's going on. Soup's got himself a pretty decent idea on how this is playing out.
ATC, you see that pop, got a crate, and they'll be able to rotate to the NO and get another crate, very likely, as well as the high ground. So this is a big game for ATC, but meanwhile, let's go back to No Cap.
Yeah, well,
he's doing what he can. He's doing what he can.
He's a little nervous right now. He's got a ton of Soniqs members around him. He's trying to creep away. He does have EP off the other point. Going to go ahead and try to get a little bit more. He does manage to take down the Corsac. Going to have to be very careful as he jukes his way through that. Luckily, there are a lot of very sneaky little hidey holes that he can manage to position into. And he is inside the safe zone, so there is no rush for him to move at the time. But again, in the most chicken format, positioning, unless you get first, doesn't matter. Trying to pick up the kills, sneaking back out, making sure to get that flush on a Corsac, that's what matters.
Soniqs always watching, waiting, holding a good spot right now. They've been playing very aggressive, and they still managed to keep 4 up. Orion trying to find their way into a safe spot, but ultimately Hedonix is Hedonix's worst enemy. He should be resable, no issue, as he crawls into the safe zone.
That's heartbreaking. That little smidgen of damage you take whenever you crash into something was enough to get the knock onto him. Roth's going to try to capitalize off of that a little bit more and get the spray in. We do still have the fight going on between Nightly Esports and Gas Cans, as well as Greg Shots finding himself in a very difficult position. Does manage to get down onto 1, but you can see not a lot of options in how he's moving through this right now. Multiple members of Nightly Esports are down, but it's going to be on sneak attack and trying to figure out how he's handling what's going on. Greg Shot with a good read on how to maybe get some more out of this. Throwing down some smokes, sneaking around, but it's going to be off to the side. Keep in mind, one of the members for Nightly Esports is up, and I think has vision on Greg Shot. Well, not up, is crawling right now in a down position. So Greg Shot, counter moving around this, trying to see if maybe he can sneak in, but it's going to be a little bit too late onto it. Trying to listen up. Throwables are now starting to come out. Looks like they have a read on how he's trying to play it. So let's see if maybe he can navigate, sneak through these different points. He doesn't have much to work with, but another Molotov right now could be huge. He's kind of counterflanked around different points and has to juke around between this. Gets vision onto it, but it's gonna be a little bit too late. Molotov at least gonna make it a little bit more annoying to get to him.
The counter molly was just too strong. Nightly Esports does manage to keep moving forward. Retaliative, though, does get sneak attack. Sneak attack breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, good. We got Greg Shot. Pop! Headshot. Down he goes. That said, it's Retaliative still holding on for dear life. He's been alone for a while now and fighting teams like the Soniqs nonstop and has managed to somehow survive.
I mean, you got to give it to the dude. He knows the fact that he's got to pick up as much as he can here. And this isn't just a solo rat situation. This guy tossing out grenades, taking shots at people that are encroaching around him. He knows the fact that his goal right now is to get as many kills as possible. Grenade's going to go a little bit too far, but look at the suppression that he's providing right on top of Nightly Esports. That's more tick damage that they're taking from the blue. That's not very much information that they're managing to gather at the time. And this is a one guy that is just constantly harassing them. And Soniqs, now with information on what's going on, is just going to take shots into it, and then it's Soup on the other side being patient that's going to go ahead and take him down. So No Cap actually out surviving them.
And just like that, they are gone. Excellent. Retaliative does survive, and that's what it was. He played like such a Chad that he forced Nightly to play like a bunch of rats, and they got caught in the trap of Soniqs, as well as I forgot who got the other shot, ETR from the other side. Meanwhile, ATC has the high ground. They've picked up 2 crate weapons. They've got 2 tier 3 helmets. They are in an excellent spot right now.
I like this from Space Station Gaming, realizing that there's not a lot of threats right now. One member for ATC is down, so trying to get a res at the time means the fact that this side push is going to be open. Dodge still leaning into this high ground advantage, and again, look at the vision on everything that's been going on. Sure, they don't have a lot of kills, but they have stalled so much movement. Vegas off to the side, absolutely rips apart Orion, and that was almost a problem. That's fine. They should still be able to get out and get the flushes onto it. 2 very weakened Orion members on the outside of this. As you can see, everybody from Dodge wanting to try to go ahead and finish this one off, but a little bit hesitant to step out into the open. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, and it's going to be Hello Senpai getting a little bit more harassment. Molotovs coming in, and I believe there is just 1 up on the other side of this for Orion. Make that 2, then back down to 0.
Orion goes down. Dodge with a nice play. The Soniqs have taken that little warehouse or whatever the hell that place is, and they're going to go ahead and lock it up. They go into where Retaliative was basically running this by himself for a while there, as they managed to get their hands on it. ATC does still have the mountaintop, though they're slowly but surely losing ground. Marsalek does manage to hold off SSG, who was interested in coming up here, but look at this. ATC has tons of feature. There's lots of land for them to hide in, a lot of space to work, and honestly, just kills to be gathering. Well, they've only got 1 so far, but more are coming.
Well, they are aware of how Space Station Gaming is trying to make this approach, and that has kind of stalled them out. But we still have the roaming Soniqs back down to the south that are trying to get a little bit of an idea on what's going on. EP's Icy Flex, just kind of a ninjaing his way and trying to make sure that Dodge does all the work for him right now. When we talk about hidey holes, this is kind of what we're talking about. You can see that can kind of post up in this position, let the rest of the teams do it. And I like the fact that he opted into the one that you can't really approach from the inside of the barracks, so you have to jump in from the window on the outside. That means he knows where all the threats are coming from. Downside, if somebody throws like a grenade in there, it's a little bad.
Yeah, but no one's going to, because they underestimate his sneakiness.
I mean, I don't really throw random grenades into those positions either, so he should be fine.
Utility is too expensive. It's too valuable. It's too important. Mime does see ATC up there in the woods trying to find their position. And the circle, ATC is circle Teflon. They can get crates, but that circle has no interest in sticking to them, as it goes about as far away as is possible in this shift. And now ATC going from a great spot with lots of crate value to... I mean, I don't want to say completely messed, but they don't. I mean, how do you even get down that hill with Sonic staring at you?
Yeah, I mean, we've essentially got a billboard ending right now. There's a lot of people that could be fighting around this last barracks, as we do have the last member for EP. We do have Space Station Gaming and Dodge all clustered around that point. ETR is playing to the south, kind of close to Soniqs, but it's all going to be onto ATC that's going to have to move into a... They're essentially the ducks on a shooting range that are going to be coming down the hillside with a ton of people. All the other members that are still alive right now should be able to see some form of approach that ATC is going to have to make, and that is rough, to say the least.
All right, as we watch the pan around, no one's in the center of the circle. ATC decides to throw in, and they head down the hill. They've got the smokes pre-queued up. They're going to slide in here, a little bit of extra cover, use the cars, use the steel girders, and you know what? They're in the circle. This trench, very playable, especially if they stay low, and hope that no one has a very strong throwing arm.
The timing on that was absolutely pivotal. They were very aware of the moment that Soniqs had to reposition and start taking shots into ETR, and they used that moment to creep back down. Space Station Gaming is trying to get a little bit sneaky and can really do some work into them, because I don't think that they're expecting anybody to be this close to them. Downside is Roth doesn't have any aggressive throwables from this point. Keenan, though, has tons of aggression that he's trying to bring out, wants to try to dethrone Dodge from this position, and creeping around off of it. Got to be very, very careful. It's two different points right now that Space Station Gaming realizes the fact that, hey, we can really take it to these two squads. We just have to make sure that we stay alive every step of the way.
It's a tale of two players. Keenan goes ham and tries to wipe a team by himself. Roth crawls inside of a wall trying to get to a bush. Keenan goes down after causing some real trouble, and that may have been the distraction required to get Roth close enough to sort of hide out a little longer, maybe.
ETR is like, we don't want to go after the Soniqs. We want to go this way instead. Yeah. Throwing down a smoke wall, creeping through, but they're going to be walking into what could be a problem. Icy Flex is still hiding out over here, and here comes some throwables, and oh, that fence just saved Soup. That angle looked like it was right on top of his head.
Woo! Nade comes up and over. Finna trying to get that nade on Soup, but Soup is low. The fire finally burns out. Soup can't go too far backwards because that circle is closing. He's got to try to push forward. He's hoping to catch Finna on the transition to the radar, but I don't think that it's going to work. Soup decides to slide back around the left side. Dodge still locked inside of the barracks. Got to figure out how to get out of this one. They don't have the smokes. Meanwhile, Roth does go down to Marsalek from ATC, as again, Dodge just doesn't seem... They got 5 smokes right here. Now's the time to pop them out there and just make a wall.
This is a huge problem for everybody that's invested in this right now. Vegas is trying to get some work into ETR. Finna tries to go, but there's a quick exchange. Jumbi goes down. Now the question comes into play, what can Icy Flex do? With Eternity trying to get the res, Icy Flex is going to have to make a play, and he could step out and spot them and do a ton of work into ETR right now. Icy Flex got the smokes that he was going to try to work through, but if he opts into playing back into him, Soup's just trying to run in and try to get a little bit more loot, and that's going to reveal to Icy Flex exactly where he is. Steel goes down, gets shots from Icy Flex. I don't know if Icy Flex realizes how close Soup was. He goes down. Soup's now taking a ton of blue damage, going to try to make it in his zone, but just narrowly does it at 1 HP, and ATC is going to rein in the damage to follow it up. ATC has a ton of vision on movement. Soniqs do have a little bit of cover that they're playing from right now, but ETR still has to make their way forward, and there is not a lot of cover for them to play around.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is Soniqs has a wall they can work with inside the circle, so that's something. ATC, because of that ditch, they have to do some far more exposed peaks, and they're shooting through the chain link. It's going to be hard to get some of those headshots, so ATC does have a tall order against them, and if the circle continues to go southern or just to the middle, they've got to cross the road, and that is going to be very difficult to do. Eternity is eliminated. Now it is down to a 4v4, Soniqs versus ATC, a repeat of the last match.
But with that firefight that was going on, Shrimsy creeps forward. And look at the authority that Soniqs is trying to take control over this position. Marsalek realizes the opportunity that could be happening. Rest of ATC trying to get around and deny vision onto it. Grenade coming through. It's going to go on the other side of the divider, so going to be enough cover to keep them alive. This is a straight-up 4v4. While I say that, Mime does go down to a grenade, making it into a 4v3, and he's kind of separated out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes down. Soniqs trying to keep control over this position right now, but it's going to be ATC. Look at this, just playing across the top of it, but Shrimsy's creeping forward off of this and might be able to find a sneaky angle. He does reveal himself, but has to be cautious. He is surrounded at the time, and I don't know if he realizes he's vulnerable. From the other side of it, does get spotted out. Marsalek starting to play this beautifully, goes for the flushes. Soniqs was trying to get control over this area, but it's going to be H-Win going to the high ground up on top of it to try to see if maybe he can get a play. He does connect with the grenade on this. So now 2 members for Soniqs still alive and trying to navigate everything that they can to get the high ground into it, because this could be huge for them.
They're going up to the top. H-Win, the dirty boy, decides to take the high ground. ATC tried to play 2 sides, and it worked for a little while, but they got Win up. That's what Soniqs was committing their resources to, was taking the high ground. So now let's see which one pans out. Win and Taggleton versus the 2 remaining members of ATC. Looks like Marsalek, and I can't see who the other one is right now, but they are putting up a high ground, low ground effort to try and hold this one off. That Groza was impactful, and Grozas win games, but maybe not here, Matt.
Hold on. This is absolutely huge. Norky's positioning is the center. So with this, Tickleton has to aggress forward. The top of the billboard is not going to be enough to provide a med battle positioning for this. So it's going to be on the Tick. Does get some vision onto it, but taking some blue damage, trying to creep forward. He goes down, and the 1v1 coming through. H1's trying to navigate up in this top area, but it is so hazardous. Looking back through, gets some damage and manages to get it. H1 clutches it up when it matters from a crazy position to get Soniqs to win.
Soniqs comes through like the Starship Troopers, death from above, as they take the high ground and rain lead upon all below. Soniqs makes it a twofer, back-to-back, Matt, and sends a message to the rest of the lobby. The chickens are mine.
I want more endings there. We don't get a lot of those in competitive, and by God, that was wild. I was hoping that somebody would move forward and try to get control of that high point position. And whenever we saw Tickleton go down, I was like, man, H1, I don't know if you're going to be able to do this. But then he manages to like climb his way through everything and vaulting across the top to find the angle and hit the shots from there. By God, H1, that was beautiful. Just amazing. I love watching the Soniqs play.
Amazing. Beautiful play from the Soniqs. Great play by ATC. That was a hard cross when those circles started to run away from them. They fought to the bitter end, but it came down to two very different strategies as both pushed opposite sides of that radar compound. One went high, one went wide, and we saw how it turned out. We've got 3 more games to play, guys. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Matchroom. Make sure you come back because when you do, it's time for your Just Deserts. Developed by PUBG Studio, PUBG New State will launch as a free-to-play experience on Android and iOS in 2021. Make sure you pre-register on newstate.pubg.com now. I did that in my best. I did it in my best trailer voice. It is a good game, though. It is quite a bit of fun. I'm excited about branching out from PUBG Battlegrounds to PUBG New State and trying out some new things. So go register so you can play with us. Matt and I are looking for squad mates, so you register quick enough. Maybe you can be our 3 and 4. You know what? Maybe we'll go pro in New State. Maybe that's the play.
We won't. My thumbs don't do cell phone very well, but man, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Like, I got into the alpha and it was an absolute blast. Firmly recommend everybody do so as well. Give it a shot. Soniqs,
you are an
up
alpha
at the top right now with 2 chicken dinners and a ton of kills to their name. I'm still just in absolute awe of H-Win's victory there. It is just, oh, God,
I mean, but that's the thing. There's a temptation to be like, that's H-Win's victory. But to me, Mime playing that right side very aggressively, making ATC focus on him, Tiggleton with the super push on the left. No one was watching H-Win. H-Win got all the way up to the last set of stairs before anyone realized what he was up to. And by then it was too late. And I think ATC knew that once he took that, it was struggle bus going forward. Here's the kill leaders. Marsalek, 6 kills. ATC, remember when we saw them, Matt, when they took that hill with the 2 crates, they had 1 kill at that point. That is how aggressive they got, particularly Marsalek going to that end game.
I mean, whenever you were talking about everything that they had set up, they had so many tools. And I love the way how ATC played that. They navigated, they find the right opportunity to come down the hillside, and they got a beautiful control point and had vision on so much of what was going on and continued to harass, kill, and it just came down into a 1v1. They played that so beautifully. If it wasn't for Sonic shenanigans and let's be honest, Sonics, whenever trying to take a straight up team fight against Sonics is real hard.
I mean,
and they almost did it right there.
You're right. They had a lot of tools, but the reality is Sonics had the ultimate tool up on top of that radar tower. There was nothing they could do to stop Win. Once he had the high ground, it was beautifully played. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. Matt, it's the Sonics TSM show.
It is, with TSM still sitting ahead in kills right now. And again, we talk about it, kills are big. If TSM manages to pick up another chicken dinner, means the fact that it's going to be a benefit for them just having that 1 extra point at the time. Gaskin still holding down that 3rd place position. Any trolls in chat also doing quite well picking up the kills. Eternity is kind of our sneaky team that's coming in back behind them, while Dodge had themselves a beautiful PCS. Eternity looks like they're trying to make a statement for themselves and say the fact that we want to contest up against the top. Because let's be real, this is a hard lobby to pick up kills in whenever you're looking at the amount that Sonics and TSM got.
Absolutely. And I will say this, the gas cans and ATC have, so while they're in 3rd and 4th, and their numbers don't look that vastly different compared to 5th and 6th, for instance, they have been playing incredibly well. Gas and Trolls have both been showing up in the end games, putting in good rotational work, just getting caught in sort of the hammer and the anvil that is Sonics or TSM, claiming territory and eating ground.
So with this, guys, we've got a chance to make our way over towards Miramar. So let's go ahead and start getting everything set as we move into a whole new map and a whole new set of action. And I gotta say, that's like the perfect way to end Erangel. Let's be real. Whenever we're looking at how just beautiful that end game was, hopefully we get something as spicy as that in this map.
Absolutely. And that's it. It's a change of map. It's a change of pace. It's a chance for some of these other teams to get their names on the board. But the reality is, it's a great plane. But again, the drops, the prio, the loot, it's going to favor Sonics and TSM.
Yeah, I mean, they get so much control. And in this one, TSM doesn't drop off in Georgia Pool way off to the northwest. They're dropping in Hacienda, which is a very centralized location. So it's going to be a counter move to the north or south, depending for either one of these teams in the way that they play it. Again, if you're ever wanting to just step up your game and really make it into the later stages of the rounds, look at how these two teams rotate specifically. They manage to get territory, get control, and the way that they handle circles is just absolutely beautiful. And you can, like, just watching a couple of map streams just in how they move, I promise you, will help you get to the end game so much easier.
100%. Let's take a look at how the teams spread out. BSO going to make that long drop out towards Cruz de Valle. What's up?
San Martin.
Ooh,
getting some attention here. Two different teams. It's TTG and ATC right up on top of each other. And yeah, Marsalek, shotgun time. Let's do this, buddy.
Marslick, once again, caught in a carfuffle as they decide to fight on the drop. ATC, you know what? They don't care. They'll go. I respect it. I respect it.
I mean, they did great in that last round. They have circle, so they don't really have to rush this anymore.
It's true.
I mean, Marslick running a freaking pump action and a Winnie. This is the dream combination. Marslick, the whole lobby is yours. You can kill everyone right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, go ahead.
They're my two favorite meme guns. Well, actually, no, the VSS probably rates slightly above the pump action as far as meme guns.
Okay, well, listen, I learned from Kevin Arnold years ago that Winnie is the tops, and that if that's what ATC wants to use to get the win, that's what they're gonna do. Do it, give it to him.
M249 instead. Like, he's just leveling up in my book right now. He's just going right now. I just could watch Marslick loot. He's just picking up all my favorites.
All right, so we got Soniqs. They have Picado, no contest. Not only do they have Picado, but they have the whole triangle south of it. So they have anything and everything they could want. No one seems to be interested in fighting with them. The only thing that isn't working in their favor is that the circle is shifting away. But the reality is, when you drop middle, Matt, it doesn't matter where the circle goes. You're just a hop, skip, and a jump from being inside of it.
It's Soniqs. If the circle were to pop on them anyway, they'd still rotate very early. We've seen that happen all the time. They're fairly indifferent to circle positioning. The only reason they went center is just because it makes their rotations so early so much more efficient, because they don't have to go as far. And I love the use of that, instead of just being like, oh, well, if the circle lands on us, that means that we don't have to move. And being in center is like mathematically more probable. So that, I mean, the fact that we don't have to move until circle 2. No, they don't use it for that. They want to get in early, rotate early, and being center means the fact that they probably have to travel the least to get wherever they want to go.
Now, you know, when I was young, my mother taught me that early is on time is late, and late, you may as well not show up. But I think in PUBG's case, late is dead. If you are making those late rotations, if you're not being proactive on your movements, chicken dinner's probably not for you unless you get incredibly lucky on some yoink shifts. So that is the key.
TSM kind of counters that, though. They're kind of all about being late.
I mean, they on the first game, but that's the thing, is they were late into circle 2, but it was an island circle. And at that point, you know, everything's kind of borked as it is.
Oh.
And then when they came late on the second game, you saw what happened, or third game, you saw what happened to them. There was nowhere to go. They got pushed off. They
moved early. They got in the Primorsk fight, and then they got that boat thing, right?
Yeah, but they crossed the water late. Because of the Primorsk fight, they got to the island late, and then there was just no opportunity.
But see, this is just going to feed the TSM mindset of we should move later. Because we were commenting about how that was one of their earliest moves, and I already know. They're going to be like, the lesson we learn here is we move later next time. Circle 4 is when we finally leave Georgia Pool.
I miss Lita. All right, Wildcard Gaming, let's check in with them. They've been putting in some serious work here. Maji, we saw him in the last game, getting a little bit of action. Going to go ahead and lock up that loot. They got a great spot, but Orion butting up against them. TSM, FTX, very happy with where the circle went. Close to their loot spot. Lots of opportunities for them to get their vehicles and maybe move up to the high ground here relatively soon. Expect teams like No Cap or ETR to rotate late. They've got a bit of a fridge drop. Tacto 8 will be in the same position. These are teams that had to long jump, and they will really try to capitalize on sort of off-plane rotations. I know the plane was in the middle. Most teams are looking for position, so if you have the long rotation, come in a little bit late, get an edge spot, hope for the best. And I think that's what we're going to see out of some of those late looting teams as they try to find their way in. I will say this, Matt. Miramar is far more forgiving to late rotations than Erangel is.
True. It's just you have so much more space. Since it's really just the southeast that's the water area, you have so much more land mass that you can navigate, and so therefore later rotations, if you need to take wide roaming, like those really rotate around to the north style things, this map just loves that. It gives you so many opportunities.
It's not just the space, it's the creases and the wrinkles. I mean, they've got more creases than the bags under my eyes. There's tons of places to hide. There's lots of spots that you can sort of sneak one person in, jettison a backup if you need to. There's a lot of recovery potential on Miramar, which is why I think some of our scrappier teams really thrive here. They get that chance to sort of recover from overexposing. If you make a long rotation on Erangel in cars and you're going through a meadow and someone's got vision on you, you're just done.
Here, though, I 100% agree. That's one of the reasons I love the late game on this map, is you have so many opportunities to try to find like sneaky little trench or ditch that you can kind of creep your way through, or You can use the hillside to kind of counter move around. There's a lot of very cool movement options that can happen in the late game, even if you're like a solo going against like a four-man squad. There are opportunities coming through. And speaking of four-man squads, you can see that the roaming Sonic squad is starting to get a little bit of a foothold position. Very aware of the fact that they might have a couple of teams that are playing points around them. Everybody is always going to try to get that high ground position just to the west of where they're at, but it looks like it's going to be Shrimsy that was contemplating going up there and going full-on vertical in that truck. You got to give it to the horsepower and the brakes in PUBG cars, man. I don't know how they handle losing fights.
I love the F to honk plate throwback meme there. Gas, okay, let's go to Gas ATC. We'll talk more about Soniqs in a minute because this is the fight right now is Greg Shot facing off against ATC. ATC has been performing very well so far today, but so have the Gas Cans. We talked about these two teams being 3 and 4. Let's see how it plays out, Matt. Oh!
Nice start to that one coming through. That's efficient, I guess, is the best way to summarize that one. And that's what you love from gas cans.
I tossed it to you. I was like, oh, surely there will be a gunfight here. But that was not to be. As a great play by the gas cans, ATC out. I will touch on the Soniqs. You said, you said, speaking of four-mans, I feel almost like the Soniqs are 4 one-man squads lately. Like these guys have been playing separately as effectively as they play as a team. And it is like, that first match when they were running the hilltop over ruins, they were spread out that entire ridge, taking 1v3s plus, and not once did they lose a person.
I mean, whenever we look at some of the late game capabilities or even the early game fighting capabilities of these teams, it just continues to astound. Just North America, whenever it comes to firefighting and especially just whenever they decide to send it or whenever they decide to take a fight, and I like to make the send it joke all the time with North America, but it's not. It's a very intelligent choice 90% of the time. Sometimes you just got to do the dips free thing, right? But the way that North America handles this high aggression meta is just so fun to watch.
All right, up on the high ground, Dodge had a great position in the last game that ultimately did not pan out for them. You can see the overall leaderboard on the left side. Dodge has managed to be in 6th place. They are still currently looking at finals based on their standing, but there's a lot more PUBG to play over the next 3 days. 3 more games today, 12 more games tomorrow and the day after. So it's going to be a little bit of a journey. You got to get those points on the board right now.
Can we just talk about how happy I am that Vegas is back too? I mean, you can see the fact that every single step along the way, he's finding more opportunities. And also just Dodge. Let's be real. I've not always said the nicest things about Dodge, but this iteration of Dodge is really fun to watch. And the way that they handle things and just the firefighting capabilities, again, and the way that they navigate circles is just really strong. And you see it repeatedly. Sometimes they might not be able to walk away with the chicken dinner, but they'll make sure to take down whoever's stopping them from getting it.
Yeah, no, it is good to have Vegas. I remember when he retired, and we were making silly memes about retiring, and he messaged me. He's like, "Why haven't you made a retirement meme about me?" And I think the response from a lot of us was like, "I think you'll be back. Like you've got raw talent. PUBG fits you. I can't wait for you to return." And since he came back, it feels like the time away has helped him focus a little bit more. I like what I've been seeing from Vegas since he's returned.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anything, it feels like he's more confident and a little bit more controlled. Like Vegas had a lot of, like, I guess, faith in his aim beforehand, but now he's getting a little bit more faith in his brain as well. And the way he manages to take fights is just made him a little bit more vicious all around. Instead of just being like a hot-blooded killer, he's a cold-blooded killer.
Aim over brain was fine during the era of Sexy Pig at the beginning of PUBG, but since then, the Purdies of the world have taken over the wins, and brain is a big deal.
TSM going through a very dangerous neighborhood. It's going to be BSO yet again with the early game holdups. They've got 2 members up at the top of this. TSM does manage to make it through there with no casualties, having a little bit of a flashback to the boat as they made that approach, but they do manage to get there safely.
EP showing up. Here comes the Pandas. They're going to go ahead and grab themselves the warehouse back on in. It should be largely uncontested. We got those late rotations coming out from Tactical 8 and other teams. SSG looking to be aggro. They do seem to be piling in and getting moving now. They want to try to find a better spot. Wildcard nearby, though, popping a couple of shots. Oh, they're just securing the vehicles, making sure that they're safe from Dodge up on the mountain. Or are they pushing Dodge? Are they pushing Dodge?
I don't know.
What are they doing?
Gaming is just building up distance traveled. They're going for the highest distance traveled stat. That's the strategy right now. No, they just realized the fact that there's another opportunity place that they can potentially play and decided to go there instead. It does have a lot of strength playing in this position because you almost get cover from the hillside up on top of you. Until this team that's going to be Dodge that's up on the top of it decides to come down, you get two different teams that are protecting you from this angle, and there's a lot of benefit to that.
Absolutely. So let's see how that plays out. We're going to jump over to TTG. They got a good start. I've been a little slow since then. They do tend to take the top of the hill, 4-1 Murado. So you can tell their luck hasn't quite been with them in terms of finding what they feel like they need to get to the end game. But this is often, as we talked about, this is a team with a lot of potential, but also some folks who are newer to the high competitive level. And that does take some adjustment, right? You start to learn, hey, rotations are about 40 seconds faster, maybe a minute and a half. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but in the world of PUBG, seconds are the difference between winning and losing. We've seen rotations break down by 10 to 15 second differentials. And when you move to that upper level of play, when you're up against teams like Soniqs and TSM, when you're up against teams like Space Station Gaming, they're not going to give you any extra time, and you never get a second chance on that peak.
I know why I say it every single time we have new teams that are fighting their way through open qualifiers. But guys, if you don't have the best of games, that's perfectly fine. If you're a new team, a new player, and this is your first time making it to this level of competition, that's perfectly okay if you don't have the best games, because there's so much to learn here. And next time you come back and you come into the qualifier, you're going to be so much better equipped. So that's why I love seeing teams like, yeah, I know I was giving BSO a little bit of a hard time for where they chose to stop. But learning from that and then taking that into the next game forward just means the fact that they're better prepared for the next time they have to take a fight like that, and realizing where they should go instead or how they want to handle and navigate that fight if they do opt into staying there. And so that's what I'm saying to everybody. Make sure you stay in this. Make sure you learn as much as possible, and make sure you come back. Don't get disenfranchised from just not having the best performance your first time qualifying.
Hey man, the thing that I loved most about PUBG since the day that I installed it was the fact that when you die, you can just go next. And there's no better way to learn than by just doing it again. And that's part of it. We've done it. You do it in the game. When opens come up, that's how you get better. Sign up, play opens, go up against squads with coordination team and practice. And every single time, the fire gets a little more manageable until you see that you're at the pinnacle. And that's how you do it. You grind it out the same way you learn the game. That's how you learn the comp scene. So I love seeing teams still striving, still fighting to break in, and I respect the heck out of all of them for doing it. Another team that I respect, though, is the Soniqs. Win, in particular, has been absolutely phenomenal lately. His decision-making, his play is just clean.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know you ended it there. I have nothing else to say. It's just H-Man, man. What else do you want? He is so good, especially he knows what his team is wanting to do, how they're wanting to handle it, and EP just noms on TTG as they roll through there. That's a dangerous rotation. Let's be real. There are some very large hills, and it makes it very difficult to navigate whenever you're not careful on your approach. And I love the way that EP is holding down this 2.22. They can just make sure to murder anybody that approaches from the side.
If anything's familiar with shoots, it's Pandas, and they go ahead and bamboozle the guys as they try to pass. That said, Evil Pandas still has been a bit sketchier than I think a lot of us hope to see. I mean, we're talking Old List, we're talking Icy Flex, we're talking some big bombers. It's been a little bit quiet so far, so I need to see a little more aggro, a little more something special from them as we go into the sort of finishing out these last three matches here today. ETR and Soniqs. Can ETR hold the line?
Oh, this is going to be hard for them to do. Soniqs feel like they have the numbers advantage as they're making the push through. They're all stacked up together, but the downside of that is one strong spray can do so much damage when you're trying to navigate these close, narrow hallways. Peeks out, sees one, Mime takes a face full of lead, steps back away, but feeds that information back over. Keep in mind, they do have Shrimsy that's at the high ground, providing a little bit more support. What's trying to make a push of their own into Nightly, and this is getting a little bit messy on what's in. Just 2 members up right now, but could find themselves with an opportunity. You're going to go ahead and toss in the grenade, bounce around off of it, gets in a little bit of damage, tries to go for the spray onto it. These 2 members of what are going down as hard as they can here. Looks like they're actually going to creep over, and they might be able to get the reses back in with the distraction that Patron is trying to provide. This is absolutely huge for them.
Nice play. They're going to go get those sneak reses. He actually, it looks like he got the first one up. He's going for the second. Patron playing the distraction game. Knightley's down to just one. For the second time today, it's sneak attack, holding the line, trying to be the sole survivor. He's got a gas can. So I guess he's got plans for that. Maybe bottom of the stairs, get a little bit of action there, see if he can blow some folks up as they come in. But, like, he's not pushing out. He does, potentially. Can you get him in here for a res? Open the door? Nope, doesn't. There you go.
This is getting scary, and I agree with sneak attack. Be like, yeah, I'm just gonna hide out up here. Old school strats right now. See if maybe he can sneak out the window as he goes. Gets spotted out. Doesn't even manage to get his feet down on the ground. Circle has popped in a new location. You can see that EP are in a beautiful position right now. Problem with it is there are a ton of people that see that position and want it, and they're getting shot from so many different angles. Daculate spots out gas cans as they're making their approach as well. Gas can's going to go ahead and retreat back to the other angle from that, regroup back down in the low position to the west of where they were. So now T8 has an opportunity to move inside the safe zone. Soniqs, though, looks like they did manage to get separation away from ETR and are trying to get a feel for how they want to make a move into this. ETR is going to be a problem in any rotation, and it's kind of stalled up the way Soniqs want to move.
Yeah, they did manage to push ETR sort of back into the next compound grouping. Both of these teams are outside the circle. Mime gets the knock on Juby, and that may open the door for Soniqs to push forward. Immediately, you see Hwin, Shrimsy, and Tiggleton get into cars on that knock, and that's what Soniqs do best. The second something opens, they're making a play, and they're moving to an internal position inside the circle off the back of Mime's knock, and now the Soniqs are in control.
That leapfrog is huge. With this, they can provide covering support for the other two members when they opt in to move. But now ETR has to move through two different sides of Soniqs. And you can see the fact that they realize this is a ton of trouble. They can maybe opt into going north, but that even benefits Soniqs. Just forcing them to go away from them gives their other two members the capability to make it in the safe zone for free. Whenever we're looking at the most chicken dinners, that's what you're always after. So being able to keep team members alive and not have to take firefights in case they don't want to is huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just update your Tinder profiles to say move like the Soniqs, because we're going to know that that means that you're smooth and you know exactly what you're doing. These guys, that was huge. Not only did it give them prime position, it forced ETR off. ETR knew instantaneously they were done. There was no way to win that fight against the Soniqs, and they're going to foot rotate around the north side into cap.
And that is, I was going to say, that's the huge part about it. Now you're forcing two different teams to fight each other, and you don't lose any resources. That is absolutely huge for them. Space Station Gaming, though, coming in with this one, they're just absolutely wrecking shop as they're finding angles. T-Sock already down. Zelt looks like he knows exactly where Roth is, but Roth's got pinpoint accuracy with these grenades right now, trying to make sure that he can pin it off. Woo! There you go. T-Sock does go down. Now the rest of members for Space Station Gaming look like they have the capabilities to cross, and are they going to continue to press into Wildcard's positioning? It looks like that's going to be the strategy.
Big yikes. Roth playing aggressive. This is the Space Station Gaming way as they take the fight to WSC. WSC looks like they're going to fade back just a little bit, try to find a position to counter, but Roth is up on top of the shack that seconds ago, was occupied by Wildcard.
And look at the mess that is going on. That is the domino effect from that reposition a second ago. Eternity is trying to make their way forward, bumps into No Cap. They still have TSM that's just going to be the west of their position, but they also have What that's coming in from the north. No Cap is now completely surrounded and has very little options.
Oh, no.
Only two members up trying to get their third. But you can see everybody is taking shots at them, and they're just trying to survive. Eternity is creeping their way forward, finding the angle into it. Just Sigsy now up for No Cap. What loses a member inside of everything? TSM looking in, trying to figure out what's going on and how many people are coming up back behind them. None of this going on inside the safe zone right now.
Yeah, TSM just doubles back. They peeked over the top and said, what? And just got back into their compound because everything down on the side of that hill is just none of their business. So they're going to let those teams fight it out as they control. They saw the circle shift away, and they decide to move in instead of getting caught in a bad fight. Meanwhile, back to Wildcard versus SSG. Roth took point, man. He's still playing hard, but here comes TSM FTX. They're pushing the Pandas. It's a double knock. Corsac and Flex get the drop. Luke 12 gets the return. Pandas are out. Alo makes the play, and they should get the reses.
Looks like they do manage to get into cover, but with everything that's going up on this hillside, looks like Dodge has decided that they want to join in the fight between Wildcard and Space Station Gaming, while Presence from Heaven are dropping in right next to him. Dodge says the fact that they want control over this hillside because it's going to have a ton of vision with everything moving forward. Space Station Gaming has a read on this and counter moving around. Remember, the one member that Space Station Gaming has lost has been due to what's going on. Oh my God!
What?
Soniqs, realizing the fact that they have an opportunity here, rolls in literally as the car is coming in off of this, jumps out, trying to capitalize off of a weakened TSM, and explosions are going on everybody. Everyone is flooding into this one little tiny room as it's just death and destruction everywhere. Bodies littering the floor, cars popping off everywhere. This is exactly what North American Fight is all about.
The Soniqs literally rolled up on TSM and the fight continues. Shrimsy and Mime are down, but it is not out. Only Purdy remains. He tosses the molly in. Can he be the man on the card as he tries to make a play? He's got the barrel. He's got the flash. He's got a dream, but he's up against a whole horde of angry Soniqs.
It is just fire everywhere around him. The vehicles being flipped over and destroyed is providing him a little bit of an opportunity of cover as it cuts off that hallway. You can see the Soniqs sitting on 2 members right now trying to figure out exactly where the last member of TSM is, and he's just going to run right into it, tries to go for the play, but Tig has the read, picks him off, and that was a huge fight for Soniqs as they continue to harass TSM, the only other team that's managed to pick up a chicken dinner.
Yikes, and they kick the number 1 cone, blocking them from getting into a, sort of another win position out of the way. What a fight, what a crash, it worked out. Meanwhile, Eternity is eliminated, the last man standing, Keenan from Space Station Gaming. Eternity comes to an end of a very long rotation. It felt like forever, but ultimately, it did not last. Soniqs forced them to do that, and look at where Soniqs is now, compared to where ETR just died. That is impeccable play that defines why the Soniqs earn their wins. They were in the same spot.
BSO sees an opportunity and is trying to get something out of it, running right into where the Soniqs are going to be at, and Soniqs say, no, you cannot do that. It doesn't matter the fact that there's just 2 of us here. BSO tries to make the opportunity, but 3 go down to the defensive line of 2 from Soniqs. And the last member, KKG from BSO, says, I'm still in the safe zone. Maybe I'll just stay here.
I will say they got a lot of help from Orion in the distance. Orion knocked out 2 members from BMO. They got another member over from, I think it was Dodge, trying to come in just now. So they're putting in a lot of cover work, but they're outside the circle. So I got to see how Orion makes this work for them. How do they line it up to get themselves into a good spot? 2 members of Gas there in the warehouse. Orion outside of the next circle. BSO can hide there. They're just inside on the very edge. Soniqs has one of the only compounds in the middle, and Dodge has the entire northern ridge line, which I assume Orion will try to rotate to by going around BSO's compound right now.
Yeah, this is the play if they want to try to go for it. They are aware of the high ground position coming through. Soniqs weakened on one side. BSO's 1 member might take a couple of shots to slow them down, and he does. KKG is trying to say, hey, look, there's people here. Just continue on your merry way. But Orion reads it perfectly, rolling in with 3 all up in there, and that's like a tank coming into this position. KKG, the last member up for BSO now, has to figure out how he's wanting to handle this, as he has a ton of people scurrying around down below him. Looks like he's trying to go for a back flank, but Hydonix has a beautiful read on that, takes him down, and Orion gets control over the compound.
They do, but there's not much in it. Simply, okay, so Win actually ends up knocking Map and Skazka because there's nowhere to go. Like, there's so little bit in that Soniqs go, okay, you guys want to push up into throwing range? That's cool with us. And the problem is Orion is going to get pinned down inside this little hallway.
All the TSM throwables just got delivered to Soniqs positioning. So, or actually, I guess it would be the inverse of that. Soniqs came in and took all of TSM's throwables. And so they should have plenty to work with if Orion wants to try to make any move. So good call out on that one, Toffees. But Dodge, man, Dodge has so much control. We've got Orion that's alive, but just hanging out right on the edge of zone. Gas Cans sitting on 3, but the fact that they don't have the best vision on what's going on. Dodge has the best vision, but they're only sitting at 2. And Soniqs is just kind of caught in the middle of everything, kind of close to the edge of the zone. But it's just going to be a fiesta whenever this next circle pops, especially if it goes to the west. But no, instead, it's going to go back down to the south.
It is, and the Gas Cans rejoice in one voice. Orion and Soniqs now outside in Dodge. Lamplot immediately calls Hello Senpai and says, get back down here. Enough playing with the sniper rifle. Let's get you over here to try to hold this ridge line. And Senpai is going to react very quickly. They're going to hold the high ground. Now, My guess, the Soniqs, if you're the Soniqs here, what do you do, Matt? Do you push up the hill and try to take Dodge out so you can slide back down towards the gas cans, or do you go straight ham at the cans?
I mean, they're in the pincered position. They have to get some knocks, take out somebody, hope the fact that Dodge is going to reposition away from them and maybe focus on Orion's movement. I do like this. They get a read on how this is going to go. They know that Orion's going to have to move first. In this position, they're guaranteed to maybe, well, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but there's a decent chance that they're at least going to get a kill out of this, which is going to give them more coverage in case TSM manages to pick up another chicken dinner to work with. Not a lot of vision is the problem whenever you're playing around these really small building areas. I do like the use of the Molotov coming out from Orion to try to get a little bit of a stall into this. With the smoke wall, it looks like Orion is opting into taking it straight into the Soniqs position.
Orion is, yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Take the fight to him. Orion's no stranger to fighting as the blue closes, so that's what they're going to do right now. Dirty's in, and Skazga on their way in right now. Soniqs going to be holding that line. But Soniqs got to get up and move in. They need to just take care of Orion and figure out what their next play is. They're already down to 2 without a lot of options.
Yeah, Soniqs, I think, are still a little bit afraid of Dodge's positioning. Dodge in no rush to move right now. Very aware now how Orion has managed to navigate their way into this. This is going to be another very close-range fight where just footsteps can give stuff away, and that's what Tiggleton's trying to lean into at the time. Repositioning around the spots out 1, goes for the spray into it, takes out 1, 2!
No
Tig
way!
With that flick! Oh my God!
No
Runs
way!
him and then runs in and just destroys him. Gas cans try to harass, but they can't take him down. He just gets into cover. Now he has to manage to make his way inside the safe zone, and I think there's a little bit of a position, a little dip that they can hide in for right now.
Big Tig! The man's a legend. He didn't even have to finish shooting the first guy. He shoots him. He kills the other one. He goes back for secondsies. This is the Tig that we know and love. Now, Soniqs has 2. I would have counted most teams out at this point, but it's the Soniqs. So who knows? Let's push across a wide open field towards the gas cans. I mean, the reality is the cans don't have a lot of peak potential here. They got 1 peak on the left side, which Tig is clearly watching, and that's going to buy time for Wynn to sneak in behind the smoke and maybe lock it up against the wall.
You hit on something huge there. The way that that wall is set up, Soniqs can potentially creep into a different point. Dodge could have vision on this, but there's that little bit of a hill. See how it declines back into that point? They're not going to have complete and utter vision on where the positioning is coming from, and I think that H1 has managed to get into that spot. Gas Cans now realizing the fact that they're a little bit more vulnerable than they thought that they would be. They thought that they'd be able to take down Soniqs as they made their approach, but doesn't get it. Now Dodge is counter-moving around them, and it's Gas Cans that are finding themselves in the pincered position.
Here's the thing. Like, I'm watching, like, oh, Gas Can should be winning this one. But, like, the Soniqs have been so ridiculous lately that I just expect them to win out of a position that completely was... I mean, look where their old compound is buried in blue already, and they're still functioning somehow. Oh. Dodge goes boom. Greg shot with a nice defense. That's the end of them, and now it's down to the Gas Cans versus Soniqs. The Cans have been on fire so far today. Let's see if they keep it going, Matt.
Gas Cans in third based off of kills alone. This would be a huge victory for them to help them secure that position and not have to be so worried about Dodge that's coming up back behind them, but to still have a 10-kill lead over it. But look at Soniqs navigating this forward slowly and steadily. Tiggleton is not inside the safe zone yet, but has managed to find himself a couple of covered points, and look at the way he's using these trees. Creeping forward slowly and steadily, and the counter move around this. Now Soniqs, with 1 member apiece, is trying to pinch in and move around how Gas Cans is wanting to navigate this. So we're all waiting for the next setup as Gas Cans is stepping back, trying to relent against the warehouse, the barn, whatever you want to call it based off the positioning, and try to wait to see how the approach from Soniqs is going to come, because it feels like they know it's going to happen.
I don't like it, though. Right now, the way the Gas Cans are lined up in here, it feels like they're about to give the Soniqs 3 1v1s potentially. They're so spread out that if Soniqs push in a systematic clear, they can't really back each other up. Hikerman needs to get in there and give Nikos a little bit of cover. Otherwise, I do think there's a chance that the Soniqs just run through them one at a time. Look at that. Soniqs split. They're okay with taking 1v1s. They want that.
I like this. Go back, get control over center. Make it to where the fact that everybody has to come to you. Soniqs playing this one slowly. With the amount of open doors and entrances to this building, Gas Cans have no idea how Soniqs are wanting to approach this. Tig leaning a little bit further out so that way maybe they won't hear the footsteps, hoping the fact that his aim will prevail as he spots somebody through the windows. Gas cans have to have a read and know the fact that everybody is approaching. They can do the math. They know it's only 2 people coming and they have the numbers advantage, but they don't know the approaching angle. And that's some pivotal information coming out for Tig right now as he spots this on the other side, sees this, and can now creep up. If somebody steps forward, if Greg leans out just a little bit, it's going to be a touch more vision. And I don't think that Greg saw him.
He didn't.
The ninja strategy still coming through. Creeping forward, gets a little bit more information, sprays a little bit, steps away.
He knew he was coming. He's so smart.
Comes a big H-wing, goes down on the other side. And this is a 1v2. Tig repositions around the outside of it, but it's going to be Gaskins knowing exactly where he is. He has to get away from it. He is on fire at the time, but he has time. He can get his meds back up right now. Greg shot, trying to crawl back over towards his teammates. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he tries to crawl to get a little bit more information. With that Molotov coming through, that's going to also slow down potential movements that we can see Tig trying to make. Flashbangs coming out, but the positioning from gas cannons, absolutely huge right now. I like the fact that they even have the vehicle set up to try to get a little bit more cover. Tig has his work cut out for him, tries to step out, and no! It's going to be the gas cans that finally deny the Soniqs the in-game victory. So with this, they manage to get themselves a chicken dinner and secure third.
The gas cans win with 11 kills. Congratulations. It's been coming for the last 3 games. They've been putting in work, but for me, the reality is the Soniqs. They got second. I don't know any other team that would be down to 2 versus 3 on a compound push and was like, F it, let's split up. They went to opposite sides of the building, came in full aggro, and Tig almost pulled it off. If they hadn't burned every throwable they had getting there, I think he could have smoked him out and possibly gotten in.
That's the only way that you can win there. If you stay grouped up trying to approach, you're going to get spotted out and get sprayed down. A grenade could take you down. We saw the Molotov and how much damage that did to Tig if they were stacked up there. So I love the mindset and the approach. Again, H1 at work there trying to figure out how that they were going to handle that. But also, kudos to gas cans. Sure, they did get themselves control over a building, but let's be honest, that is a very difficult building to control. And you saw how many people were trying to take it from them. They were consistently holding down position, and a lot of what was going on to the west, we were very focused on what was happening to the east. The west was a lot of gas cans control.
Gas cans played an amazing game. 11 kills, a testament, as well as the chicken dinner for that. They'll secure themselves 3rd position. But we're not done for the day. It has been chaotic. We've seen military circles. We've seen 2v3s. We've seen master classes on how to push, and we still have 2 more matches to play. Don't go anywhere. We're going to put some sand in your life as we return to the desert in just a little while. Welcome back. My name's Tavies. I'm joined by Matchroom over here with the call, and I'm going to be honest. There's PUBG, and then there's NA PUBG. And NA PUBG today, Matt, has been awesome.
I just can't get over. There has been so many huge plays that have been coming out so far today. I absolutely love. I know I've said it like 5,000 times. I just keep complimenting players and teams and everything. But let's be real. This has been absolutely a blast to watch from the beginning until now, plus or minus some robotiness here and there. Don't worry about that, guys. We're in the hype moments now. But
what? I can't hear that negative feedback.
Yeah, I can't hear it either. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. But gas cans, getting a chicken dinner. Now we need. It's your turn, Space Station Gaming. You can do it.
Right? All right. So that's the match standings. It's, gas cans 11 and a big chicken, Space Station right behind that. Let's flip it over to the overall standings for AB so far. Remember, C has not played yet, so you'll see them on the bottom. Don't worry about those little guys. I wouldn't worry about them. Over here on the right side, the Soniqs with 2 wins, but 35 kills. TSM, despite going out early again, or earlier, I shouldn't say early. They went pretty deep in that one. Still managed to maintain that kill lead. So one chicken dinner game from them puts them right back above the Soniqs. The back and forth is still in play. And while we started the day, Matt and I said, this is the first time, this is the only day TSM and Soniqs meet. Look for it to be a TSM Sonic show. The gas cans seemed offended by that.
Well, I mean, even then, Dodge, Space Station Gaming, Eternity, any trolls in chat, these guys have been popping off at different points as well. Not to the same level of consistency yet. Let's be real. That's going to be hard. It's like Sonic and TSM are doing quite well, and there's a reason why we talked about them so much whenever we go to internationals. To be able to be competing and walking away with as many chicken dinners and kills as these teams are is a beautiful thing to see, and I want to see more of it because it feels like, if anything, Gas Cans, Dodge, Space Station Gaming, and Eternity, any trolls in chat as well, are finding more and more comfort opportunities to really pick up kills and firefights at pivotal moments.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with them stepping up and getting involved. Other teams that have been in there, what is a team that I was a little bit curious about as we came into this one, Matt, because they barely made that cutoff in the group stages. They've only got 10 kills, but they're still performing better than some well-tenured teams who have much lower counts right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like I've had a lot, like my eyes drawn to what Nightly, Black Sheep Office. I keep wanting to say online, Black Sheep Office, Evil Pandas, Train to Go. Like we've had all of these little small moments. Wildcard Gaming and TAC 8 are kind of confusing because we keep seeing opportunities. Like TAC 8 has moments, or Wildcard Gaming has moments, but the amount of teams that are harassing them while they're trying to make their moment happen is just insane.
All right. Well, I am getting word that the game is ready. This is the penultimate, in honor of James, the penultimate match for the day. Another good plane, Matt. I could not ask for better. The planes have been very fair today.
They have. The circles, not so much. But I mean, that's the way you want it, right? Everybody gets a chance to loot, and then the circle goes, ha! Good, I'm glad you have loot. Now it's time to do something crazy. That's much better than cruel plane path into nice circle, because then it's like everybody's scrapping over a Winnie and a freaking, I don't know, pump shotgun like we saw last time, and then you're having to navigate around 6 other teams. So let's hope the fact that we get a little bit of safety after as much military we got on Erangel.
All right, so we talked about Miramar. We talked about how some teams can thrive there because it's different and there's places to hide. And then the same teams come out on top and absolutely lambast everybody in that last match. And one of them was the Soniqs. And we're going to keep giving the Soniqs their due because, to be blunt, let me ask you this, Matt. Power rankings. They came out. It was like a media poll. Coaches, I think, were involved. And there was a vote. And Virtus Pro was, I believe, named the #1 team in the world. Do you think that it's the Soniqs? I feel
I'm not even having NA bias on this. Look at the last international, and then look at how many events Soniqs has still managed to beat first in time and time again after that. VP is a strong team. No disrespect to them, but I don't think that Soniqs momentum has stopped since international play.
It's true. My only caveat is Batulin. I think that the Soniqs have had this crazy, beautiful momentum, and there's no arguing that. but Batulin has been maturing like a fine wine. Every time I see him play, every time I see him lead, honestly, every interview I listen to, I'm more and more impressed with his development as a player and a leader. So that's, I think, maybe a shake there. But the reality is, like, what we watched with the Soniqs in the last game, every single one of those players, like, we joke, like, oh, Mime's going to clutch, or Tig's going to clutch, or, I mean, every one of them, Shrimzy, Win, they are all juggernauts in their own right, and none of them have lost a step. That's what blows my mind. Teams are often at the top, and when they get to the top, sometimes you don't play as often. Sometimes you take time off. Sometimes you go, hey, I'm the best. It is what it is. The Soniqs have not showed me any signs of that mentality and have been playing out of their mind even after their big win. Like, I haven't seen Tiggleton take time off.
Oh, no. If anything, he seems to be happier and having more fun. Everybody on Soniqs. That's the whole thing, is it just feels like having international success just made Soniqs stop being stressed about how good they are and trying to prove it, and instead just started enjoying it. And woe be to anybody that decides to come in and mess with Soniqs' fun at the time. Because, I mean, when you got an H-Win climbing up the top of, like, 30 ladders just so that way he can, like, DDT his way off the top of this to take down the last member so that way he can clutch up a victory. I mean, that's just fun, man.
That was a Diamond Dallas Page Rush reference. That was even better than my Wonder Years reference in the last match, my friend. I love it. I'm actually doing the Diamond Cutter thing right now. DDT was Tim, right? Yeah, it was. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Is it that or RKO? I couldn't figure out which way I wanted to go with it.
You know,
anyway, we got to go before we start getting like hit with trademarks or something else like that.
Right. Kylaris is at home like, yes, they're talking about wrestling. He loves that stuff. Okay, let's check in with the actual game. Let's look at the stuff that's happening here. The circle has shifted to the west. It's a pretty reasonable circle. Not a lot of unplayable territory. Solid rotational lines from just about every aspect of the map. I would expect a relatively slow early game here, Match'em, and then probably a lot of chaos as most teams are going to sort of sneak in and just stack for the late game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, especially when we're getting into the tail end of this. A couple of teams might make some Hail Mary sins to the center to try to get a little bit more control over positioning, but I think that it's going to be a little bit calmer than what we've been seeing so far, with the exception of maybe teams like Gas Cans. While we did talk about the fact that back in the day that Gas Cans was a little bit more of a run-and-gun early game fighting team, not so much now. It's a little bit more like what we were talking about with Vegas, a little bit more controlled. They still want to take their fights. They still love taking their fights, but it's a little bit slower in approach. It's not high risk, pretty decent reward. It's more like medium risk, higher reward kind of situation.
And a lot, the old Gas Cans felt like they believed that they had the skills and they had to show it off to everybody. The current iteration of Gas Cans feel like they have the skills. They know they have the skills, but they also have the temperance to go along with it, right? They know they're not the Soniqs who have the skills, have the temperance to not have to use it, but also know that, well, nobody can stop them and they can go completely ham. The Gas Cans have used a lot of good strategy, but they're taking the fights when it matters. And a good example of that is you saw in the last game, they had numbers on Tiggleton. They did not push. They did not aggress. They held their angles. They knew they had the dot, and they waited to make the play. And that's what I respect about the Gas Cans evolution.
Yeah, and that's what you love to see, is a team that's always strong at team fighting. And yes, I know there's been roster swaps, and I know everything else like that, but that's kind of the Gas Cans MO, is to be very good at team fighting. I mean, a lot of these teams are, but that was kind of one of the things that they were very focused on. Like, whenever they decided to take a fight, they were going to take the fight and not be afraid. They press the go button, it's W key until something dies kind of situation. And that's live or die by the sword. That's what Gas Cans epitomizes. And a little bit now, it's not so much live or die by the sword. It's more like, we enjoy having the sword and we keep the sword clean, but we only use it whenever it's like the proper time. And other than that, we're perfectly fine with having like a polite conversation with the team that's next to us until they decide to piss us off.
You said W key. Bring back Profi. I miss you.
I know.
All right. I know. Right?
I was so happy to see Profi get married.
Congratulations, Profi. I doubt he's watching, but if he is, I wish they were a PUBG couple because I love those two. Anyway, that's enough reminiscing. If you guys know Profi, though, give him shout outs on Twitter because he's a pretty chill dude, and I'm super happy for him. All right, Orion. Up here on top of the hill, let's take a look at sort of how the rotations are falling out from everyone. I will say this, Matt. there are far less late arrivals in this game as opposed to the last one. In fact, we're at a point now as we get ready for phase 2, there is only one team that is still outside of the first circle. Everyone else has at least moved 2, if not all of their players inside, which last time, that was not the case. And the circle was not that much more difficult than this one.
Yeah, well, this is like one of the Monty-centered with El Pozo circles where you still have like Crater Fields in play and some of San Martin. So there's a lot of little dips and areas that you can kind of hide out in. TTG, though, coming in late, following in back behind this, getting into Picado, does have No Cap. That looks like they were contemplating doing a similar strategy. No Cap, I believe, saw them rotating, so that should probably calm down whatever is going to be going on there. Most of the teams, pretty chill. It's mostly hello bullets, like we talked about, where you're just kind of shooting at somebody being like, hey, I know you're there. Please don't come this way whenever we decide to rotate later.
Hello bullets. I like that. It's good. You sign your name on it, shoot it over there. They, you can dig the slug out of the wall and be like, oh, it's the Soniqs. They said hi. Let's take a look. Okay, TSM doing more than saying hi as they come up over the top of the hill. Take a little bit of damage there from BSO. Luke providing some cover, but immediately backs off.
All right, Colton Bay, just getting a little bit more control of that. Oh, that grenade bounce is good. Good read on the idea that was coming. The repositions away from it. BSO has multiple firing lines in this and does manage to scare TSM away from this positioning. So again, the evolutions coming in for BSO quite strong. Sending that outside position, I think it was Mothme decided that one is going to go ahead and get a little bit more control over that. They also have Winlow playing an outside position to give a little bit more cover. We do have ETR that's kind of positioned up right now that could have No Cap coming in back behind them, who's just having a lot of trouble figuring out where they want to go right now.
Again, and this is what you expect with the circle here. If it's sort of on Monte Nuevo and north of Pozo, there's a lot of rotation lines. There's not a lot of blocks. When you get down to Vaidemar, you've got a lot of weird sort of high ground mountains that people want to push into early. Here, there's not a lot outside of maybe that one range by Pozo that kind of slows rotations. But the reality is you can go around it. So lots of spots to hide, lots of positions for everyone to get. And what it's going to really come down to is this phase 2 shift. Is it aggressive? If it heads down towards Chumaceto, we could see some very difficult fights for some of these northern teams. If it yoinks north, we could see the same issue for ETR and Cap that they had in the last game, where there's just no options for that rotation. As of now, it'll keep being hello bullets until that next circle pops.
Yeah, even No Cap managed to get separated away, get a little bit more control over positioning. So it's everybody quite still at the time. Nobody's really taking any big major movements. We're just waiting for the circle to collapse in and be about another 20 or so seconds until everything kind of cements in and we see the next circle where it's going to go. We've been seeing a lot of circles favoring that El Pozo field area ending. We're kind of looking at the time. Don't worry, guys. We're not revealing the script or anything. It's just they tend to end there, just the way everything goes. And it is a very deadly place because it's a field in the bottom of a valley. So it's like double trouble. You're in low ground with no cover. So if it goes that direction, boy, it sucks. So let's hope the circle doesn't go there, but no, instead, let's make it centered up.
About almost a perfect bullseye as it goes towards the middle. This should show us some compression on the east side, maybe a fight or two, but the reality is most of the teams will just sort of compact a little, sort of like an iron lung contracting and everyone moving a little bit tighter, but not too much in terms of the throwdown. We'll see, as it does look like Cat may be running into some trouble here with EP, and TSM is taking a lot of fire from BSO. TSM doesn't have a lot of options for where to go. The middle is occupied.
Yeah, it's TSM, I guess, are going to try to go after Space Station Gaming's compound. They are running a little bit of a split position, but no, the bullets that they're going to be able to put out are going to be able to discourage. There is a little bit of a dip that you can play just ahead of where they're at, and I think that Alo might be stopping soon. As you can see, it's going to be, I think, one more jump over, or in this one right here, either way. So it looks like they're going to opt into this one, and with this, they're going to get themselves a nice position that's pretty much due up in center. The problem is they are firmly surrounded right now. Orion, just to the north of them, you can see not having as easy of a time getting into position.
Orion up on top of a good spot here. Again, it's a tough one because it's sort of quiet. ATC does get a nice little knock on wildcard, but it's a lot of teams just trying to find rotations. Luke 12 does Orion dirty, and Zin is done.
That's the problem. There's 60 people alive, and everybody can kind of see each other, but nobody's shooting. Orion has no idea what's contained and what's not. So instead, they're just going to roll in, and that's going to give them a little bit of favorable. They're going to at least be able to get a kill on this one, but Simply Matt goes down. Adox, the last one up. Good recovery coming out from everybody on what right now? They just got to figure out how they're playing this. Adonis should be aware of how the approach is coming through. Gets a little bit of spray, but there's too many open variables, too many different angles that they're going to be coming through. Adonis is going to go down. Orion tried to go for the play and get into a centralized position, but there was just too many people.
You know, it's often a sign if all of your bodies are in the same room. I mean, it's just something to consider. They got lumped up. They got forced. They got sort of box pushed into this spot, and what comes out on top. So,
in fairness, there was only like two there. And
That's
then the other one was somebody that they killed. So
fair enough. Okay,
nice, I guess. I mean, that's a dangerous rotation across the fields and everything. Like, just to give you guys an idea, I'm looking at the map right now. T8 is shooting at Nightly, and TSM is kind of shooting at Dodge. But that's about all that's going on. We've got Angels in chat. Out of everybody that's alive, there's maybe just like 7 or 8 people shooting. And that leads to the fact that everybody's a little bit hesitant whenever they go for their scouting in on anything, because you don't know who's looking at you. When you go for a peek, you don't know what sniper rifle is beaded in on your head at the time.
Mm-hmm. This is a fascinating circle. Still 15 teams alive, 33 seconds left on phase 2. But the positions have mostly been established. The next circle is going to be a very big driver here, as a lot of our teams have sort of settled into their spots, and there's not a lot of like open transition space. So if it is a big shift, if we go dead circle again, it should be another compression. But if it pulls specifically hard south or sort of hard northeast, it's going to become a very, very wild position for these teams to be in. BSO sees ETR. ETR has to be careful here. They have a knack for getting caught between two teams, so you want to make sure they're very careful here. There's a northern yoink that should force a couple of teams here, I think including the Soniqs, to be forced to make space that doesn't exist. So we may be getting our first true throwdown, big action of this game, as teams are going to try to force their way more towards the center, because with that giant field that's just southeast of Pozo, you don't want to be forced to go in there. That's the last-ditch death field, right?
This is why Orion was making the sin play that they did. Eternity is trying to make a little bit of a move as well, but it's going to get spotted out by BSO. Good vision on that. Soniqs also rotating in. Looks like they're going to be right in the same neighborhood as TSM, as Space Station Gaming also collapses around that point. Gas cans rotating all the way to the north. It looks like they're going to have EP coming along behind them. Looks like TDG already has a good positioning over there. T8 already going to be on position just to the northwest of that, as Easy is going to get shot at, but she'll be able to make it over there just fine. A couple of teams are making the last-ditch send into Pozo, which is kind of your Hail Mary, God, I hope nobody else stops over here next to me, so that way we don't have to do an urban ending. But if you have to try to leave Pozo, if the circle doesn't favor that position, boy, it sucks trying to leave. You've got high ground positioning looking down into you, as it is in a little bit of a valley, or you have to get funneled into the field, which is just as deadly. So if you end up in Pozo and the circle goes away from you, it's a bad, bad time.
Yeah, I mean, Pozo is a last-ditch dive, and there's not a lot of good options to get out. Now, if you get the circle, congratulations, though it seems unlikely. We got gas cans and pandas starting to stack up on top of each other here. The pandas do have the high ground. Adam down on top of the ramp, but he is outside the circle, so he's going to have to try to cross in. The pandas aren't even in. They've got to try to go up and around the gas cans position here, and I just don't even, to be blunt, see what options the pandas have getting stuck on their side of this ridge.
Oh, especially with Adam's positioning. It's so good.
Wow.
Takes down Corsic. He's not inside the safe zone right now and playing an outside position for it to defend his teammates. He does get all of the aggression as EP has decided that they're going to try to send it up to him. But look at the peaks. He managed to get a lot of damage in his show, and it's going to be a follow-up shot coming in. Icy Flex and the rest of the boys look like they were deciding just, okay, if we're going to go down, we're going to take Adam with us. But that's just the performance that we've been seeing coming in from Adam since he's joined this squad. He's managed to unite them and takes very dangerous angles and says, hey, guys, it's fine. I'll support you. I'll try to make sure that I can give you every opportunity. And, man, he does it.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Adam did his best to hold that, but Grozes are just king guns right now, and he just held down that fire button. Adam with a smart repeat, but it didn't work out. Nikos gets a couple of shots here as the gas cans do still have 3 up. There's not a lot they're going to be able to do to save Adam, so they're just going to kind of defend this continuous push. Here as Hiker Band plays the anchor role.
He should hear them hopping inside the vehicles. He might be able to step up and get a couple of shots into Oldless. He's going to bead into the vehicle as it goes up the top. Now he finally gets vision on it, but it might be a little bit too late. Yep. And so with this, a little bit of a dip. And hey, look, he does manage to get that last tick shot in as he crawls around the corner there, but should be safe to res. Now we go back down out of Pozo. And guess what? If you're ATC, if you're Wildcard, if you're ETR, if you're BSO, get ready for a terrible time. Meanwhile, you can see that Soniqs, TSM, Space Station Gaming, Dodge, everybody in the world has decided that this little cubby is going to be where they fight it at. The dip is not free as TSM does go down. Soniqs continuing to try to harass them and deny them any chance at chicken dinner and catching up.
This is the downside of the dip. It's also the downside of it feels like the Soniqs at this point are just hunting TSM. Anybody else feel like every time the Soniqs get some information, they kill TSM? It's I think they might be DMing each other after this. Maybe Trey and Gunner going back and forth.
They've got the chicken dinner right now, and they know that TSM and Gaskins are the only teams that could do it. If TSM is the only team that's next to them, hey, let's just go after them and benefit every single time it happens until they get another team that's maybe danger close to them. That's the way to try to play it out from now. Tiga's trying to crawl back over into Mime and might be able to get away with it. Dodge doesn't want to over-aggress into this just yet. Gaskins have sent it out and away and instead going to crash on the other side of this where potentially Space Station Gaming might be able to see them. We are going to see Tickleton Duds go down, and now Mime, the last one up, it is just a ton of crates and blown up vehicles around him, and it's scary, man. That's scary, especially when you know that Dodge is thinking about pushing you any second.
Dodge is there, Soniqs is there, Gas Cans rolls up, someone yelled welcome to hell as they came in because it is nonstop. Mime is the last man standing from Soniqs. He's totally okay with that as they managed to take out TSM. They still have the chicken advantage, so they managed to sort of curb their biggest threat, though the Gas Cans, with another chicken dinner and a good performance here, throw their hat into the ring for that #1 position. So look for them to continue to put it up. Meanwhile, Nightly Esports locked into a building. They're all 3 deep in one spot with an outlier who's in a car getting shot by Richie B as we watch.
Should be noted, Eternity has been able to pick up several kills as they're trying to make their approach, and Mime does get spotted out. He goes down. Top of the leaderboard starting to get a little bit more free, so Gas Cans can have the opportunity to pick up their second chicken dinner. But do note the fact that a couple of teams that are chasing them are pretty close. That grenade bounce off the side, takes down sneak attack. Boy, he wanted to just crawl forward, but that was, I don't even know. That was like ping pong more than anything else the way he went through there. Molotov's also going to come through, and Nightly is just not having fun. Look at all the death and destruction going on around them. They're exiting the only side of the building that they can that's not covered in smoke, flames, or vehicles.
Richie, that was an example of when your nade doesn't go where you want it to, but to where it needs to be, as he gets a nice little play there, separated from the rest of his team. They're going aggressive. Destinator gets Cray Show. Richie B goes around to the left side, gets the second knock. 1 player left for Nightly. The flushes are coming out, and now it's just him, a Shack, and a Prayer as Tactical 8 is bringing the pain.
I love this. They're playing this so well, making sure to use the cover as they approach. They spot him out. Takes a second. Keep in mind, guys, the smoke's a lot thicker on their screen than it is on ours. We give you a little bit of extra vision on the spectators, so don't think the fact that they're that blind. So new circle pops. It doesn't go to the field. What?
He pulled the pin on the grenade and laid down in the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, he was trying to suicide kill some Tactical 8 boys. Didn't work out. But
I didn't know that we had martyrdom in this.
Very sneaky. Very sneaky.
All right. So, circle. The way it's popped up, we have BSO, EP, good positionings. Gas Cans, Dodge, Space Station Gaming. Oh, that's about to be a brutal fight.
Dodge getting some nice shots. I don't know at who. We'll find out. There we go. Let's get a little bit bigger here and take the overlook. You can see Gas Cans. You know, Gas Cans came into some serious chaos, Matt. I thought they might get caught up in it. But apparently, once TSM and Soniqs is out of the game, everything slows down.
That's the strength of that position. The only point that it's weak to is the field. And nobody's playing the field because why would you? You die there. There's only one person that's in it, and it's one of the members from BSO that couldn't make it to where the rest of the members of BSO were at. So you get a little bit of safety there. As anybody that's going to try to crest up and come after you is going to have to contest with the other people that are next to them. So good read on how to play that coming out from Gas Cans. Now the question comes into play, can they handle the amount of people that are going to be collapsing in? As now Dodge Lampalot. I love this reposition from them to get a low ground point on them. So that way the other members can crest the high ground and try to approach this in multiple vectors to make it to where Gas Cans don't have too many options to work around.
Yeah, Greg Shot was in a good spot. I don't think Lamp expected him to be down on top of that rock, so we had to scooch back just a little bit. That'll also buy him time. Gregshot can put out some throwables and try to really slow down Lamp's ability to play against him. Finna get some nice smokes out so he can move in and back up Lamp. Lamp's got the nade queued up, so Gregshot should maybe consider some relocation here as they know exactly where he is. There's a small rock and not a lot of places to hide, so you can rain down some throwables. So far, though, no one else seems to be interested in this fight. It is just Dodge versus the Gas Cans, two high-performance teams going up against each other.
Well, if I was Space Station Gaming and I heard everything that was going on over here and I put 2 and 2 together on who it is, I would be perfectly fine with waiting. Instead, Space Station Gaming looks like they're sending it to the west and might be going after what at the time. That opens up a little bit more opportunity for Dodge, as now they have the high ground and they don't have to worry about Space Station Gaming being right next to them. They do, however, have to worry about EP that has a little bit of vision into this. Dodge Lamp out repositioning down and making the approach on that dangerous angle that I was telling you about. Found the opportunity, and Dodge is just roaming through this hillside. Nikos has very few options. Molotov's going to come up, but he at least manages to take down one. That should be a... Oh, I don't know, maybe the res. The blue's coming in. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Finna playing the low ground off of this. It's just going to be BSO, and I think ETR that can take shots into it. Space Station Gaming, though, continues their harassment push into where what was playing at.
Yeah, well, very smart. SSG could have been involved with the Dodge and the gas can, but either way, whichever team wins is still stuck on a rock. SSG moves into the circle, they dig out what, and now they have control of a compound that has a approach vector, even with the shift, to get them into a better spot in the circle. So smart play by SSG. Black Sheep Office, check in with them now. They've got 3 players left alive as they try to find their way in towards the middle. Remember, we had to bring some folks out of the field. They've been hunkered down for a little while. It's going to be a tough transition for them. Only 2 kills in the hopper.
Yeah, we got ATC that's already got the foothold. T8 is going to have to deal with no cap. And then Patron is about to have a whole bunch of Space Station Gaming coming right at his face, so we'll see how that has to go. No cap's going to opt in taking the shots into T8, as it looks like these guys have been bumping into each other quite frequently. But it's going to be no cap, not having the numbers advantage right now, and an already defended up and inside circle with at least one of their members with Detonator in position. What does go down is it looks like Space Station Gaming does spot him out, and Richie's going to have to leave position, but I love the fact that Top has an idea on where it's at, gets some damage out, but Richie B still manages to hold up for a little while. Minox is going to have to continue his push up through this point. Instead, going to go ahead and push his way to the east instead of into the north as he realizes there's just too many members that way, and he might find a safe opportunity if he continues on this path.
I wonder how good No Cap is if they get all 4 people into the late game. See, that's something I haven't seen yet, so I'd like to see a little more of that, because Cap's been doing great with these sort of 1 and 2 survival combos, but they haven't shown a good 4 into that Phase 6, Phase 7 just yet. So I want to see a little more out of that. As you can see, Menox knocks Detonator. He's been putting in a lot of work, but again, it's hard to win a competitive squads game when you're running as solos and duos.
I got to point this out. We do have ATC and Space Station Gaming still sitting up with 4 members apiece. Space Station Gaming is to the south and has a pretty decent open area that they don't have to worry too much about. Minox still has to worry about T8, but it's going to be ATC to the north. Both these teams completely opposite of each other with this hillside in between them, and that means the fact that they're going to have to take on the targets that are around them at the time. Space Station Gaming could have a better opportunity of not having to bump into as many teams, as it could be ATC finding themselves pincered between EP and T8. This could be a huge opportunity for either one of these teams as TAC-8 does get vision on ATC.
All right, so we got Tactical 8 coming up here on top. There's still that Menox threat off to the right side they have to be aware of. SSG in the distance. We move. Lines up the shot, but can't close it down as they continue to lock up their positions. I love what ATC is doing. They got the Pandas to the left. But to be honest, the Pandas have been a little bit passive. So I think ATC continue to control ground without too much stress about the push coming from the Pandas.
Yeah, I like the way that ATC is playing this. They have an idea on where the approach is going to be coming from. EP is content right now. They're not really too worried about anything. They do have ETR that's just a little bit past them, but TAC-8 is going to be one of the few moving teams, as well as Minox. Poor Minox getting harassed now. Outside the blue, narrowly makes it in, and that was going to be Space Station Gaming that was taking the shots at him. So Minox now barefoot, sneaking in right back into T8, who he's been so desperately trying to avoid.
Back in my day, we had to crawl uphill both ways in the desert with no shoes. That's how Menox plays as they try to get a win.
That would be so hot running across that pavement, dude. I live in Texas. I know that sucks. I don't even live in deserty Texas, and that sucks.
You know, I don't even live in deserty Texas. It's a lot of Texas. A lot of possibilities there.
There's a lot of Texas. That's true.
There is a lot of Texas. A lot of possibilities for a lot of teams. especially SSG. I like that they've pushed up the hill. They've got a spot inside the circle. They've also left some sort of rear guard back in the compound to make sure nobody pushes in from behind. They're playing a very, very clean game. Marsalek goes ahead and gets a nice knock and flush on Richie B before the rest of his team can even try to respond.
Look at it this way, Minox. The team that's been harassing you while you've been solo, you can find an opportunity, and he does!
He did it!
He takes down William. Perseverance pays off in the end as he does manage to at least kill them. But now he has revealed where he's at to ATC, who has 4 members up. So, Dodge now looks like they're going to advance into position over here. And guess what? Roth has an idea on what's going on.
Surprise.
Steps up and says, nah, man. Nah, Roth steps back around 2, doesn't even go down. No, that's going to be a little bit more problematic as BSO on the move. Looks like they might find themselves with a little bit of attention to Space Station Gaming, realizing the fact that they have a threat and a high ground, so they might harass this.
Yeah, I think Space Station Gaming saw BSO get that knock, and they're hungry. I think, not to be mean here, but I think SSG sees BSO as a potential high reward, medium risk sort of play for them to keep them off on the right side. So BSO is there. SSG can keep one eye on them and lock them out. Meanwhile, ETR, again, coming in off a tough rotation. The Pandas have them locked out on the edge of the blue. Big run there. Oldest putting up some good fire with that Scar, trying to keep them down. You see Soup trying to get himself to some cover. Menox comes through with another knock. Headshot on Super. Norcus finally finishes the solo. No Cap is eliminated. ETR down to 1. Nade pops up over the top. It's not enough to kill the Oldless. Icyflex has to fall back as he's taking some serious fire. And Ultimus does get Jumbi and Soup. So that will be the end of Eternity. And Evil Pandas live to fight another day. 3 left alive. ATC with 4. SSG with 3. But the Rez about to pop off. So we're looking at a very close fight. SSG and ATC, 2 teams with big pedigrees and big names. Evil Pandas with some big names as well. I mean, Show, Oldest, Icyflex, and Corsac know their way about the competitive scene. We just haven't seen them do it yet today. Could this be the moment?
Circle pops, and it does go back in Space Station's direction. That is huge. Whenever we look at the way that this is set up, there's a pivotal point in the middle of it where it's kind of open. So any trolls in chat now has to move through a very dangerous position as they make their way through. EP is going to be able to get the res back up, but now ATC has got to be the moving team as well as EP. Space Station Gaming finds an opportunity for holding this down for as long as they have.
Big plays here. EP is just locked up, though. And once SSG came over the top of this hill and took Prio on them, EP just hasn't had a lot of options. They're stuck outside the circle. They don't have anywhere to go. ATC has to eliminate them before they can turn and fight SSG, I think, which is part of the problem, because Space Station Gaming can just sit back and let it happen.
I love the way that everybody's repositioning around this, but most notably, the way that Space Station Gaming is creeping forward, trying to get a little bit more center control. We talk about that a lot. Having that point and that information, and most notably, the fact that ATC is aware that they have a threat in EP so close means the fact that there is a firefight that's going on. Marsalek does go down as Icyflex finds an angle to work through. That's going to open up more movement opportunities for Space Station Gaming on the other side of it. Norkis, very aware of where EP is at, but with the amount of smoke, just doesn't have vision onto it and only has a Molotov, so being a little bit hesitant to throw anything just quite yet. There is a dip in that position, and flashbangs are coming out, but Super's got to play a little careful. Show just drops it right on his head. There we go. Norkis gets the side angle onto it, takes down 1, and then it's just Show up all by his lonesome. A lot of damage has been thrown out by EP, and that could be absolutely pivotal. Marsalek is going down. Super's going to go down as well, and now there are just 2 up for any trolls in chat, and the Space Station Gaming knows that they come in full-on authority. Melon spins back around, takes down 1, but there are so many Space Station Gaming members up right now, and he is down in a dip. Just look at the throwables coming up. This is just harassment as Space Station Gaming takes their victory with 11 kills.
The Pandas cost so much to ATC. Space Station Gaming played it perfectly. You could see it. Once Pandas were out, they had already spread out around the circle. They were like, go boys. And once it was down to 1, hey, use your throwables. Let's charge from 3 sides. It is what it is. SSG gets a big win, Matt, and they do it very, very well with the aggression that we know from. Like they played aggressive and it worked.
Roth with 6 kills, I believe, inside that last round. He's, again, been a very consistent performer, and whenever we see Space Station Gaming have massive success, it's often due to whenever we see a very high kill count coming out from Roth. So I love to see that coming out from them. And again, I know, during all of PCS, I was like, Space Station Gaming, you're so close to chicken dinners, and I love the fact that we're seeing them be able to close it out, and specifically, how efficiently they did it.
They did it efficiently. They did it effectively. That brings us up to 4 different chicken winners in our first 6 games. of the day. There's one more to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back. It's time for the final match. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Matchroom, and this is the ESL PUBG Masters North America as we watch groups A and B go head-to-head. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If you've been watching and you think that either you're better than these teams are or you want to get better, you want to cut your teeth against the best of the best, now is the time to do it. Registration for the PCS5 America's Open qualifiers is officially open. Get your squad ready for the last chance to earn PGC points, the last chance to earn PGC points, and your piece of $250,000 in prizes. Now, there's a lot of big reasons in your head to not do it, but there's really only one reason to not do it, and that's if you're scared or lame. I guess that's two. Everyone else, get your squad, get in, and play, okay? Stop being scared.
What's the worst that happens?
Fear is not your friend.
I mean,
exactly.
You're gonna like not playing. You automatically lose. So might as well.
Yes, that's how I got. I asked out a lot of women before one said yes, and it worked out. Just take your shot, man. Go for it. All right, let's talk about the last match. Space Station Gaming. They got the win. 11 kills. Great job. But again, ATC continues. You need to find them in the mix. These guys are not going away anytime soon. And then Evil Pandas get third, Matt. I'm happy to see some moves out of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we were hyping them up, and then that weird thing happened with the car at the start, but good to see them rebounding back in. That's one of the things you want to look for specifically. We're just talking about it. You want to play through the qualifiers. You want to make something happen. You got to be able to rebound from a bad game, and that's very, very important. Seeing any trolls in chat consistently being up towards the top, also great. A little bit of mutually assured destruction coming up between Soniqs and TSM, or I guess it was more harassment from the Soniqs onto TSM, only walking away with 3 kills apiece. But now Soniqs got to be careful. While they keep bumping into TSM, there's going to be a lot of teams that are picking up chicken dinners.
Absolutely. I mean, after this last game, they get to go their separate ways for the rest of the weekend and try to dominate lobbies without having to worry about the other team, which is probably good news for TSM because I think that they're getting the worst of these throwdowns between the two of them. Though it is still neck and neck, Soniqs with 2 chicken dinners and 38 kills. TSM does manage to stay 1 kill ahead and 1 chicken down. Gas Cans closes the gap. Space Station up there as well. All of the top 4 teams also of our top 4 fragging teams, Matt, as it takes kills, it takes hard play to get here and get these wins.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be our last game of the night. Roth, again, walking away with those 6 kills. Sharp Shot with 4 kills as well. Top 2 coming through there. Dodge still holding up with Finna inside there, but Evil Pandas making their appearance in the top 5 kills and damage right there. And again, look at the damage that Oldless has been putting out. This guy, he is very, like, don't sleep on Oldless, man. He can really pump out some damage.
All right, before we go to the next game, I want to know real quick if we can go back to the overall leaderboard. I want to get one more look at that in my head as we go into the last match of the day. I need to see some big plays out of Wildcard and Orion specifically. These are teams that we know can do it, Matt. What we've gotten from them, I don't think they're happy with. I'm not happy with, but I believe in them. Let's do it. Let's go to the last match of the day, and we've had good planes. We've had great planes all day, Matt. And then this.
Hey, well, look, it's just trying to get us far away from the El Pozo fields as humanly possible so that way we don't see it again, right? Benefits. We just had a nice, friendly circle that wasn't too bad. Now we got to get the cruel by getting an island circle, right? Island circle. Cross your fingers. Island circle.
They're so boring. I'm past island circles. Give me cave circles. Where's my cave ending? I haven't seen a cave ending on this map before.
Let's just go ahead and send it up all to Campo Militar. Campo Militar,
yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, dude, I love looting camp. It makes me so depressed that the best loot spot in the game is all the way up there. Just saying, it's my favorite. All right, so let's check in with Super. He's got an iron sight, AK, and a couple of bullets to send down range. Have a little fun with it. But again, ATC shooting at the start of a game.
Poor Lamp a lot. He's just chilling. Him and that tree are friends, and whoa, God. Okay, I was joking about an island circle, but that's a lot of water.
What?
Here.
That is. It's not.
I mean, with the plane path, something crazy was expected. Lamp, Juke, you can do it.
Currently, Dodge controls 1/4 of the circle. I'm just going to put that in perspective.
Lamp makes it away.
So, but that's the nature of like where we're at with this circle, right? Is like Dodge in their loot spread has not a fourth, but like an eighth of the circle already under their control. So that is the biggest downside between Cap, Tactical 8, and Dodge. There's no real estate left. So as teams start rotating, and I expect, what do you think with a circle like this, Matt? Do you go early or do you go late?
I go late, and right now expect me to be kind of quiet for the next couple of seconds because I'm going to be drinking a lot of water. I'm expecting a Los Leones ending, and so I would come into the circle late, maybe camp on the outside of. Don't get me wrong. We still often see the hills to the south and to the east of Los Leones be quite popular, but if we see another northern circle after this one, it's going to be an urban ending, and man, that's going to be chaos.
Urban endings are not a myth. They do happen. It is a little more rare, less rare than Island Circle. I'll say that.
True.
But Leones is a tough one to fight in because of just how big those buildings are, because of the scale of the roads, the large spaces between crosses. It's a tough one. So we're going to see if that develops. I am sort of used to seeing this circle move down towards where Dodge is. That seems like a popular spot for it to kind of end up. So we're going to see. Does it go circle? Does it not? I think what you said is right. A lot of teams are just going to accept the difficulty of this circle. They've got 2 more days to play, or a day each, right? So they can get some kills, except maybe this is not the easiest chicken for them. Rotate in a little bit late, try to put some points on the board, and GG go next.
Well, there's a couple of different things to keep an eye on. No Cap is playing to the north of the circle along, I guess, the Route 66, the Scenic Drive, whatever you want to call it, the road that runs north-south to the east, right along the coast.
The California Highway.
There's a couple of opportunities to really gatekeep there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a very hard rotation coming in from the south and along that path, or just coming in all the way to the south and coming in back below like the southern area and the way that it curves around that direction. There's potential for a lot of just edge fighting moving into this, as teams are not going to have a lot of opportunities. When you look at the circle, just realize about 60% of the edge is water. And whenever you're looking at Miramar, that becomes less beneficial because there's not as many boats, there's no ferry, there's no anything else along those lines. You can stack people on a jet ski, but that's about it. Just get a couple of people to stand on top of it, maybe drive it through the water, do something dumb like that. But other than that, you're going to have very limited pathing options, and especially when rocks are in the way. You have to be very cautious, as it means that there's going to be a ton of people just waiting to catch you if you're the late rotating team. And most teams are going to opt into it just due to that. And that leads to the chaos all over the place.
And it's not even like they're camping. They're just also late to the circle.
Right.
And running the edge, right? Like that's the difficulty here. This is great news for a team like Dodge. It gives them a good chance to set themselves up. Dodge does well when they get to start in a good ending spot. So hopefully that works for them on this one. Tactical 8 in a great spot as well. Up here on top of the hill, the problem with T8 spot is they don't have a lot of back cover. So there is a chance that teams kind of come smoking into them if they see early rotations. But again, I don't think a lot of teams go through or near Los Leones. It's either grab edges up on the hard coast, or what you call it, Route 66 or whatever, or into Los Leones. What is the California Highway that runs up the coast? Is it the 101, 105?
I don't know.
I've
heard
Pacific
people
Coast Highway.
Again, we both live in like the center of the United States. We don't know these like LA things too well. I'm willing to bet that a ton of people will be able to tell us why we're wrong and what it is. I almost want to say it's like Route 1 or something else like
that. Call it the Road to Hana. All right. Anyway, and then like 6 people in the world to get that reference. Have you heard I'm from Hawaii? Anyway, that is that was for you, Poro. ETR coming in from the north. They're going to transition through Impala. TTG started strong. Has been kind of since then. I need a little more. I want to see a little more as they go through here. Keenan, though, may see a little more if TTG moves in this direction and may cause them a little bit of a headache. I think they also are going to get pushed by Pandas on the opposite side. So TTG could be in a bit of a pickle. That's one way to park your car.
Hey, it's safe there, right?
We saw the Soniqs use it in the last game to push 2 games ago to push a compound, right? Like, they did a barrel roll for protection purposes.
It should be noted, everybody that was inside the circle already is clustering very southeast of Los Leones. I mean, I can't even do a rough count because there's so many lime green teams stacked up on top of each other. But it feels like most of the teams are all in this one corridor. So we tend to see the circle go that direction, so no surprise there. But the issue comes into play is there are still options. Most notably, it can go west, it can go back to Los Leones to the northwest, and it can still just go absolutely north. And with everybody clustering in this position, it's going to make it a little bit more scary if the circle doesn't go that way. Mathematically, probably will. But if it doesn't, which I want it to do, I want it to go somewhere else. I want it to be bad. Last game always needs to be fun. But it's scary right now with the amount of teams that are all just right on top of each other. And with Miramar things, they can't see each other.
It's also tempting, I think, for the teams that are in the lobby right now. It is the last game of the day. They do both. Everybody in this lobby has another 6 games to play after this in a new lobby. It's going to change up at least the 8 of the teams that are in there. So there is a chance, some teams maybe have had a tough day to say, you know what, we're going to shore it up, play a little bit tighter, play a little bit cleaner, focus on tomorrow and not sort of give it away by, say, going out in 16th place. And that is something that you often will see in the last game of the day. The idea to sort of get out with what you got and come back tomorrow and do better.
Oh, Orion, this is a problem. Yeah, okay, Dirty Zin's already down, and they are trapped. Skazka's to the north, can't provide too much support. Icy Flex looks like he's flexing out a little bit so that way he can go ahead and take down Iodonics. This is, I mean, what do? You peek up, you're going to take more damage. Try to run away, that's the only play you can do. Dip to the next one, but it's going to be Icy Flex that should be getting in close range at this point. Yeah, information's going to be fed back over. How good is the arm? Going to toss it. If the bounce goes with it, oh, man, that was close.
He can thank his lucky stars that he outran that one as Orion manages to slip downhill and get to the rest of the team as they sort of file back up on this house. But this has been the story of the Pandas. They're aggressive till they get what they want. They hold their spot and they kind of back off and let everyone else do their thing. So I expect the Pandas not to overly push this. Let Orion have the housing unit. Not a lot to be gained by pushing down there after them right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, 63 alive. They have the only kill on the board. They know the fact that right now you want to control the territory you've got because no one is shooting. I'm looking at the map stream right now. I'm saying no one is shooting, and that is terrifying when there's so many people alive right now because you have no idea who's around. It's all about just peeking. We were talking about this beforehand. You can see H1 just jiggling everywhere because he's afraid. He doesn't know where the shot's going to come from.
I mean, the hardest part of playing this area right now, besides the fact that there's just not a lot of space, is the elevation. I mean, the gradient from sort of where Los Leones is down to Puerto Pareso is absolutely ridiculous. You can see that as Cap is here. TSM has no idea. Cap preps the grenade. Addict's going to go ahead and launch that first one. Sigsy's got to get called back. He was watching their side. That may let TSM get a bit of a foothold here, but I don't think they know about Sigsy. Cap is on 2 sides. TSM could be in a lot of trouble, Matt.
Just an underhand toss of a grenade down into this position could be huge, but no Cap retreats away from it. They're just letting TSM have this one, and that's good for now, but could be problematic. Circle does shift a little bit north, so it means the fact that the teams like BSO going to get a little bit more favorable. Teams like Gas Cans, Wildcard, it's going to suck now because they're going to have to make choices. Do they go Los Leones or do they do a wide wrap into the north? I would lean into a wide wrap to the north, but again, it's no Cap having TSM right in between them. This is going to be a problem.
Looks like the fight is a little popping off as they test each other out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, EP and Orion still going back and forth. BSO getting involved with that just a little bit. As you can see, that shift is still got Los Leones inside. It may still be the city thing that you think is going to happen. And Cap yields the top of the mountain. While we were away, TSM took the hill.
I don't understand what's going on here. They didn't have a lot of throwables. Let's be real. No Cap, I think, could toss like 1 Molotov from the guy I saw and 1 frag grenade, but that's about it. Retreating away, they're going to lose at it, and that's not the worst, but I kind of like the idea of realizing TSM's in between them. I would have at least gone for the frags, because rotating through is going to be hard either way, but you can see a couple of these teams are leaning into rotations. The South is going to be very popular. ATC is already making its path. Wildcard's going to be coming back in behind them. Don't be surprised if we see Gas Cans come this way as well.
ATC, I think, needs to get their hands on a win. They've been definitely leaning towards it. They've been close. They got second place twice so far today. Though this sort of driving in... They were literally playing chicken with their own team for a second there. As it's the danger of rotating here. They just didn't know where to go. There was no options.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mysteriously smaller circle than it feels, just due to how everybody's kind of positioned to the southeast of Los Leones. And there's still a lot of dead zone inside the circle, most notably to the north. So teams are stacked up on top of each other, but due to the terrain, and this is the grassier, hilly, dip-filled area to the south of Miramar, there's teams all around each other, but you just can't do much about it. Like Soniqs has a team right next to them. Well, at least 2 members of a team, but you can't really do anything to them. And so you just have to sit there because you don't want to make a run out across right now, especially across a road with no cover. You have no idea who else could be shooting you and what other angles could be coming through. What realizes this, uses a little bit of a piece of cover and tries to get away. But that might spell their doom. I don't know. A lot of this isn't getting enough damage, and they might be able to escape for now.
Tiggleton flips over that mini to automatic and unloads the full clip, but isn't going to get any knocks.
Oh,
Wait
there
a
it
minute!
is.
Actually, Mime got it, and then Tig gets Blissey and finishes Envy. So lots of death. What tried to get out of that situation, and well, maybe they get the res. Maybe.
Yeah, this is a risky res. This is definitely not safe res, no matter what Blissey might be saying at the time. There are a couple of smokes out, but there's some resources that could be thrown into this. Like, you can see Soniqs having to unload, and Tig doesn't have a ton of ammo. Patron does get the res, and Blissey instantly gets up. That's what you gotta do, man. Just get the hell out of there.
My gosh, 2 words that I will never trust in PUBG, and that is safe res. Also, one shot. Those are the 2 words that I just, people yell that, and you're like, yeah, maybe not. Let's think about this one. That said, though, it works for what? They get out with only losing 1, though the Soniqs do manage to get a kill out of it as well. The circle is about to pop as we jump over to the map to see where it goes, and it does continue to move towards the coast. So, not a city circle. You could tell the players are used to it. They do not expect urban endings. Every single team has already moved east, never east of the city. So this should make the shifts a little more logical, but there's not a lot of space because of the way the elevation works. Everyone wants to be up on top.
Let me help you out. What I learned back whenever I was having to take geography classes and stuff like that, most notably orienteering whenever I was in ROTC, it always spells we. So W on the left side, E on the right side.
I mean, never eat shredded wheat. It's the same idea.
Yeah, but see, then that's a whole bunch of stuff. Just we. And you always know, west, left side.
Yeah, but I'm not really focused on the we. I'm focused on the me.
Oh, I guess that could be
a
thing.
And I don't
know.
Is
that meast? Moist? I know everybody in chat wants to hear me say moist. It's the best word ever.
I like the way you said it. That was nice. It was very. Let's not get into it. Let's not go too deep down that road. Like the gas cans who are going very deep down this road as they try to find themselves a little bit of real estate. It is a long transition. They touched the blue, but they're now headed down the road that you may remember ATC was trying to move down earlier and took a lot of shots. That said, they do move off the road. They go down towards the coastline, and it looks like they may try to move forward on. Okay, I thought foot, but nope, they'll keep the cars going. Meanwhile, TSM and the Soniqs Again, is this going to be how it goes? Again, they can't know. Nobody's knocking each other. Nobody knows anything. These guys just have similar rotation paths right now. It has to be that way. Do you know the fact that Soniqs are running a 2-2 split, and Luke is just kind of jumping around trying to protect him. You can see the vehicles getting a little bit angle over there. TTG does have some vision on them. Dodge is harassing Soniqs at range on the other side of this, and Nightly looks like they're about to make the worst decision of their life and drive in between a split 2-2 Soniqs and TSM. Whoa, okay, I just found him on the minimap. That does look... Well, you called it.
This is dangerous.
They got the speed. They've got the speed. Go, Ricky Bobby, go!
Oh, lost a tire. Still going.
360.
TSM is moving. If you can make it to the dip is free, Nightly. The dip is free.
They can't shoot you if they can't see you. Not the shack, not the shack.
That's more Soniqs. Don't go that way.
Not the boo box. Not the boo box.
Oh, Grenade's going to come through. No,
it's going right
like
in.
This.
He's playing golf. He's playing nade golf.
Not like that. Oh, okay. Next one's thinking about going in. No. That's all you can say to that.
Oh, I feel bad, bro.
That's not Nightly. Before chat goes crazy, that's not Nightly being bad. That's just what's going on with this circle. There's too many people alive and so few rotation options. I mean, they didn't know that TSM and Soniqs were.
They don't have the vision we have.
They just gotta go.
It seemed like a good idea at the time. Oh gosh. That makes me flash back to all the things I thought were good ideas at the time. Let's jump back into the action where TSM is down to 2. It's not the Soniqs though. It's what that's causing some trouble.
Yeah, and they do have TTG that's right next to them as well. That's going to be a little bit of a problem with the way the circle's set. They are in the safe zone, but do note, Dodge is getting a little bit mixed up with Wildcard. Soniqs is also probably going to approach it from the similar angle based off the way Shrimsy's looking in. So with 2 members up, or 3 members up? I can't quite tell. They're going to have to defend this one quite fiercely. No, TSM just with 2 at the time. So Wildcard looks like they're approaching in. Dodge look like they're just prepped up and seeing if anybody's going to be rotating in, but weren't watching the angles for it. Wildcard approaching from 2 different sides.
It's a car!
Senpai getting a little bit of airtime coming in at him, and he goes down. Raven manages to pull that one off, using the bottom of the car to protect himself. Vegas has to be a little bit more careful with this one now, retreating away. He's the last one left inside this building. This is not inside the safe zone, so both of these teams still need to move afterwards. Vegas goes down as well. Wildcard on the hunt for as many kills as they can get.
They're putting in some work as Dodge tries to fall back. Finna, Vegas saying, can you res me? Finna saying, maybe you just try to crawl here. I mean, Lampalot's all the way over there. Dodge seems to have broken off into a bit of a 3-man sort of do your own thing. So we'll see how that pans out. Tactical 8 does hold down the gas station. Gas cans are across the street from them with the low ground, but they do have a decent ability to pop up and take some shots at T8. Neither of them are in the circle. Both teams have to move very, very soon. Alo gets Lampalot as Dodge is just sort of falling apart.
There's a very weird thing that's going on. With a southern shift like this in the circle, specifically the first one, usually it's the northern area that's clustered. But since we have mostly pro players, they opted into rotating into the south majority. So what's going on is all the pro players that opted into playing the south are now all stacked on top of each other. Yeah. And the north is open, which is normally the complete opposite whenever we looked at matchmaking style games. Tactical 8 coming through. I see you got that vector detonator. See if maybe you can line it up. Blue's doing some damage. Spots it at range. Maybe not the best long range weapon. Tact 8 still trying to roll through. William taking some damage. Not a lot of options, but look at that mini-map. It is a ton of people. Tact 8 still just trying to survive this one. Spots it out. Finally gets the down onto it. But guess what? Space Station Gaming's up on top of this hill and waiting to try to get something. But Greg shot. Spots it out. Gets the side angle onto Keenan. Roth's trying to defend it up. And it is just back and forth everywhere right now.
I don't even know who's fighting anymore. It's out of control. Orion's getting knocks. Caps got knocks. Dodge is eliminated. Gas knocks T8. Wildcard knocks Dodge. Soniqs is just sitting there watching the whole thing going, what are you guys doing? As they go for the res, and Richie dies to the blue zone. Meanwhile, Penta goes ahead and joins Alo to blow out 2 members of Wildcard. The grenades are real. The flames are burning. TSM doesn't need guns. They've got grenades.
TSM just needs to put out a content video being
they
like how to hit every single grenade you ever want to throw. It would have 5 million YouTube videos because these guys, if something is in grenade range, it will die. And I do not know how they are that accurate.
Alo has been a monster today on that trigger. I just want to throw that out there. Everyone's playing very well. Alo, every time we cut to him, he's putting in work. He's making a play. He brought the hustle today, and I love it. The problem is that the Soniqs brought whatever the mojo is. I don't know if it's they rub Trey Bizzle's belly before a game or something, but whatever they're doing is working because once again, we get to a late game of Phase 5 and the Soniqs have 4 up.
Don't think the fact that I didn't see you in Bizzle in chat with your trash talk. Love to see it. Coming in here showing support for your boys. Also, I think we saw Sean Duras in here as well as we're looking at Space Station Gaming. Good to see everybody coming in, supporting their teams. And make sure you give a shout out to everybody for the orgs and naturally the players as well. Tactical 8 continuing their path in. William just barely getting that heal off. Coming in right back behind Penta, so at least be able to secure that kill. But I mean, it's going to be a run. Let's just be real. It's a matter of can you find meds at this point. And Solid Snake himself, the close range god, Alo, waiting to see who took down his teammate. See if maybe he can catch him. It's like he should be able to spot it out. And there it is. Getting the spray and takes him down.
Alo don't care. He just held the look. He just held the spray, held the peak, took it to him. Alo gets that kill. But meanwhile, Ronnie Cray gets a knock on Tingleton. That is big news as the Soniqs, who were at 4 a second ago, are down to 1. Make that none. Train to go. Dunks on the Soniqs. Did not expect to see that tonight. Congratulations, TTG.
That has to feel good as a team that's coming through the open qualifiers to take down the Soniqs. So now TTG, you took down Goliath. You got to look now towards Eternity and No Cap. That's going to make your life a little bit more problematic. Keenan, though, Space Station Gaming, sitting at 5, and they've got control of the North. They do have ATC and I think BSO. That's pretty close to them, but they still got the numbers advantage, and already at 5 kills, are we going to see them be able to step up into this one? I mean, look at the way Keenan's playing right now. 3 kills already.
They are playing strong, aggressive, fast PUBG. Don't stand too close. You're going to get burned because they're on fire, and it is awesome to watch. I want to see what they keep unfolding. They have the circle. BSO has been forced to just leave. Black Sheep Office is like, nope, not interested in whatever kind of crazy hot sushi you got going on up there. You keep it to yourself, SSG. Let's jump over to No Cap, who's staring down the pipe at TTG, who just knocked out the Soniqs, and now Menox dead. Sigsy, the last man standing. It's just a Cap thing. Running the solos. Can Sigsy win it, though? He tries to grab a little bit of utility out of the blue, needed the heals, and does manage to get himself back over here to maybe do a little top off.
Goes for the throwable. He saw the fact that there was a grenade fed back over towards him, and he knows the fact that there is an opportunity. I don't know if he's going to be in range just quite yet, and the opportunity may pass, as TTG is probably going to go back down here after the last member that is downed, and yet least has the grenade to work with later. With the way that the circle is popped, none of these teams have to move too much. Should be noted that Space Station Gaming feeling quite good about the way the circle is set up, as well as ETR. EP on the other side of the circle does have an opportunity of their own to play with, and I love this viewpoint right now. You can see the way everything is set up, and look at how open it is outside and away from Space Station Gaming and the firing lines that they have on everybody that could be approaching. That means that there's going to be a funnel to the north where we're probably going to see Orion have to fight EP.
I mean, the reality is, not to be kind of, mean here, but SSG is up against a lot of open teams. SSG needs to just control their area, put in some work. This is a very big chance for them to rack up a huge kill count and potentially walk away with the chicken dinner if they play clean, smart PUBG. Can't wait to see what they throw down.
Love to see it, Sigsy. Still going for the flushes on it. Trying to make sure you get some damage into TTG. Spots him out, and he lives! He lives! The grenade pays off in the end. He doesn't get the down with it, but the distraction was great. Orion now making the rush in, trying to bypass everything that was going on, but EP is going to be in a position just waiting for him. Orion has a read onto it, trying to take the shots as it goes, but BSO trying to harass SSG to the south is going to slow down everything, but here come the throwables. Just a little bit on the outside, the bank of that hill, just kind of deflecting them out, and Orion very thankful for that.
Yeah, the Pandas are not quite where they want those nades to land. You see Show go down. Icy Flex is going to come over for the fast res as Corsac provides the cover going up against Orion here, trying to get a couple of shots there, but takes a lot of damage in return. Old List, the last man on sort of defense as everyone else heals and reses. BSO is going to use the time to try to rotate to that sort of left side as Evil Pandas is just trying to hold the push from Orion.
All the strong teams except for SSG are to the north. This is kind of an inverse, or this is exactly what we saw last time whenever SSG just got control of the south with their strong firepower, sitting at 8 kills right now. And this is what you want. You want all the other strong teams that have multiple members up to be fighting right next to each other. Orion and EP right now are neck and neck, and that means that Space Station Gaming has space to work with. And look at all the stragglers that are trying to move in. And let's not forget, Sigsy himself is still alive and looking at EP's position.
If they kept 4 alive, they're all so good by themselves. Keenan gets a nice little shot here as Orion tries to make a peek. This is Space Station with a Groza. This is big deals.
With the Groza.
It's Roth with the Groza. Where Grozas win games. Flash comes up. Roth's got a new Groza. He wants to go aggressive against Orion. Has to look to the right. Clears it out. Now he knows they're left. Goes for the burn down. Takes some damage, but he's got backup. That's the important thing.
Roth does go down, but Space Station Gaming knows they've got the angles. Roth gets flushed out before it can go with, but with this, that just means the fact that somebody else gets to pick up the toy to play with. EP, though, the beneficiary of everything that's going on, Circle does pop to the north, as well as Space Station Gaming making that push means the fact that EP didn't have to contend against Orion, and instead it was Space Station Gaming that took the casualty.
You see the raw confidence that Groza gave Roth, though? He like picked it up.
He's like,
over the top, boys!
I got goals, man. Let's go right now. I don't care there's smoke there. I don't care there's a dip. I don't care there's cars. I can kill. Let's go.
That man went over the top like his general had just told him to go. That was absolutely crazy, but it worked. They got that whole section, and they got the region, and they're going to do what they did, smart thing. They're going to flex 2 back to make sure there's no backstabs. get their reses squared away, get everyone healed up. ETR, however, looks like they may want to take some aggression, but they're looking at EP. Jumbi and Luger in totally different sort of positions. They're just playing defensive. So that's going to give SSG plenty of time to get back up and running.
Sigsy wins these.
Sigsy does.
I mean, he's got such a good position right now to really scout out everything that's going on. EP doesn't seem to be too worried about him. They've got never mind. They've got 3 members that are glancing down at him. But he has some harassment tools, to say the least. Real question is, can he continue to navigate through this and spot out what's going on? He's going to come up right next to Jumbi, which could be absolutely huge. I think that Jumbi heard it. But EP is also choosing to take this opportunity to stretch their legs a little bit further south. So log back in the background for this. This is interesting. So much of the circle is kind of dead zone.
ETR, I have nothing against you. I just like solos, okay? So when I cheer for Sigsy, when he goes bananas here, don't take it personally. I'll cheer for whoever's left on your team anytime. That said, Sigsy has been putting in a ton of work as a solo in this match and continue to play the spoiler role. It looks like Evil Pandas is sliding down toward Jumbi and could get their attention. If they do so, that'll give Sigsy the chance to come up over the top. He's just inside the white line. He'll just wait it out. Everyone seems content to just let the circle close.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You've got to see where the next circle is going to go, see if you have to move, see if you get the circle favor. It just collapses into where everybody has to move a little bit, except for our man Sigsy. He is the only one that really has to make any type of desperate play. And the problem with it is, he's got 2 different teams. Icy Flex on the EP side and Jumbi on the other side looking at him.
Right.
So
Jumbi smells a rat. Jumbi knows.
This is kind of rough. Sharp Shot being the guy that finally ends up with Roth's Groza there. They do have control over the center of the circle, but with as quiet as it is, they don't really know exactly what's going on. They know the fact that they've got control to the north, but that's about it. Sigsy is kind of like the X factor that can set off the domino effect of revealing where everyone is at. But EP has been very content just to play the north and kind of let everybody fight amongst themselves.
This man has no vest. So I'm curious if Sigsy stands up and goes for it, or if he just lets the blue take him. He is going to smoke. He's got 1 left, and he's got a molly to throw out with hope. Jumbi looks back. He saw the molly come, or he saw the smoke come out, so he knows where to aim, and he gets immediately done and done. Jumbi was waiting for him to come out. That opens up the back of ETR. They can actually try to play now. Sigsy was really slowing them down, so it is an opportunity for them to make some plays.
Now the question comes into play, what does ETR choose to do? They know that they're the low man team right now, without a doubt. They can do the math themselves. They know that there's probably a strong team that's around them. They just don't know which direction the strong team is at and how they want to influence it. They don't want to be the team that's fighting for center and then just get pinched. Yeah. Instead, they want to be the team that is the second one to act and really try to get something out of that. Icy Flex is going to be the guy that's holding back and really trying to focus in to make sure that they don't encroach on that area.
I mean,
but kind of waiting.
Want and do is 2 different things. I want to go to the gym regularly. Do different ball games. So while I think ETR would love to get out of this position, the reality is I think they're scared. They haven't moved out. They don't have a lot of information about what's around them. And all 3 of these teams know, Matt, the first one to fight is going to be the first one to get third party.
Well, Space Station Gaming already has control of the center. EP is realizing this and using that hillside and creeping forward. Space Station Gaming and EP fighting right now could be huge for ETR. The problem with it is EP is all stacked up together. They're starting to see the crates. They realize that there's been a couple of fights around them. Woo! Sharp Shot spots it out, gets some damage into it, but here come the numbers. I think that Show might have spotted him out. Support needs to come in from the other members. Civil's taking a ton of damage. The grenade's going to come back out, but it's going to go too far. Trying to get a little bit more damage into it, but yet again, it's Sharp Shot holding down the angle, repositioning, spots it out, and this guy is just walking all over EP right now. Should be able to prep this one up. Going to go ahead and throw over the side of this one. Slow everything down. Spots it out to the other side of it. Trying to get a little bit more damage. Going for the flushes into it. Got to be so careful. Getting the damage into Icy Flex. ETR can try to make a play out of this, but has to be so careful. Sharp Shot has to go for the reload. Entirely surrounded by people crawling, people running. Icy Flex, the last one up. But ETR is creeping back up behind Space Station Gaming and can find themselves a moment to work with. Icy Flex trying to go for the play into it, but taking a ton of damage inside of it. Sharp Shot trying to get it out, but no! Space Station Gaming goes down, and here comes ETR trying to capitalize what Space Station Gaming set up.
I thought they were scared, but they were just big braining. They make it a 2v1 as ETR comes over the hill. One member of EP left. He's not going to get a res. It's a 1v2. Luke tries to get that barrel out. He looks like he's got a good spot. Jumi goes from the opposite side. Luke gets the peek. One and done. Eternity washes their hands and takes home the chicken, even though Space Station Gaming put up 14 kills and some hustle. It came down to waiting, holding that position, and being the last team to engage, Mashroom.
Whew. I mean, Space Station Gaming, 1,800 damage inside that one. Evil Pandas coming up with 4 assists. But again, it was a game of Groza there at the end, to say the least of it. You were talking about it, Toffees. They can turn games over, and getting one at that stage and the confidence that it imbues. You saw what it did to Sharp Shot. You saw what it did to Roth. When you get one of those in your hands, man, you just feel it's you versus the world, and you can win.
Grozas win games, especially if you can get to that late position. That's what happened. SSG just had a bad break there. I honestly thought when Sharp was allowed to heal, that was going to be the moment that let them come up over the top. If he had connected with maybe 1 or 2 of those extra sort of bullets on the push, it would have been a very different game. That said, take nothing away from the team that comes out on top. Eternity played very well.
The way that they realized what was happening and where the firefight was happening over the center, they knew that EP was at the north because they'd been kind of paying attention to what was going on, and realized that Space Station Gaming, whichever team it was, had crept in from the south. So instead counterflanks back around behind them to see if they can get any type of opportunity off of it, and instead pounces at the perfect moment so that way they can come in, steal all of the firefighting, and let everybody do the work for you. That's kind of one of the benefits, and one of the things you don't see happen all the time for PUBG, is let the teams do the work for you, so that way you don't have to take all the risk yourself.
So Space Station Gaming gets 14 kills, which is absolutely phenomenal. A great game for them as they come out with a great term. Eternity does take the win. And remember, in terms of the format and what we're doing here this week, is it is a round robin. So it's Group A versus B today. That is done. Tomorrow we're going to come back with, I believe it is AC? BC, and then it'll be AC to wrap up. And the top 8 teams will advance to the grand finals, where they'll go up against the best 8 from Latin America. Then the top 16 teams will get a bid to the group stages of the next PCS, which is a very big deal, considering that's $250,000 on the line, plus the last chance to get PGC points as we head towards what the real deal is, Matt, the World Championship. So here's the teams that are playing tomorrow.
I am excited about this lobby.
Yeah, I know.
Mean, every single one of these groups is good. Let's be real. Whenever you look in the fact that the other group has Oath, Dignitas, E United, Veritas, 300, Liberate, Gravity. Last minute, newer team. So excited to see what any newer teams can do. But this is a lot of teams that, if you've been watching North American PUBG, you should be familiar with, that are tagging in and going up against Dodge, Space Station Gaming, TSM. I gotta say, Train to Go has also impressed me in different points. Sure, they're not walking away with a ton of points, but for a new team coming in, them Black Sheep Office, I really like the fact that they're not playing scared and trying to at least set the tone for the firefights that are around them.
Even What has been trying to do their best to put work in, and I got to respect it. I will say this. Tomorrow is the first appearance of Group C, which is an insanely stacked group. We have big names like Soniqs and TSM in the other groups, but this one is ridiculous. I mean, we're talking a group that has Dignitas, E United, Gravity, Last Minute, Liberate, Oath, Veritas, and 300. Even the open teams that made it to Group C are brutal. 300, absolute. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They Sonicked the opens, okay? And so I can't wait to see what they do here with I don't want to say a higher caliber, I'll say it, a higher caliber, more seasoned teams. That's a better way to put it. More seasoned teams going into this thing. The members of 300, for those of you who maybe are just tuning in, Vox, Leda, Extreme, and Neverhor. These are incredible players that I'm excited to see. I've missed watching Extreme play, so I'm very, very hyped about having it back tomorrow.
So true. It has been so long since we've seen Extreme playing inside of North America. But what I love about this is, with the way that these groups are set, each one's going to play different. And like, I know that happens in PUBG all the time, but I'm just talking about like the feel of the day is going to be different. Like whenever you have like Soniqs and TSM scrapping up for it, like we saw today, that's one thing. But then whenever you're going to have TSM, Space Station Gaming, Dodge, tying it up against Oath, Dignitas, E United, 300, and that crew, that's going to be a different feel for how the day is going to play. And then you switch that up again for Oath, Dignitas, and E United versus Soniqs, Gas Cans, Wildcard. That's going to be a similar feel to tomorrow's stuff, but it's still going to be different just due to the dynamics and how each team plays. And that's what I love about PUBG is whenever you tune in, it's like each team has its own characteristics and its own, like, I guess, hero of the story. And so each one of these teams interacting with each other always makes the game different.
So to put this in perspective, as we sort of look at it, the bottom 4 teams, I'm sorry, came in through the sort of opens in this group. Liberate and Gravity are both teams that we recognize. It's Nibble, Ice, Frost BP, and Jason on Liberate. So that is a very strong roster that has high potential. Gravity is Icon, D-Rich, Battylol, Namwar, and Zovrin, I believe, which is, again, another very seasoned, especially with D-Rich, you can come in and it's kind of an any given Sunday. Sometimes they come in and just absolutely lambast everyone. Sometimes they struggle a little bit. And Last Minute, which is another team that is sort of new. I don't recognize these guys, Justice, Dylan, Dark Dream. I know Dark Dream's Dopeski. I know a little bit about them, but they're newcomers to sort of the highest level of play. But they got second in the round 3 qualifiers. They put in a ton of work. They got a lot of kills, and they basically, anytime that 300 left a door open, they capitalized on it. So I'm really excited about seeing them in the same lobby as 300 because they're both coming in with like knowledge of each other as well as a chip on their shoulder to prove something North America.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever we look at Last Minute, again, these new teams being X Factors, and yes, guys, I know you guys want to see the leaderboard, but guess what? It takes a second. Like, we have to import everything in, and you guys are like, oh my God, just let us know. It'll be here. It'll be here in just a moment, guys. I know. I want it to, especially with the amount of kills that we saw coming through there. I really want to see what happened with Space Station Gaming and the leaderboard. We will get there in just a moment, I promise. But hyping up what's going to be coming over the next 2 days is also just as important because I know you cast again on Sunday with
I'll be here
Poro,
Sunday.
right?
Me and Poro.
Because I got the next 2 days
up.
off, and I just get to kick back and watch. And I got to say, it's going to be a treat.
I'm hyped about tomorrow. I want to see the debut of 300 at this level. I want to, not the debut of them, but like this new roster. I can't wait to watch it. And I'm super hyped that tomorrow you and I get to hang out and chat with everyone and just kind of watch the chaos ensue. It's going to be a very, very good time. But again, it is 3 days of PUBG. It's North American, so you know it's going to be crazy at times. I got to be honest, Matchroom, today was an excellent day of PUBG. Everything from the rolling Murado pushes to the last game pinches to the fact that, you know, we saw upsets and teams sort of come out at the end of a match and pull off a win. Wild rotations, fair planes, good circles, and honestly, teams that that are willing to just throw down. And I love that.
We saw a lot of solo clutch attempts at the very end of a game and several solo clutch victories coming out from that. And that's what you want to see inside of this. You want to see like the big players trying to make the big plays. And whenever we look at what happened today, you saw it, especially with like crazy circles, crazy situations that have set up, seeing the way that these players handle the chaos around them and finding ways to navigate it and consistently find victories and benefits for themselves is just the thing that I love about PUBG. And if you're, again, one of these new teams, you guys are stepping up against some of the best, if not the best in the world. And that's a statement in and of itself to make it to this stage and to be playing against them. Respect to everybody in every one of these groups, be it a new team, old team. This is what you want, and this is the type of growth that we want to see inside of North America. So please make sure you guys keep coming back. And again, I know Toffee's talked about it before coming into this last round. If you're tempted, don't forget PCS Open Qualifiers coming up soon. If you hear us keep talking about it, what's the worst that happens? You play.
Yeah, more importantly, if you're the kind of person who hangs out in trash talk strategy, then you better sign up, right? I'm just saying. Well, we're not allowed to, otherwise I definitely would.
No, I'm saying the people trash talk casters. You better come in here and show us why we're wrong all the time, right?
Hey, listen.
I try to motivate with sweetness, and now I'm trying to motivate with a little bit of sour.
You can't understand it till you try to play in it, and it's awesome to do. So get involved. That said, if match standings are up, I believe that means that the overall standings are done. So let's take a look at the end of day number 1. The Soniqs come in on top, the only double chicken team in the lobby with a whopping 43 kills. TSM FTX, despite only one chicken dinner, only as if 1 out of 6 isn't incredibly admirable, does get 48 kills. So they are 1 chicken dinner away from surpassing the Soniqs. Space Station Gaming has 1 and 41 kills. They've been playing out of their minds, as have the Gas Cans. Eternity gets the 1. There is a temptation when you watch that last game match, and I'm sure we're going to see it from folks, is only 4 kills in a chicken dinner. They didn't earn it. But the reality is, if you look at this kill board, if you look at the leaderboard, Matt, it's our top performers who are all taking home the chicken dinners.
I know. Look at that kill count right there. And it's not like, I know everybody's going to be like, well, they won the round, so that's how they got the most kills. No. Remember how many people were already down based off the previous fight. So with this, they have been performing all day today. Gas Cans as well. Again, I love what they're bringing out. Space Station Gaming, PCS, if you watched it, you know, I was just constantly saying these guys were so close to getting a chicken dinner over and over again. Last game, they almost got one yet again. But here's the thing I want to point out, Toffees. Remember the TSM curse. If they get first in groups, that's where the problem happens. So is it strategic? Are Soniqs crashing them intentionally to deny them chicken dinners so that way they can't get first? And therefore TSM can compete and try to win the overall ESL event?
You know, the Soniqs policy is let TSM do well at ESL, we'll do well at PCS. So we'll see how this one plays out. Let's look at the head-to-head comparison. Rank 1 and 2, Chickens 2 and 1. Time alive right next to each other, kills as well, but the Soniqs are taking the lead in damage, due in fact, very likely to their consistent appearance in that late game, always sort of putting in work, but their positioning has been very, very strong. Taking to the kill leaders.
Pinta up at the top of it with 18. Roth back behind him. Tied up with that, it's going to be the close range god, Alo himself, then Tiggleton from the Soniqs. No surprise to see him on here. But Marcelik, my man. Look at you holding out in the top 5. Any trolls in chat. And that just goes to show, again, any trolls in chat is not the same any trolls in chat you guys have seen that used to play passive and just wait for circles. These guys will scrap now.
Absolutely. They're putting in work. I've loved what I've seen from them today. Damage leaders, Tiggleton, Big Tig up on top. Not a surprise. We've seen some crazy plays from him. Roth got that Groza, put in some fun work, but he's been playing very aggressive, and you love to see it. Alo and Penta, the 1-2 punch for TSM. They're literally just the ham fists of this team and absolutely smash everything that they're aimed at, and I've loved watching them play. And Primetime, Mime Time, on fire, baby, as he has been absolutely, I would say, the second gun today, but it's one of those things with the Soniqs, like today was Tig's day, tomorrow's probably Mime's.
Funny thought, that last push from Roth with the Groza is what put him ahead of Alo right there. It's only 6 damage difference.
Yep.
Also, how does Tig put out so much damage? I mean, for the love of God, he's already almost, almost 600. Almost 600 damage ahead of Roth.
I mean, how does...
In one day.
How does Tiggleton do anything? I assume that he's like Popeye, right? Like he keeps like a can of some sort of like super Australian spinach next to his computer, and like when a fight breaks out, he just chugs it and like murphs everybody or something. I don't understand. He's insane. Okay, damage received from throwables. This feels like a CD6 stat.
Wait. Damage received from throwables. TSM is on the receiving end of all the throwables.
Well, yeah.
Well, I guess if you're going to get in throwable range, that's going to be kind of the double-edged sword of it, right?
You get what you give, man. You get what you give. Nightly Esports, Cray Show, 274. So he's the most. Maji, actually, I like that he splits his damage reception, evenly among deadly throwables.
So I want to follow up with what CD6 is kind of showing off of this one. Is you look at the amount of damage received off of throwables, that kind of gives you an idea of the total damage that's being output by throwables. And yes, I know a good frag grenade does a ton of damage, but more often than not, we see them like, you see somebody that's going for a res and somebody that's already down. The way that those damage numbers don't calculate the way you think that they do if you're just looking at the overall damage numbers. So again, a lot of this damage that we're seeing put out on these charts is just straight up shooting somebody.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pivotal thing to see between the two of these.
Yeah, I mean, Tiggleton had 3.2K and we know that less than it was 180 less. Almost none of it's from throwables. So that's what these guys do. They send bullets down range. That's what PUBG does. It still to this date best gun mechanics I've ever played in a game. So I fell in love with it. So I'm sure most of you have as well. And guys like Tiggleton and the Soniqs and Alo have just proven that they've mastered the mechanics, and watching them has been beautiful. Matt, that's it for today. We're done. We've got our 6 games. Final thoughts?
Just the fact that it's starting to become tradition. Day one of open qualifiers, you and me casting together. Love it. Always fun, dude. And again, jokes on point. That's why I've been.
Thank you. I don't get to cast often, but when I do,
I know.
I quite enjoy it. So thanks for putting up with my ridiculousness. I had a blast. I hope that you guys did too. Matchroom, mustache looks good, by the way.
Thank you.
Looking nice, nice.
I get a lot of compliments on the mustache today. I don't know.
I
What's
know,
different,
I know. It's got, you know, it's pseudo pirate, but not overly pirate. It's a little new worldy. I'm super into it. Okay. That said, guys, I appreciate you watching, but it's not over. There's more PUBG coming to you tomorrow. We're back at the same time, in the same place. It'll be Cammy and Clover on the sticks, giving you all the action, and then we'll wrap up on Sunday with myself and Poro giving you the call. So stick around. It's a PUBG Palooza. This is the ESL PUBG Masters North America, and until we see you again, play more PUBG.